I think TSM right now is a very inconsistent team. Like, they can be very good sometimes, and at other times they can lose to bottom tier teams.
Renegades take down TSM.
That game was a mess for TSM.
TSM are a playoff team, and that doesn't look good.
I don't really care about playing against Immortals. I think they are pretty amazing for their record, but not as good as people think.
Very rarely have we seen this type of early lead against Immortals.
They are hesitating a lot to make plays, and then they're making pretty much a lot of mistakes, like random mistakes.
I'm super confident in my ability and my team's ability. Even though our records don't really show it, I think a match will be quite close.
Well, it's not really a big match for us because we already got first seed, but it might be for them because they want to get a seed they really want. But we're just going to beat them.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 9 of the North American LCS. We're headed into the last weekend of the regular season, and fans have packed the battle arena to see which teams will be fighting for honor and glory in the upcoming postseason. You saw there a slew of Renegades fans, but all of the fans are pumped up and bringing their hype for their favorite teams today. First up, it's Team Impulse, who you see here, talking a little bit of strategy before they face off against Renegades, who are looking to make a late season climb out of last place. We'll see if they can do that with our first game today. Thank you very much for watching with us. I'm James Patterson, and we have Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley from the playtest team to help us break down the new patch, along with regulars Joshua Jat-Leesman and Aiden Zyrene Moon.
I'm not sure if being called a regular is a compliment or an insult.
I'm not really sure either. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, do you want to just be you want to be a regular on a show, yes, but a regular human being.
Internet TV show, I think, is pretty close.
There you go.
Shouldn't ask questions if you don't know the answer.
So Zyrene will take it as a compliment. Jat's still living in this nebulous space of whether or not we're on good terms. Anyway, before we jump into our discussions, let's take a look at the standings and see where all the teams are positioned. In first place, it's Immortals with Cloud9 and CLG tied for second place. Then we have TSM in fourth with Energy Esports and Liquid tied in fifth to round out the current playoff picture. Echo Fox is hot on their heels, though, in seventh place and is followed by Team Impulse in eighth, Team Dignitas in ninth, and Renegades in 10th. Now, the top four teams have already secured their playoff berths, but there is still a lot on the line for the rest of the league coming into this weekend. A first-round playoff bye is still on the table, with Counterlogic Gaming and Cloud9 tied for second place behind Immortals. So let's start there.
I think CLG, they have a game that they could lose against Energy since Energy had that fantastic game with Moon last week, and they're coming off of a 1-1 CLGR. And they actually played Yasuo top, and it was something where they're trying to find a new split pusher. And that's what concerns me about CLG coming into playoffs, is this is a team that every time they've come to playoffs, except for last year, they've overthought their strategy and tried to swap to something else.
Yeah, and they did have a rough tournament when they went to Poland for IM Katowice. As soon as they came back, they lost a game to Team Liquid. I think that had a little bit to do with just not having that much practice on the current patch. We mentioned they're like, oh yeah, we think Yasuo beats Nautilus in lane. We didn't even think about the rest of the game, and they played that in LCS.
Yeah.
Like they just picked it in an LCS game, so that was a mistake. I think COG's best action forward is if they just continue to do what they've been doing, but if the meta shifts too far, then it's going to really bite them.
Now, on the other side of things, for that playoff picture, Cloud9 also vying for the first round bye. They've got Team Liquid and Echo Fox left to play this weekend. Thoughts there?
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting. I mean, I think Team Liquid, they're always these guys that are so confident about themselves, right? And this is like one last chance, finally prove you guys do compete with the very best teams going in. And C9 is going to be in tough.
Yeah, C9, Jensen walking away with MVP last week for good reason. He's been playing this Varus, and he's been dominating on it. And once again, he's looking like he's in the running for MVP of the entire split because he has stepped up on this squad. They came back last week from deficits, I believe, in both of their games for a 2-0 victory.
Well, if all things go to chalk, both of these teams should win both of their games this weekend, which would make for a pretty sweet tiebreaker there for that first round bye. So fingers crossed if you want to see more League of Legends. Now, we've been tracking the progress of Echo Fox and their fight for a playoff spot, but after last week's results, they could be forced out before they even play today.
Yeah, it's going to be really dependent on how the other teams do, but Echo Fox can't lose sight of their ultimate goal. They knew the spring split was going to be a practice split, and they really expected to hit their stride in summer. Even if they get eliminated from the playoff picture, they still control their own destiny in regards to the 7th seed and safety, and therefore qualification for the summer split. And I think really that's what they should be going for.
Yeah, no doubt Cloud9 will be a tough opponent, but as you mentioned, they're in control of their own fates here, rebuilding season, considering the fact that they didn't have their full roster the entire split. If they can end up in 7th, that's probably something they would be happy with, without a doubt. Now, of course, let's move on to Renegades, who aren't going to be able to make it to the playoffs, but they're creating quite a stir on the bottom part of the bracket in that 8th, 9th, 10th race.
Yeah, I've got to say they look a lot better with this new roster. I think there's always that kind of honeymoon stage when you get a new swap in there. Seraph has been looking great in the top lane, and this will be something to build some momentum towards that, keeping their spot.
Yeah, and I love this about Renegades because Seraph is basically a secondary shot caller for Crumbs, takes a little bit off his shoulders. He's also another threat, so that helps Freeze out, and so does Ninja. Ninja can play a supportive role as well as an assassination engager. So this squad looks like it's really rounded out, and Seraph thinks they're top 2, possibly, but
confident man. He's a confident fellow.
They can still get 8th place and the highest seed that they can coming into promotion, and that's what they're gunning for right now.
I mean, that's the attitude you want of the players on a new roster, right? If you're looking to make changes and make improvements, you want people thinking that you can shoot for the stars. Now, teams, of course, this week will be playing on patch 6.5, so let's explore some of the changes that might be hitting competitive play today. I want to start with changes to champions that we have already seen. So Soraka and Nautilus.
Yeah, Soraka got some changes to the heal. It's not as effective, and the Q got shifted around in terms of power. It slows basically in the entire area, and it gives her a heal over time that then amplifies her heal. So she's more kind of, you have to actually land the Q in the middle of combat, and that's part of her pattern now. I've seen some people max Q, not sold on it completely just yet, but Adrian has been playing it, Conquan has been playing it. Maybe we'll see it this week because it's immediately enabled.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see how it does shake out because with the changes, it's a lot more emphasis on your Q. It's higher risk, higher reward kind of thing. You can't just sit in the back, use your Ws. Without hitting the Q first, your W is extremely ineffective. But if you are able to consistently hit those Qs, it's really big.
Yeah, I'm curious as well to see how Nautilus plays out because his nerfs were somewhat small, yet still very important. I think on the previous patch, there was a lot of top lane tank trading you could do with Poppy and Nautilus, or you could just combo them both on your team. But now I feel like Poppy is kind of S tier, and then Nautilus is knocked below into the world with Trundle. And that will either make Poppy a permaban or a very early pick, and it definitely knocks Nautilus down where you don't even need to pick him every game, I don't think. With the
international play has been an example of that already this past week. Now let's move into the jungle and some champions that we haven't seen but could possibly with the changes that they received. J4, Sejuani specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see some Assassin J4, some DPS J4, because it's the big play potential with Cataclysm, right? If you can catch a couple carries in the Cataclysm, it does damage to everyone who's in that circle now. you could potentially end the game. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, I think because of the shield cooldown on the W, he has a much safer jungle clear, but I still feel like he wouldn't be a fast enough jungler to compete with Nidalee, or if Nidalee's banned, even Kindred. But if we do see him, I think we would probably see him in the mid lane against an Azir matchup, because Azir is coming back as well. I think the burst potential from Jarvan, combined with any damage, can just kill Azir. And Azir is a champion who doesn't like building Zhonya's Hourglass either, which is traditionally why Zed's pretty good against him. So I think Jarvan can fit a similar mold.
Yeah, instead of jumping on to Sejuani immediately, I want to jump on that Azir really quickly, because he is like 80% prevalence right now. He saw 13 picks on 6.5 internationally so far. So Azir in the mid lane is now the premier late game, mid game wave clear type champion, and everybody's going back to him, even though there was only bug fixes really. There weren't any big buffs to him.
On this patch, he is the second most pick banned mid laner to Corki, which is,
well, there you have it.
I mean, little usability.
Well, if you're telling me
fixes.
that's the case study or the scenario that needs to present itself for a Jarvan mid lane game, then I'm all for it. I would love to see that brought out. Now, Zyrene, bring me in on the Sejuani and what happened there.
Sejuani basically got the W feels a lot better. It's not as clunky. And then the permafrost, the E, which is sometimes maxed second or last, has a higher base damage on the first rank of it. So you don't have to really invest in it too much. Helps her early clear, helps her early game, so she has a little bit more damage for that trading against junglers. So I honestly think that she's a pretty good jungler right now. We may see her, and I want to see engages come out, because there's so many compositions like Cloud9 are playing with Trundle for disengage, with Varus. So having a Sejuani on your team would be very beneficial.
Yeah, and we're short on memes, so when Xmithy plays Sejuani again, like as soon as something goes wrong, we have a new one.
When we're short on memes, you rely on Jat to come up with something.
Of course.
The body
Never is it intentional.
It truly is the darkest timeline.
If you're looking for memes, you do not get them.
Of course, all of this jungle talk is if Nidalee's not on the table, right? Because she is by far and away still the largely prioritized jungle. Well, before we get into game, and with the stakes fresh in our minds, let's remind everyone what the spring split is all about. Championship points. Now remember, playoff teams earn points at 90, 70, 50, 30, and 10 and 10 for finishing in somewhere in the playoffs. But of course, the distribution of these champion points are the same as last season. The road to getting them is a little different. After the quarterfinal rounds, dynamic seeding will be in effect, which guarantees that Immortals will play the lowest remaining seed, regardless of how the previous rounds play out. So again, that just puts emphasis on finishing as high as you possibly can in the regular season, so as to avoid facing that top seed.
Yeah, similar system actually the NFL uses exactly the same dynamic seeding in a 16 playoff. So I think it works pretty well. I'm looking forward to seeing it in the LCS.
All right, well, there we have it. There's still 2 days of play left for teams to shake up the standings. So let's see what we have in store today. First up, Team Impulse will be taking on Renegades, followed by Counter Logic Gaming and Energy Esports. Later in the day, Team Dignitas is up against Liquid, and Cloud9 will face off against Echo Fox in our last game of the day. But make sure you're around for Game 3 and our match of the week, when Immortals go head-to-head with TSM. Now, both these teams already secured playoff positioning, but have a lot to prove. Immortals, we've talked about them, some minor mistakes and cracks showing in the armor, and for TSM, it's just been a roller coaster of a season.
Yeah, I think TSM is much more on kind of a bit of a downtrend. Immortals were nitpicking, but I mean, they're like 15-1, right?
Yeah,
like they're doing pretty well.
That's awful.
Why are we so hard on a 15-1 team? It's like,
They didn't win in 25 minutes.
What are they doing?
98% on a test. It's like, no.
Right.
I do think this is an interesting game only because Immortals has a real chance to show off and really kind of ruin TSM's day / week. Because if they beat TSM and TSM has an 0-2 week, they can drop all the way as low as 6th seed.
Right.
Whereas Immortals also have a chance to play a lot of the new champions. Like we were talking about, new Soraka, Hecarim was buffed in the last patch. If we're going to see a mid lane Jarvan, I think all of those things could potentially happen from Immortals side against
Get
TSM.
that Urgot in there.
I would love
Fear
to
on
see her
Swap.
But when I think about Immortals in the way that they like to play, so they're going to hide some things for playoffs, right? Don't show your hand, don't give too much away. But Immortals are always playing to win, even when they're playing lower teams. They talk about how they don't play to the level of their opponent. They want to play their game. So if Immortals can put their money where their mouth is, this is going to be a game where they try as hard as they can without trying to give up strategies later on.
All right, well, there you have it. We've talked about the teams, but we want you to talk about the players. For our social media question of the day, we want to know which player will have the most impact going into playoffs and why. Tweet your thoughts to @LOL Esports, and we'll check back with some of your responses later in the show. That's going to do it for us here on the desk, so let's check in with the casters to get us into Game 1.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here to cast Game 1. I am David Victorly. Alongside me, King of the Jungle, Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. What is...
I'm getting ready.
You're just pumping up. Here we go. Coming up, we've got our first game of the day. It's Team Impulse versus Renegades. Both these teams are out of the playoffs, sadly. However, this game is still super important for both these squads. Avoiding the promotion tournament On the Impulse's side is possibility. Getting a better seed in it, certainly possible for Renegades here.
Yeah, so Impulse definitely need to bring their A game because even though they are higher than Renegades currently in the standings, they only have 2 wins with their current roster. But a win here would mean that a tie for 7th place would come about, which does keep Team Impulse out of the promotion tournament until Echo Fox wins a game.
And meanwhile, you talk about Renegades a little bit. Now, they cannot make 7th. They will be in the promo relegation tournament.
Yes.
However, right now, sitting in 10th, they can go higher. They can reach as high as 8th. They can take over Impulse's spot. And that's certainly a possibility. And step 1 in getting up in that sort of tier list of bottom teams is bringing Seraph onto that top lane, Ninja into the mid lane, and they're looking a lot better because of that.
Yeah, Seraph in particular here has been a huge boon for Renegades. In the 4 games that he has played with the team, their KDA has more than doubled from 1.8 to 4, and their average gold difference at 15 minutes went from a deficit of 847 to a lead of 2,747. So big difference there, especially in the early game when they brought in Seraph.
Yeah, it's been a huge deal sort of with this new roster here. So we're going to see if the strength of this new Renegades roster will continue to serve them moving forward, because it's absolutely a possibility. But right now, we're going to hear from Crumbs on his continued goals for this team.
Understanding that we're going into the relegation tournament, our goals, and even just my own personal goals, is just to become more patient with our gameplay and as a person as well. So using things in my life to become a more patient person. Like, there's a variety of activities that one can do that really emphasize that in you. I want to use that to become a patient player and understanding the windows in the game that you have to take to win. And that's ultimately what I think will make me a much better player, and it'll also help everybody else in the team in really getting there and being able to win or not get relegated.
And I'm curious to see how much that patience will pay off with this team, because even though their early game has gotten even better, they were always sort of a pretty strong early game team. They'd get leads, but then they would catastrophically lose that in the mid game.
Yeah, exactly. Patience in the very late game sometimes can not be a good thing, as we've seen so many teams come back from huge deficits. It's really about taking that early lead and driving it home to the Nexus.
Right.
Because the only goal that really matters, Freak, is the 25 that you get on your way to the 50 from the Nexus. Damn it.
It's okay.
It's 50.
Okay.
I've never killed a Nexus.
Yeah, clearly. I've gotten a lot of them. Either way, guys, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, Team Impulse for this one, hoping to hold on to 8th, maybe get 7th. Fang in the top lane, Prox in the jungle, Purian in mid, Mash at 80 carry, Gate on support, and their coach, Jason.
And on the red side, it's Renegades. Up top is Seraph. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid, Ninja. 80 carry, Freeze. Support, Hakuho. And Coach Hermes up on stage with them.
All right, this is going to be a fun one. I'm hoping it actually is 50, by the way, Kobe. I'm almost certain that it is.
I think it is 50. Dude.
Yeah, okay.
I forgot.
Yeah. Actually, here's
you
the
got me.
Did you know, actually, it is possible as a melee champion to last at the Nexus and recall? You get a 1-frame window to do that before the game locks you out of commands.
I did not.
It's pretty easy as a ranged champion, but every single time I play it, Caster or something.
I'm always concentrating on fountain diving. If I almost never go for the picture at the end.
I actually basically never fountain dive.
Okay.
I'm actually just not that kind of player. Instead, I go for the swag recall.
Oh.
And there's actually ways you can break the camera off too. Like the recall will zoom you back out, so you're just looking at yourself as you win the game.
Yeah.
Lots of fun things to do with winning the game. And that's going to be the goal for both these teams here. Impulse sitting in 8th, Renegade sitting in 10th. We are here for Week 9, the last week of regular season games here. The spring split in North America today and tomorrow. We will find out the standings. Unless there are tons of tiebreakers, then we'll find out next week what the final standings are. You're seeing the Graves removed away from Seraph, Lysandra off the table from Ninja and Seraph as well. And meanwhile, typical red side bans for Renegades. It's always interesting seeing how many power picks they try to remove, because you can always bargain one for more.
Yeah, the thing is also, since we're on 6.5 and Sivir is now extremely powerful, wondering if we will see her show her face?
I think she's been that good since 6.4 as well. So second week in a row, I want to see how much more important Sivir becomes for these teams if they learn new tactics around the champion, or if they decide she's actually not worth it after all. Gragas off the field for Crumbs, which is interesting because normally Gragas is the go-to after Nidalee. Oftentimes blue sides will let you pick Nidalee, take Gragas' pick 1, and then move on from there. Now, Jat was saying that Poppy might be the champion to look at.
Well, instead of just looking at it in general terms, I think that's just targeted at Crumbs because he has had a lot of recent success on Gragas.
Of course.
so taking that away. Whereas Proxen probably wants to first pick Elise or early round pick Elise. I don't think it actually is first pick.
I think you can't first pick Elise here. I think with Poppy on the table and being so important for Fang, for Impulse, I think he's just been playing tanks pretty much exclusively, and it's been somewhat working for them.
Yeah, he hasn't had the greatest showing since he's joined the LCS. So maybe keeping him on one of those solid tanks would be the ideal way to go.
I think the hover is Corki, though, instead, so hoping for a flex pick between Pyrian and Mash. As time ticks down, they're really discussing what they really want here, and I like that they are taking their time, making sure that they understand what they're getting, what's going to take, what's going to be taken for Renegade's first round red side, what they're going to get on the backswing, and sort of planning that out properly, making sure the matchups are all going to pay out for you is going to make sense.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's just so good all around as a first pick for all the reasons, flex picking, working into any sort of composition. The other two main mid laners that we've been seeing, not only Azir, who's been in almost every game internationally that we've seen this week, but also Lissandra, especially teleport Lissandra from the mid lane, has had a pretty huge impact so far this week internationally. See if Renegades actually want to try and go with a double TP composition, work that into their game, because Renegades, their recent success has been a large part due to constant shoving of lanes and constant 1-3-1, a lot of pressure across the map from very early stages, and double teleports, taking a teleport from the mid lane would also help with that. Lulu's one, that can also do it. Also a flexible pick, and they steal away that Elise that we were looking at. So Impulse maybe hoping for that second round steal away, but not going to be there. So maybe we'll just go with, I was going to say Rek'Sai, but Lee Sin, the hover.
Well, he's got all the time in the world to pick the jungler he actually wants to play here. There's still more power picks left on the field. Braum, I think, is one of them. Sivir, in my mind, is the other. Champions that I think are kind of best in class of what's remaining right now in those roles. But Impulse may just want to wait on their AD carry pick to not show that Corki is definitely going mid, so there's factors that sort of limit your willingness to pick an AD carry here, even if it would be a strong pick otherwise. So looks like jungler will be on the table, and of course Impulse also waiting to see where Renegades are sending Lulu before they pick their own top laner. So if you start considering counter picks, Impulse have to go support jungler here, if that is their goal after all. Which means Braum plus what looks like Lee Sin for Braum.
Yeah, plus I think they're fine with either Lucian or Sivir coming across, because Lucian also pairs really well with Braum.
True.
And Renegades already do have Lulu, so pretty much whatever they get is going to turn into buff an AD carry late game. And actually, the new Sivir, since she now can crit late game, is a beast with Lulu as well, even though we don't usually consider it being a good Lulu combination. Now she's insane later in the game. And, more speed upon speed.
Freeze hovering Draven, by the way, also a great matchup into Sivir. Draven can get run down, but you can't spell shield spinning axes.
Yeah.
In 4 autos.
Usually when he hovers Draven, I'm pretty sure it's just a freeze love situation with Draven. And just going to be a hover. But there is the Sivir.
All right.
And then we'll have the rush down here for Trundle on the front line as well. That means, whatever tank they do choose for Fang, if they try and get a tank for him in the top lane, you shred right through him.
And Renegades, honestly, I love this draft because you've only got 2 anchored picks here. The Trundle can go top or support, Lulu can go top or mid here. So they can still, with their very last pick, ensure some good matchups. Trundle support, actually pretty good in a Braum support in the first place. So really just a very well-rounded pick phase where
and honestly,
matchups are good.
Honestly, you should expect that from Red Side. Nowadays, it's so easy to do with the number of flex picks. Pretty much always can come around with, last pick being the only thing that really solidifies where people are being allocated. Let's see what Impulse try and combine here with their Braum and Corki.
Hovering over for now, not a lot of time left, and it's going to be Azir plus Nautilus. So actually Poppy so far being left on the table, and Feng still going for the Nautilus top anyway. We'll see what his matchup ends up being. No big surprise that Azir is the pickup here, but actually, I feel like we've seen more Azir in NA. Maybe I'm actually forgetting that we haven't seen him at all. I feel like I've seen him this split, but maybe I've just been watching so much Challenger and whatnot that we've seen him regardless.
Well, certainly this week, huge priority on Azir across the world in both bans and early picks. We'll see if Impulse can actually hold that line, though. As you said, you know, Trundle and with all the extra speed on this Renegades team, see if they can work their way around the wall of soldiers. Nautilus actually kind of like him as a tank since his shield is a large part of his durability and you can't really affect his shield with Trundle.
This is nice. Okay, so the last pick comes through for Varus mid, which I like actually a hell of a lot here for Renegades. Way back when Azir was much more common last year, the typical counter pick was a poke mid like AP Kog'Maw or Corki or Varus. And Varus coming back here as the only one of these that are still considered strong and available to be drafted here.
Yeah, the other thing is that specifically long-range poke that's physical is very good against Azir. Because Azir really doesn't want to use build an early Zhonya's. It would definitely reduce a lot of his damage and kind of mess up his build path. So the long-range arrows, if you hit just a single Varus Q onto Azir in lane, he has to chug through all his potions, you know, and then the subsequent Q would actually earn you an objective sometimes. So we'll see if Azir takes some extra armor runes. So I'll try and keep tabs on that. Yeah. What he tries to do to mitigate this poke. The other thing you can do is go more move speed and try and just rely on your dodging skills as well.
Russia Ludens get boots too, hope to run around and get away from Russia 3,000 gold item in Ludens Echo. Okay. Either way, guys, we're getting ourselves ready to get into the game, and you guys at home, let us know who you think is going to win this one. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag TIPwin or hashtag RENWin for Team Impulse or Renegades here. Day 1, Game 1 of Week 9 of the North American LCS. Who is it going to be moving up in the standings? Renegades hoping to reach as high as 8th. Impulse could get into 7th and away from that promotion relegation tournament. This game is going to mean a lot for both these squads. Here we go. Who's it going to be?
All right, let's see. Nothing really out of the ordinary as far as the openings here from anyone either. Corruption Potion here for Varus in the mid lane. Really just wants to get through the early phase when Lee Sin provides a lot of pressure. Couple of levels in queue, and he should be able to see us from afar just fine. Track if Crumbs is able to keep down Proxen. Proxen is one of the junglers that likes to go for a lot of early dives. All right, Freeze and Mash getting right into it, though.
But here comes Hakko. The Pillar Ignite is on Flash and heal burned by Mash. And Freeze is still going to kill him.
Sivir is actually so good in these early skirmishes. If she gets the health advantage because of the passive, adding move speed. Passive is huge in level 1 fights. And that allows you to chase him down. Mash going to claim first blood. They did use the Flash and Ignite in exchange for the double summoners of Mash. But that is a huge, huge start for Renegades. We talked about their early game. Not wasting any time there.
Wow.
Off to the early lead. And Impulse have had notoriously bad early games as far as pretty much the entire season.
They are the worst early game team, to my knowledge, statistically here in North America. And that trend...
It still holds true.
Yeah, looks like it'll continue when you give up first blood at 1 minute. So we'll watch the rest of these matchups. Mash lost both summoners. Renegades lost 1 on each of their players. He died faster, though. That Krugs can still happen. He and Gate will knock down those and catch back up in lane as fast as they can. Sivir Trundle, not actually very fast at killing Gromp. Keep in mind that Trundle learned Pillar, so their clear is quite slow. Took him 13 seconds to knock that one down.
We'll take a look at these melees, see if they get in range for the experience. Tags them just fine. Level 2. So Renegades able to get the Gromp down in time, even with Pillar Trundle. So very, very good early start for them. You can already see the zoning begin. Mash and Gate trying to give them a little respect. Up in top lane as well, I think Seraph will also be doing a similar thing in the early game. So that means pushing lanes for Crumbs on both side lanes. Mid lane is getting shoved in, but gives a lot of freedom to the Elise.
Pillar up onto Mash. Gate blocks the damage, and they could go right in onto Freeze. Typically, Sivir players will learn Spell Shield at level 2. This is not the case here. He's learned Boomerang Blade plus Ricochet. And if Impulse identify that, they can push on the flashless Sivir, who has no Spell Shield, and get a gank. Lee Sin's on the bot side of the jungle.
Yeah, they do have a pink ward for themselves as well, and ganking a lane like that got first blood is a little bit scary. If you walk by a brush that Elise is in as Lee Sin, and Elise is the one that gets the jump in the Fog of War and in that early jungle fight.
Sure.
She can get a huge burst and turn that around.
Just keep in mind that the gold went onto Hakuho, so the first blood advantage was a Ruby Crystal and no damage for Freeze. the lane is essentially equal as long as the gank actually comes through.
Yeah, a lot of vision here by Crumbs to protect the flashless Sivir.
Yeah, very smart of him to get that one down.
And Proxen not even going to go for it.
Nice pillar. 100 mana out of Mash for that.
Yeah. The mini game right now just trying to mess with Corki while he tries the last hit. Save any sort of displacements for when a minion is low. And Ninja getting that hit in with the Corruption Potion ticking. Always remember to start that channeling as you go for the trade, not after. He should also be hovering on the bottom side since that's where Crumbs spent his early time, but Proxen's already here in time. Crumbs gonna walk right into it.
Level advantage for Proxen. Goes in on the mid lane. Ward hops in after missing the Q. Damage on a Ninja. Pops the damage. Summoner heal used. Flash still up. Now Proxen taking a lot of damage, and he's gonna have to flash away from Cocoon. If Proxen just Ward hopped into the first place, he would have been able to get much more damage down. Freeze spell shields late. Does not have the reflex to block the Braum Q. Takes some damage. The pillar buys time.
That was actually surprising. You know, on Tournament Realm, we usually expect any sort of projectile like that with that long of a travel time to be spell shielded. There's nothing else he really wants to spell shield.
Everything else
because
is Telegram.
Boss Bomb is even longer. Talk about travel times. You should never get hit by that.
Yeah.
But anyways, I actually do want to go over the mid lane interaction because I really like how Ninja was so patient. And he used the heal summoner. Not only is it a lower cooldown, but it actually gives you something that you can use in lane, the health you get to keep. Saving the flash is the most important thing for repeat ganks. And the heal health, you know, he actually gets to stay in lane a little bit longer and try and CS. That being said, early gank, you know, did accomplish what he wanted. There's a pretty sizable CS lead here for Pyrian in the mid lane. He had that going just in the 1 versus 1 a little bit as well, but the gank really ballooned that and forced him back off that last wave. So Ninja gonna try and catch back up here.
He'll try as best he can. 25 to 40 in minions, though, as Pyrian walks right back in with a nice smattering of items. He's going for the first item, Nashor's Tooth.
Yep. So Ninja, since he was only able to get tier, you know, he has almost no combat stats with all consumables and a tier. I'd consider that actually no combat stats.
Actually none.
So he's just going to try and snipe some minions nowadays.
We'll see what he can do. Of course, Pyrian has flash. There's the Q in, lands on a freeze, who spell shields the damage out of it on the backside, and then, has to hop right back away to gate. A flashless Lee Sin, not the scariest champion. Mash low on health anyway.
Yeah.
And all the whittling down that Renegades have done have prevented that gank from actually working, because you could flash follow and land an exhaust and probably
It was actually a really ill-advised gank there, because the minion wave being pushed in is one of the, you know, that's one of the advantages. Okay, Crumb's not going to be able to find the ward in time. Get there. Elise does have the auto attack reset. And
he has, I think, no issues with this.
There
we go.
The other thing about that gank, not only is it the minion wave placement, your AD carry doesn't want to give up those last...
Damage on the backside. Gate blocking what he can, so Mash not taking too much damage. Goes in for the stun at a Hakuho, and then jumps right back out. Good use of cooldowns. Valkyrie jump towards it with Braum. But still advantage to Renegades.
Elise can dive this.
Cocoons, Gate. Gate has all summoners, so does Mash. They know they have heal. They can bait with this. There's the heal popped. Crumbs runs. One hit from a stun. Has to run away. Hakuho out of mana.
Yeah, I don't...
Whoa, that was an unnecessary flash.
Should have known that Cocoon was already down because he just used the Cocoon. And this is early on in the game. He has no cooldown reduction. It is a level 1 Cocoon. Will not be back up that early, but a panic flash there. And Mash, again, burning both summoners. He had those back up, though, to use. So pretty much on cooldown, all summoners being used for Mash, and that's going to be the Dragon.
Okay, so Dragon's going to go over that. Will, however, delay the Renegade's opportunity to recall easily. Corki Braum will be first to wave. They can push and kind of manipulate the wave. But here on the top side, easy stun onto the Lulu. Q, R, Q, plenty of damage. Flash follow, and Seraph goes down. Did not have mana to ult. Gets a trade kill for that one.
Yeah, the thing is he did get his auto off, so he does get kill credit for the money. No experience.
But yeah, get 300 gold he wouldn't have otherwise.
But yeah, so that, well, I was going to say, you know, everybody flashes when Nautilus ult is already on them to try and get under turret. Trying to go over it in my head to see if he would have been able to save it after it hits and then flash an ability to get under there later. But anyways, he's happy with getting that counter kill as far as the gold is. Plus, he's already up in CS, and the wave is in a perfect place for him. So that's actually fine for Seraph. He does not really care about this. Let's see here. Sometimes, very rarely though, when Nautilus ults you like this, you can walk up and let it hit you early so that you take the knockup before the other person is there and then try and flash an ability from the other person. But, you know, that's largely theoretical, and he's happy with how that worked out. Because, again, the minion wave was right in front of his turret. It actually did not get pushed into it, so Seraph got to teleport back to the lane and get a large number of minions, keep his CS lead. Yeah, fine in gold and experience right now. The only thing is that now there is a teleport advantage for Impulse, and maybe they try and use Nautilus teleporting in bottom lane with this bottom lane constantly shoved up. But that would really be the only place, because you can't make any sort of teleport plays in mid lane. There's no way a Varus is ever going to shove up mid or something like that. It could be a skirmish maybe in the jungle, but bottom lane also, look at this, they're actually spending money on double pink wards to keep both side brush clear of wards with package.
Really solid.
Itching to use that package.
Yep. There we go. There's that defensive pink ward, and of course Renegade's going to keep that continually pushed up. And we'll see if there's ever a chance for a TP flank to come in then from Impulse. It should be pretty easy to get away. 30 seconds less now, actually, on the Nautilus ulti until that comes back up. Maybe he will teleport. You mentioned that TP advantage. Package on. Looks like it's going to time out, and he's going to find nothing to do with this one. Poke towards Pyrian, who doesn't get tagged.
Yeah, shorts it a little bit there. Proxen going again, down bottom, here we go.
Here's the attempted play, plenty of damage. Hakuho will get stunned. Here's the TP in from Nautilus. Flash for the auto attack, picking the wall. Chain stuns everywhere, and that should be the kill into Trundle. Another hit will do it. Gate gets the kill, but he's stuck on a turret. Flash the way to stay alive, and Fang TPs to keep Crumbs away, who flashed away from the chance of getting ulted.
So they did convert on the teleport advantage. It was really close, though, and they just barely got it. Let's see what Seraph answers with, because now he's left alone in topside. So Seraph has a big experience advantage, and he's just taking down this turret, clearing out the minion waves. We'll see how quickly Fang can get back there. Fang did get some kill credit early on. What was that?
Yeah, that was kill on Seraph. No, Fang only...
that was from Seraph. The kill
zoned away
on the dive there actually went to Gate, so not quite sure if worth on that one.
I think the overall play was not worth. TP is down. Yes, you got a single kill. But Seraph denied, I think, 2 full waves of minions that he got himself, which is 300 gold in its own right.
Plus, because it's shoved up, they'll be able to take this Rift Herald. I think they should give that one over to Crumbs. Lulu not the best user of it. There we go.
Yeah. What, Crumbs? There you go.
It's tricky sometimes.
No, it's not. No, it's really not. You wait around a little bit. I mean, to be fair, I've got some did you knows wrong about that buff, so.
Yes. Have? Multiple. And Crumbs is the guy who died 2v1 to Rift Herald.
That's true.
It's been tricky for them. Right now, though, Renegades, they haven't really been able to keep a hold on the early gold. Maybe this pick out here.
Okay. Able to jump away to his pink ward. He's going to be okay. But yeah, mid lane under fire now. Renegades have pulled their team up, and looks like a lot of damage going to be dealt to that mid lane outer turret as Fang walks in from the side. They know this Nautilus is coming with ultimate. Ninja taking a whole lot of damage, flashing, but it only means the rest of his team gets knocked up. A 3-man hit there, into the stun, into the kill. And now Impulse holding a kill lead this game, 3-2.
Yeah, so before we complimented Ninja on his stingy use of the flash, you know, saving it last time, but this time it ends up costing them big, and they can actually go for this dive.
They're looking for even more. The flash into the knockback. Shurima shovel in from Pyrian. Feeling good about that one, knocking him in. Quick kill into support, now 4 kills to 2, and mid lane outer going down.
This is a huge amount of pressure for Impulse. They're going to get this turret as well. Bottom lane is pushing, so technically Freeze is getting some extra minions right now and might get some damage on the bottom turret, but that is a huge play for Impulse. They've actually taken a pretty big lead here.
Yeah.
600 gold swung back in their favor, whereas Renegade started out with such a strong start with the first blood.
Certainly here. Impulse are down in farm overall, but the gold lead is well earned by them by a couple of nice pushes and a couple of nice pickoffs.
Yeah, a lot of kills mostly for them. Let's see here. So not flashing this time around. Well, not as bad anyways as Nautilus is coming in, but the dive does work out for Impulse. And then they continue it here. I don't know what 0 or 10% mana Elise and Trundle are going to do sticking at this tower. And Hakuho pays the price right there. Yeah. Not a lot you can accomplish. We've actually seen that mistake several times of teams just kind of leaving stragglers around the turret as the turret is going to go down almost 100% anyway. And it does cost Renegades here. Trying to answer back, though. Gold has evened up.
Push in toward the mid lane. Gate blocking a lot of Qs here, but still taking plenty of damage. They wait for his team to show up, but they don't show up in time. He goes down. The turret's going to go as well. Yes, it will. Renegades. All right, buzzing that push quite nicely.
So the exact same scenario here. You know, Renegades pick off a support kill and take the mid turret.
Yep.
Swing it back in their favor. They can actually take this dragon as well. There's no vision for Impulse, but Crumbs actually went for the top side, taking his red buff instead. They don't value the dragon stacking, I guess, this game, even though it's a pretty quick pace that they would have been able to have.
Well, they have teleport from Seraph. Maybe they can reset after the push and come back down. There is something to be said for if you blow a lot of your cooldowns, you might want to heal back up, get your health and mana bars filled once again, and maybe they go for it after they come back onto the map. It's always a tricky dance if you're not like actively watching everyone's current gold. Like, you're like, oh, but they could dragon off this. But it's like, but we're all on 2,000 gold. We want to buy. And sometimes you sneak dragons because of that, and it's
true.
It's always hard to look at sometimes.
It's just that looking at the counterplay that was available to Impulse, there wasn't a lot of it for Dragon there. So
true.
We'll see though. Renegade's just going to shove this bottom lane. They've got all the outer turrets down now. A lot of territory to work with, and the vision control is there as well, so almost no wards here for Impulse so far.
Yeah, you got to feel pretty good about Renegade's ward control overall. They got 2 deep into the jungle. Yeah, no deep wards at all from Impulse, despite the fact they've got a Sight Stone, well, Smite Stone Lee Sin, who can get some of those deeper wards down. Going Hex Drinker next for himself, so Proxen doing pretty much the Dardoch build at that point.
Yeah.
I think Dardoch goes Chilling Smite Sight Stone, but still, cooldown boots Lee Sin being kind of the new thing, actually, which I find interesting. And he will look for the backwards play on Dragon. Problem is, there's a ward spotting this option.
They're going to back
get
off
away.
This.
He can get away. It's really low risk.
Yeah, that was just a check. But really, it's just going to leash it for them. Can he get back in for the steal? He wants to steal. He has flash.
Oh, that's a really good cocoon, though. That will mean the Smite comes in, but still, Proxen wants to fight. Package separates the team. Here comes the engage. But what a good chain of corruption out from Varus's.
The Varus disengage here, and Sivir speed boost. They're able to get out. There's their second dragon.
What? Hit Q a little bit too early. Yeah, it's fine now.
Backed off. All right, so Seraph not having to use his teleport, and goes right back up to top lane. So Renegade's feeling pretty good about this scenario. They can just wave clear in the mid and bottom lanes and let Seraph get a CS lead. Let's see if they end up calling him down for this. I don't think they should, because there's no way Ninja can come and have a big impact. Yeah, they're just going to give it up. Or are they?
Anchor on a Crumbs, plenty of damage. The knockup doesn't get repelled either. He's got to try to run, but how can he? Jumps in, gives the kill over to Ash.
Seraph teleported. That's not good for Renegades. They ended up using more than they had to there.
Flank onto Ninja, possibly.
I think the call should have been, though, to completely vacate the area on bottom side and just give it up. Let Seraph shove top side, because someone would have to recall to deal with that, and Feng did not have teleport available. But lingering a little too long in their own jungle there for Renegades, give another kill back, and the turret ends up going down anyway. Plus teleport burned.
Well, okay, Proxen gets over the wall, look for the play to Hakuho. I don't know if he had wards to do a ward hop into a flash kick, but doesn't go for it either way. The Trundle will stay alive.
Meanwhile, now they return their sights towards that top side. That, because Seraph left it, was building up a pretty big minion wave and sort of slow pushing. They'll get some damage on it. I don't know if they'll be able to do much more than that, though.
Feng is threatening enough in this Nautilus to at least buy time, and they will not keep pushing. But top lane tier 2 is down to half HP. Renegades can revisit that later. Gate and Proxen seeing that Freeze and Hakuho have walked back into the lane, and okay, it's the 3 of them waiting around. Freeze walks right back in, pops the ulti. Great dodge on the Sonic Wave. And he's going to keep jumping forward, looking for the hit on Hakuho. Q is going to land onto Freeze. No kill to pick up there, and on the backside, Crumbs and Seraph able to grab another Rift Herald for themselves. No major losses bot side. Yes, 3 summoners were burned, but still not too bad overall. Renegades get away with Rift Herald.
Yeah, those could cost them in team fights, though, because Pyrion is building towards the Zhonyas that we talked about against his team. So while you don't usually see that as a really early item on Azir, it does allow him to go for those insect plays with the Azir drifting and try and get both AD carries knocked back into the enemy team. Freeze can try and spell shield it. I think it lasts long enough for the whole wall to go through. Sometimes you linger a little bit too long.
I don't think it'll stop the spell, so like it'll still be out
It'll
in the
still push
world.
them back, just won't
and
take the hit.
You
Okay.
can be pushed back. I don't know the exact mechanics because I haven't really played a lot of Sivir since Azir came back into favor and vice versa. I know Braum will just straight block the ball and it stops.
Well,
him
I'm pretty
forward.
sure that we'll see it this game.
Yeah.
Because with Pyrion building into a Zhonya's, he has the opportunity to be a playmaker for the team, be that frontline Azir to go start it off and knock people back, especially against a double AD team. Here comes Renegade Zoe with the
push on a bot lane with the Rift Herald buff, helping quite a bit. Very low on this turret, and yeah, Freeze goes in, then says, well, there's an Azir there. Maybe I'll back off. Nice anchor on a Sarah, plenty of damage there. The knockout comes through as well. Do they have the rest of the damage? He's trying, has to jump away, knocks him back. Crumbs running, and Freeze pops Spell Shield now to block nothing. Crumbs will die yet again. 1, 2, and 0 on him. Renegade's running with On the Hunt, and they're on the hunt for some safety.
Yep, everybody run away. Now, there's not much as far as objectives for Impulse to take off of that kill, but it's still a worthwhile kill, and they can try and push with this wave. Crumbs will be back up pretty quickly, though, and Renegades can try and just huddle at this turret and wave clear. Seraph burned a lot in that last fight, though, getting caught out there. Nice hook from Fang to start it off. Impulse going to try and take this before everyone comes back from the base. Crumbs up just now. Ah, they've got him.
Oh, the play on a Freeze. He's gone already. The first kill picked up thanks to a Braum ulti helping out that one, getting the kill credit on top. This turret now pretty overwhelmed here. The team's still coming to defend. Renegades letting off a lot. Pyrion's in a dangerous spot. Gets chunked down. Ninja gets the kill. Turret is still dead. 4v4. Fang buying time in the front lines, but Impulse have to run. Angered has to try to stay safe. Root onto Hakuho. Nearly goes down. Gets a wild growth and stays up. Mash still full health. Can just belt out damage, but so can Ninja. And Fang will die. 2 kills picked up now for Renegades. Make that a third as Crumbs knocks down Gate. And now Mash having to run. Proxen hiding away from these arrows the best he can. Ninja on the chase, running forward in plain sight. Lee Sin.
Take it.
Spear to the face. Ninja takes him out.
Better to die in the air, traveling for a kick, I think, than take that arrow to the face. All right, but yeah, Trundle Lulu really good at chasing people down, so Renegade's able to keep up that chase after Pyrion pinned himself under the turret. Couldn't dodge anything.
Yep.
Got hit with Glitter Lance as well as the Varus Q, and did not have his Zhonya's quite completed for that fight either. He actually buys the Giant's Belt. I think that was a recent purchase because he had extra gold instead of completing his Zhonya's.
Yeah, the combine on Zhonya's is like
it's really cheap.
1150, I think.
It did get an increase, but I think it's still fairly cheap. All right, so here it is, though. Pretty big extension by Impulse, looking for those kills. And Pyrion under the turret right now, a little bit slowed, and the Trundle Pyro from Hakuho.
Yeah,
trapped
beautiful.
both of them, allowing Seraph and Ninja to easily land skill shots. Yep. Here's the chase, though. Whenever you have Lulu speeding people up on the front line and Trundle Pillars being spammed, so difficult to disengage. Nice little ultimate as well. And Crumbs on the front line here actually does a good job keeping things up. Gets that repel off into the execution queue.
Dragon picked up. Corki packed into the back lines and having to run. He gets Whimsied. Gate blocks the damage. And wow, Crumbs sitting on top of the package, taking plenty of punishment. Seraph pulled in the front lines by Fang, but look at the damage coming out of Freeze's Sivir. Impulse have to run. Beautiful pillar again. Pyrion goes down. Ninja with the snipe on a rampage now, feeling great. Renegades taking over the mid game.
All right, let's see if they can actually turn that into a turret because the minion wave is really far off. So there's no way they can get it without the minion wave. They can do a couple of cheeky auto attacks. Sivir with the red buff.
And they're going to try again for this one. Pyrion, when he respawns, will have Rylays. He went arm guard into straight Rylays in this build. Now into the mid lane goes Renegades. They will knock that one down pretty cleanly. 5v4, no chance to get away.
This game, Freak, has just been almost all about people dying at turrets, going for these turrets with weak defenders.
Yeah.
Somebody getting killed that turns itself into another turret push, and when someone else gets caught at the turret trying to defend it, and the other team strikes back with pretty much the exact same plays. So we'll see who dies next, who gets picked next, and who defends and overstays at a dying turret next. All right, let's take a look at this one, though, because Renegades can run straight down. And it actually started off here with the package. Mash gets 4 people tagged with the damage. and then Gate jumps in with the Unbreakable to block the follow-up.
Wow.
But that Q from Ninja threads the needle back there and kind of taking Oh, Mash also flashed, so he was just out of the fight at this point. Then Crumbs with the Cocoon and the pillar there from Hakuho. Kyrian just gets isolated and annihilated.
Yeah. A 5-man Verisult too. He just kept the team in place for a good 2
another
seconds.
dying turret freak. Another couple
play.
kills.
Look for the dive on a Hakuho. Freeze will spell shield E. Still get kicked back though. Nearly has enough damage, but the rocket shield coming out from Crumbs keeps Freeze alive. So Crumbs saves his life. Ninja rejoining the team soon. Knocked back on a Trundle, but he's one of the tanky members on the team now. Prox on the wrong side of the fight. Sniped down. Ninja is unstoppable. And Impulse have realized that their dive did not work here. They're running and trying not to give away any more kills, but it's going to happen anyway. Gate, next one to go down. A double kill for Ninja, who just keeps racking up points in the kill column. Rene's got to feel good about the number of fantasy points getting out of this game as they're going to lock down their 4th kill of this fight. Mash will live, but it doesn't even matter. So much slaughter for Renegade.
Renegades do not want to end the season in last place, and they're fighting their way out of it right now. This is going to be a Baron for sure for them. Yeah. Not even a package for Mash to try and get across there for some sort of miracle, so.
Nope, no chance for a steal. This will be the Baron for Renegades. Already 6,000 gold lead. That will go up even farther very soon.
Yep, and this is the perfect turn here for Renegades. Now that they have Baron buff, they can slow the game down to their pace, siege up, try and use their poke that they want to go for. All right, so let's look at another tower dive. 2-man defense originally, but the teleport comes in, and you can see Varus on the minimap right now roaming up. So Renegade is trying to disengage until he gets there. They do a good job. Freeze is able to disengage. And then Proxy goes for the 1v1 with the mid laner here and pretty low. Yeah. Seraph, all he does is throw a Glitter Lance and a shield over the wall. Ninja easily able to take that 1 versus 1. And since they had already dove past the turret, it makes the retreat really difficult for Impulse. Pretty much everybody getting picked up here as Mash is the only one to escape with his life. And again, Trundle and Lulu make it so the scenarios that they find themselves in where it's an overdive and they want to chase afterwards, it makes it really easy to clean up a bunch of extra kills with the pillars and constant speed buff from Lulu. See what they do with the Baron buff though. Another tower going down for themselves. 6 kills now onto Ninja as well, so the poke really starting to hurt as he gets his transformation as well. Even the autos.
Really solid attack damage core for him. Yomu's finished Muramana, and the does not suck.
The poke here onto Squishies, who have not built armor. He's got 30 flat pen just from those 2 items.
Yep.
If you can check for the runes as well, he might have even more. That's really going to chunk back
42 flat, 7% as well. He's going to just crush Squishies here. Mash, for example, sitting only on 67. Really does true damage to him.
Ooh, yeah, see Period there taking a pretty big chunk. Still hasn't completed the Zonias.
Ooh, big play into the front lines. It's a cluster in the front, and it's a shutdown on a Ninja that is huge. Proxen stays alive with the Moss Shield. And another knock-up onto Hakuho. The Azir still belting out damage. Trundle is only so durable. Has to flash to stay alive. Anchor hits the wall. Fang,
Simmer though! Late game
did not bite off what he wanted. Freeze gets Azir soldiers on the backside, just barely survives.
Proxen is went back in for that shield, Lee Sin safeguard shield, just to give one of his teammates, even though he only had 50 HP left himself.
Wow. 500 total health remaining basically on both teams combined.
If that Ricochet had crit, he would have died. But does not go down. Everyone stays alive for Impulse, and they grab that kill for themselves. Let's take a look at how it happened here. Too close to the bush.
What a play.
Proxy goes in for the kick. Really nice kick right there. And they're able to get the following knockup. So Ninja pretty much immediately going down, even with all the help from Lulu and the rest of the squad. Then we see the exhaust on Freeze right now, so they have to disengage there. Can't really answer damage right there. But Hakuo as a support Trundle, so tanky. Stealing stats right there. Nice Glitter Lance actually got 3.
He crit twice, at least.
Yep.
The thing is, I think Static Shiv is easily way better than Rapid Fire Cannon on Sivir. If he had it, that was actually a triple kill. I'm pretty sure. They would have just died to Static Shiv crit.
All right, Dragon comes down. Dragon goes down.
Yeah, easy pick up there, Renegades.
Don't go for that, buddy.
Third for them. Impulse, of course, did get 1 Dragon themselves. That was a good 7 minutes ago, but at least the stats are there, and they're already here on the mid lane. Yeah, and they've cut off the move here. This
also,
is not
they have
easy.
package to use in the jungle.
Will they cut off? They could cut off Ninja right here, but they don't go in for it. Instead, they retreat. I don't think they need to do that. As the TP comes in now, Feng will join the roster. Crumbs in the front line. He dove into an Azir turret. They got him again. It's a 1-for-1 to the front line. Is Proxen goes down. Another trade though. Hakuho now holding up. He's so tanky and Feng is not. Crits come out from Sivir, but he's going to stay alive. The team running away. A 2-for-2, just barely. Hakuho is ridiculously durable on this Trundle. Anchor misses Seraph. But Feng is still tanky.
They messed up their turn here, and Feng got slowed.
But look at the damage Pyrion can put out from
Sivir's not with him, so I don't think you keep up that chase. Yeah, if Sivir's there, maybe it's a different story, and you try and go for another pillar to chase that down, but not the case here. And it really is about Sivir in these team fights, because normally what you want versus a poke comp like that is a single tank to take the skill shots. Let's take a look at how it happened now. Chain of Corruption, locking Gate in here. But Renegades honestly go a little deep there with Crumbs using his repel offensively and having nothing left for the disengage. Proxen went for the Lee Sin play on the Ninja again and trades his life. But look at the ricochets from Sivir. Usually when you're against a Pokemon, you want your one big tank to stand in front and take most of the hits. But the ricochet just bounced right back off him and whittle the back line down. You'll notice every time we see these team fights going over 15 seconds or so even, the backline's already at half health or even less for Impulse because of the ricochets.
The most important thing is Gate staying alive and having cooldown reduction, because his Unbreakable Shield will full block.
But he's been ricochet on the front line using that Unbreakable really when someone gets caught out. The cooldown's used really early. Oh, Seraph though!
Running away, will dodge the skill shot, just barely flashing, ulting, running for his dear life. Level 15 on his Lulu. Does get out. Death Cap on makes him really high ability power, and Proxen finds him. Oh no! Ward hop, one more hit! Q's up! Oh no! Oh, that is so disheartening.
All right, that's actually going to be mid-turret going down here. Seraph does have teleport, so he's got home guard boost as well. Impulse has to be careful about over-chasing this. Remember what happens when you over-chase this team in a long lane. And they do not do it. So.
5-man push, that's the play for Renegades. Couldn't be bothered to wait for the home guard boost. That's the TP, and right now, this is the play. All 5 members alive for both sides. Most ultis are available, but not all of them here. Go taking damage, but down goes the inhibitor. All right, Renegades continue to claw their way forward. 7,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. That's solid. They've got the mid inhibitor down. And they're going to have ward control to make sure this Baron goes to them. You look at the vision, and Renegades have really solid wards that cover Impulse's road into that side of the map. So baits are going to work, and they can prevent warding as well.
Yep, taking down the mid lane here with the middle inhibitor is huge for them. They do have 3 dragons as well. So next neutral directive when Baron does come back up, they'll have a lot of extra pressure here. Just trying to defend these pink wards actually right now. Seraph going to get a split push on, even though he doesn't have teleport. Maybe Impulse try and take advantage of this opening, but Impulse actually really looking for some sort of pick. Uh-oh. Great pillar there, disengage from Hakuho. Seraph, it actually buys Seraph time to walk back up. So that small opening where Seraph is on the bottom side, and maybe Impulse try and catch somebody and burn them down as quickly as possible before Seraph gets there. Closes pretty quickly, and Renegades now don't have to take any more chances.
No, warning's going to be interesting because Renegades only have 2 sweepers, one on Crumbs, one on Hakuho. And so getting control of the Raptor buff for the Smite, I think, is actually pretty important, because otherwise they cannot really faithfully clear all of Impulse's wards in the pit.
Yeah, it is still, only 30 minutes, so everyone hasn't maxed out, so there is room for pink wards for almost everybody, save for Ninja. And, Seraph, I would say, probably sell that Doran's Ring, and they could get a pink ward, stock up on a bunch of pink wards and do it the old-fashioned way. Let's see here, though. They're trying to use mid-lane pressure to gain control of the jungle. This is mostly a warding excursion.
Yeah, something Krepa always used to say was, when you get into late game, selling, you should always sell a Doran's for a pink ward. It's just so much more important, those little stats. Any complaint was 80 carries wouldn't do it. It's like a 70 doesn't matter. The pink ward's worth so much, and I agree right here. Vision going to be very important, but right now it's just the siege for Renegades. Dragon 4 up in a minute. Baron alive now. Minions are here already. Gate blocks basically no damage at all with the Unbreakable.
Renegades just have to buy time here.
Cocoon nearly gets Fang. He's tanking, but in comes Lee Sin.
Oh
He gets
my!
the kick on a Ninja, who stays alive anyway. Nautilus ulti in, finally the kill comes through, 1-for-1. Gate blocks some ricochet damage, Hakuho at half, but he's still so tanky with that Nautilus ulti on himself. A knockback from Azir, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Renegades. Freeze is in, and he's getting everybody. A double kill for himself, 3-2 the fight so far as Hakuho finally died.
In the house, that Sivir Lulu. Really extraordinary here, 33 minutes in, and even though Ninja gets kicked and immediately killed, it looks like Renegades are pushing towards the victory screen.
This is defensible, though. It's a 2v3 with a Nexus turret still alive. They should have the chance. 15 seconds on Lee Sin. Package puts Seraph towards the front line. Fang pulls him in. He's very tanky, and Seraph is not. They're going for the next. That is so risky. Freeze will lose a lot of health. Mash gets the kill. He gets stunned by Crumbs, turns back around, and they're going to defend it. Crumbs living or not doesn't matter, because at least the Nexus is alive.
It matters in Crumbs' eyes. I'm pretty sure. No, Frick, Crumbs' life means nothing to you?
It means nothing to me.
You heartless man.
Crumbs is dead to me.
Well, to me, he's alive. And stealing away the red buff. All right, let's see. He can also get the dragon, so. Dragon number 4, not totally insignificant. And Renegades will happily take that one as well.
Okay, I rescind my doesn't matter because they get dragon and a red buff off of Crumbs living. I take it all back. I'm sorry, Crumbs. I didn't mean it. 5, 3, and 10.
That's all right.
Solid by him.
Crumbs knows who his real friends are now. Everyone but Freak. All right,
And
let's take a
like all of Reddit.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yeah, well, let's take a look at how they opt to go for this Nexus. Because I thought they could just focus down on Mash here, but they go back across. Look at that. Freeze walks back in for those 2 Nexus hits. He burns again on the package. The package damage should not be underestimated. Both Crumbs and Freeze disregarded the package there, walked back over it for a couple more ticks, and that is what ends up costing them Freeze's life. Even though, you know, Crumbs is able to escape with his own, burning his flash there. You really got to respect the zone there from the package late game.
I also just learned that the actual knockback and package is not blocked by Spell Shield.
Nope.
Freeze Spell Shield, nothing happened. I didn't know that. Now I do. So does everyone else now.
You're prepping another Did You Know for when we have different viewers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm going to be here with Jat. I'm going to be like, Jat, did you know?
He's watching us as well. All right. See if Renegades can close this out, though, because they have had many games with a lead, but late game sometimes cannot convert. This Lulu buffed Sivir, though, should help out a lot with their end game.
Yeah, Lord Dominic's in as well. It's going to be pretty nice for them. Fang working towards the Zerat portal.
Ninja really needs to watch himself here because Proxon's been able to find his way into the back line many times. Crumbs, though, on the front line.
A lot of slows, maybe a stun soon. Trying to land some auto attacks and knock up onto multiple members in the back line. And Seraph's going to tank the ulti in from Nautilus, but Nautilus is dead himself. A multi-man chain of corruption gives the room for Freeze to go in. A nice knockback by Azir, but his team is already dead. Period. The last man standing alone. The Emperor of Shurima by himself, and his subjects have died. So has he himself. A quadra kill for Ninja. There's a new sheriff in town. It's Ninja himself.
Where does Varus hail from?
He is Ionian and corrupted by... I forget.
Well, he should be happy, and wherever he's from, they should be proud because they're going to claim a Nexus off of that. Inhibitor goes down, and Renegades look to upset Impulse here.
They will do it. Renegades with a solid victory. Ninja in the mid lane, 11, 4, and 7. He has been a godsend for this roster. A consistent mid laner who's able to do it all. Zillion, Lissandra, Varus, you name it. Sarah solid on the Lulu as well. And Renegades now improved to 4 wins. That is the number of wins Dignitas has, and is now 1 game behind Impulse. If Renegades can knock down Echo Fox tomorrow, assuming all else goes well, they are still on pace to snag an 8th place spot.
Yeah, they're on a warpath, man. Seraph yesterday, or last week, said that they were the number 2 team in the league.
Yep.
I don't know about that, going that far, but they're definitely looking to make themselves not the number 10 team in the league at the very least.
Well, they're on pace. We'll see if that's going to happen. Impulse have a rough road ahead. Dignitas half a game behind them. Renegades only 1 game back, and Impulse faces Immortals tomorrow. That's going to be a nearly impossible test for them. So, yeah, their seeding might drop rapidly at the end here.
And for a lot of these teams at the bottom, for Impulse and Renegades, and Dignitas, and even Echo Fox, it's about getting yourself into shape, training, getting ready for this promotion relegation tournament. So that you can fight your way back into the LCS.
Some emphatic high fives by Crumbs. Definitely had one of his smarter games here. He said, we got to make sure that we play patiently enough to play properly. And there were still a lot of sketchy catches this game. Someone defending a turret they didn't need to be defending. Someone getting picked off when that shouldn't have happened for them. But they still played a pretty faithful poke composition. No matter how often Lee Sin came in and knocked back Ninja, there were enough carries still there to do the rest of the job. Freeze was that a lot of the time on Sivir. Seraph, of course, again on Lulu.
That's the thing. You know, all season long, ever since Freeze has been back, you know, since he's been able to play, the story has been this is the carry. This has been the only carry for Renegades. Now he's got supporting cast here in Seraph and Ninja coming in, other lanes that can carry, that can take attention away from Freeze. If Ninja's able to even just take attention away from Freeze, and Ninja's the one they're targeting, they're diving, they're sacrificing people for, then you have a late game Sivir boosted by Lulu, freely auto-attacking for most of these team fights, and she puts out so much, basically AoE as the Ricochet bounces around, and he's able to really shine now.
Yeah, I think it's been really impressive here for Renegades. They kind of went from the show Joey to the show Friends, where there's now more stars you care about, and unsurprisingly, Friends went on for a whole lot longer.
I don't think anybody watched Joey.
Exactly. And no one really thought Renegade's going to win any games until they had a supporting cast here, and that was the case. So Ninja doing well, Seraph doing well. Look, Crumbs is doing a solid job as a support jungler. He is there to be a tank. He's there to gank the lanes. He's there to make sure Vision is there. He's going to probably buy a Sight Stone or a Tracker's Knife every single game and just make sure that the game is controlled.
Yeah.
Hakuho was a secondary tank as well, which is big. Getting to play support Trundle into a top lane Nautilus meant he was another really big frontliner to just buy time for everyone else to do all the damage. That's
last week we had stats on Crumbs as he has the most wards placed and most wards cleared.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still true, but probably. So very, very vision-centric.
And that formula is working now for Renegades. We'll see if that's going to continue on tomorrow and onto the promotion tournament next weekend as well. And maybe they'll stay in for the summer split. But for now, on that Renegades win, let's head in to Riv, who's standing by with their top laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Seraph after their victory, a very fantastic game as it was. Looking at how you guys have been playing, what have you been working on the past few weeks? What has strengthened the team?
Well, we practiced like last week for every day we play 3 screen blocks. So I really like appreciate for my teams because they follow really hard schedule, but they didn't like complain anything. And so yeah, I think we really try hard. So.
Well, it's definitely shown in the progress. I have to ask you, it has been looking much, much better. And as Renegade starts to get these wins, you're still headed to the promotion tournament. Can you keep this strength up? Can you keep playing this well?
Yeah, I think our Renegade is really good, and we have a really good synergy to each other. But the problem is Ninja is always throwing the game. But that's the problem. But if we fix that, we're gonna be good.
I have a few more questions for you. One, where do you guys, I kind of heard of social media of where you guys feel you place in the LCS. With this new roster, where do you feel you kind of stand in the LCS? How strong is this new Renegades?
Well, like first time I joined the Renegade because I worried about because to be honest, we are the ranked 10 team in LCS, but everyone didn't give it up, so we just make it. So. I think our Renegade is pretty strong.
All right, final question for you, Seraph. Looking at the promotion tournament, TDK or Apex, which one would you rather face?
To be honest, TDK is really close to our team, so we scream to each other so many times. So I hope we don't face the TDKs because we each other known really well, so they might snipe or they know what's the weakness for our team, so it's going to be hard.
All right, well, best of luck in the promotion tournament. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck tomorrow. For right now, we are going to throw it to commercial break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we're going to see if CLG can grab sole possession of second place or if Energy can grab themselves a playoff berth. Don't go anywhere.
Vayne is good into Poppy, right?
Yes.
Vayne fights evil. Poppy is evil, confirmed. Poppy is the prime evil. She even has a costume, so she looks cute, but she's not inside.
Cube, R, Cube, plenty of damage, flash follow, and Seraph goes down. Did not have mana to ult.
Hey, we can kill this, we can play this.
Speed on 2, 1, speed on 7.
Corky's no flash, Corky's no flash. Hey, you keep chasing with me on Nautilus?
Chase.
Nautilus ulti on himself. A knockback from Azir. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Renegades. Freeze is in, and he's getting everybody. They will do it. Renegades with a solid victory. Ninja in the mid lane, 11, 4, and 7. He has been a godsend for this roster. In just 4 more weeks, the top teams in North America will head to the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada to determine the winner of the Spring Split. Tickets are available now on lolesports.com/tickets, so get them while they're hot and join us on April 16th and 17th to see the final showdown live and celebrate the first North American champions of 2016.
I'll be there.
I will be there as well. Are you going to be there? I hope so, because it'd be wonderful to have you. Welcome back,
Unless
everyone.
you're Crumbs, in which case, Freak doesn't care.
Wow. All right, so that happened, but either way, before we get ourselves into our next match, let's dive a little deeper into the history behind Energy's mid laner GBM. You can find the entire series on lolesports.com, but for now, enjoy this LCS exclusive cut from Drive, the GBM story.
그때는 감각적으로 이제 메카닉적인 습관이 길들여져 있었다면 지금은 메카닉은 그냥 기본으로 돼 있고 생각이 그냥 습관으로 됐어요. 옛날에는 살짝 창이었다면 요즘은 그냥 이제 검과 방패. 제가 처음에 아이디를 키웠을 때 30레벨을 찍고 이제 배치를 봤는데 브론즈로 간 거예요. 아, 내 실력 이거밖에 안 됐나 하고 좀 새로운 마음으로 그냥 아이디 새로 하나 키워보자 이런 식으로 했는데 1렙 때 그냥 오리아나 스킨과 캐릭터를 사고 이즈리얼 스킨이랑 캐릭터를 사고 리신 캐릭터랑 스킨을 사고 시작을 했어요. 그렇게 해서 이제 그 중에서도 이제 오리아나를 제일 많이 하게 되었고 이제 오리아나에 대해서 이제 막 기계적으로 되는 거죠. 그리고 오리아나로 이제 배치를 시작했더니 그냥 그때 당시로 이제 1900점, 2000점까지 그냥 축축 치고 올라가서 오리아나가 제일 저의 모스트 챔피언이라고 됐던 것 같아요.
갱맘 선수를 처음 본 건 이제 제가 선수 생활을 할 때였는데 이제 그때 당시에 CJ 프로스트가 좀 불안하던 시기였어요. 그 중에 이제 갱맘 선수가 그 와중에 들어오게 되었습니다. 얘가 오리아나는 잘하는 걸 알고 있긴 한데 그게 뭐 프로에서도 먹힐까? 얘가 뭐 얼마나 잘할까? 근데 그 친구가 처음에 딱 얘기하기를 저 진짜 잘해요. 저 그냥 오리아나 잡으면 다 이겨요.
여기까지만 해도 느낌이 여기서 당겨주고
공격파 맞았겠죠.
네.
오리아나 잡으니까 진짜 게임 하드 캐리하고.
자 이대로 그대로
실제로 진에어에 간 뒤에 거기에 있어서 팀한테 좀 많이 맞춰준 게 아닌가라는 생각도 들었어요. 이 친구가 저렇게까지 할 친구는 아닌데 맨날 제라스 뽑아가지고 포탑 옆에 가만히 이러고 있고 그러니까 굉장히 어쨌든 방어적으로 플레이를 하더라고요. 저야 완전 어떻게 보면 초창기부터 봤으니까 이 친구가 아주 공격적인 선수였던 것도 알고 정말 라인전 최고였던 것도 아는데 어떻게 보면 지금 최근까지의 국내 팬들이 봤을 때 갱맘 선수에 대한 이미지는 그냥 버티기는 참 잘한다. 근데 항상 라인전 지는 선수? 약간 이런 느낌이 있거든요.
Quite nicely. Altec back in, puts plenty of damage through! GBM! Oh my God! It's a double! He can't quite get the third, but that was absolutely huge for energy.
한국에서는 거의 대부분 안정지향을 추구하고 이제 리스크는 별로 즐기지 않는 편인데 북미의 미드라이너는 대부분 되게 리스크 있는 걸 플레이를 하는 게 보이더라고요. 어떨 때 보면 가끔 정말 이 사람이 사람인가 싶을 정도로 막 엄청나게 날 공격적으로 하는 경우가 많고 물론 그럴 땐 당연히 죽여줘야죠.
지금 이제 북미로 넘어가서 플레이 스타일을 보면 확실히 국내에서 지금 활동했을 때보다는 훨씬 더 자유롭고 그러다 보니까 갱맘이 그동안 어떻게 보면 팀을 위해 약간 희생했을 수도 있는 본인의 어떤 그 공격성이 억제돼 있었던 부분이 좀 드러나면서 훨씬 더 뭐 다양한 픽도 나오고 슈퍼 플레이도 좀 나오는 것 같아요.
Vision still in place. Oh my God! See it, Key Ray. They are going for double lift. This is going to be his second death of the game if they can get him to go down. It looks like they pressure it just enough.
Stop! Can he save it?
There's people everywhere around him.
Are you kidding me?
Did that just happen?
Hit by mom, GBM.
다른 팀들이 NRG의 무상한 점을 본다면 당연히 저 아니겠습니까?
그냥 예전 시절에는 말 그대로 허허벌판에서 창 하나 들고 있는 되게 불안정하고 좀 되게 변수가 많은 느낌이었다면 지금은 칼 방패로 안정감을 갖추고 공수 밸런스가 갖춰진 그러니까 훨씬 더 밸런스가 갖춰졌고 본인이 성장했다라는 걸 표현한 게 아닌가 그런 생각은 듭니다.
Well, I think it's confirmed his next pick will be Leona then for the sword and shield, but honestly...
What's your weapon of choice?
A Vayne crossbow.
Fair enough, favorite champion.
Yeah. I think that works for me. Okay. But GBM, honestly, yeah, it's interesting watching him level up as a player because from what I've heard him talk about his team, is that he wants to be the leader that levels up his team, not just the hard carry 1v9 win the game, but it's like, no, I'm going to make Moon and Altec and Conquad and Impact
He's so
all better.
humble, you know? What do people fear? Me.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing is, he knows that even if he's the best player on the team, he's like, I'm going to play Karma and Zillion and support mids and say, look, the rest of the team has to be part of this one.
Yeah.
When we're practicing, I'm going to let you know what the shot call should have been, but you need to learn a shot call for the team, right? He's not here for a split saying, I'm just going to hard carry, hopefully make playoffs, F it. He's trying to make sure the rest of his team are up to that level so that they are a threat, I think, later on. That's what I'm seeing from him as a player.
That's what all of his teammates say as well.
Yeah, and so I want to see that continue to go upwards for Energy because they have some great games, they have some crappy ones. We'll see what's up next for them because Energy is going up against Counterlogic Gaming here, which I think is a very interesting matchup because CLG were defending champions. Now they're defending for second, maybe third. We'll see where that one goes. And we talk about Energy overall in the playoff race. To touch on that real quick, they win this game or any game this week, they guarantee they're in playoffs.
Yeah, and second place really does matter. You know, getting that bye in the playoffs would be huge for CLG as well. So, Energy, last week, they had a really big win over Liquid, and it proved that they are competitors. It also gave them a lot, that was definitely a big morale boost, especially specifically for Moon. Now, Moon, he had his best game pretty much all split. He got first blood for the first time, and he stole the Baron for them, which was huge as well. So he's definitely going to be riding high, and I want to see if they can transition that from last week into this week because they don't want just, you know, a one-off here, one lucky Baron steal, one kind of risky first blood conversion. They need consistency. They need to start translating this if they want to actually be a threat in playoffs.
So we'll see if they can do that and be that threat in playoffs. Meanwhile, you compare their opponents here. CLG, look, they went 1-1 last week as well, but still they are in that spot where they can fight for second place. They are tied with C9 coming into the week. Match C9's record, play a tiebreaker, or just beat their record overall this weekend. Congratulations, number 2 team. And I want to see how far CLG can go because the fact that they dropped 2 of their best players and replaced them with what many people considered worse replacements, still holding on a second is really impressive by them.
Yeah, it's almost like you have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, like, we are the returning champions. Why does no one give us enough credit? You know, they would love to have a repeat to really establish themselves and prove people wrong about, you know, oh, yes, we lost Double Lift and Poe Belter, you know, some of the stars, carries of the team, but the new guys are proving themselves here, Huhi as well as Stixay. Now, last week we did see CLG after IEM, they didn't have as much time to practice, and they tried to do the Yasuo thing, didn't really work out. Yeah. They feel like they have kind of settled, though, and they got a lot of good practice in this week. They also succeeded with Graves. The second try at the split pushing there, much more effective against Echo Fox for themselves. So if they can win here, it will give them that security of second place, which not only do you get that bye, you get, you know, more time to research your opponents that you will end up having, and you get to hide more strategies, more split push champions, I guess, is what it would mean for CLG.
Prep the non-Yasuo top laners, and in fact, that's exactly what Darshan talks about. He says what it will mean for his team to get second place.
Well, so the whole thing with having second place is just having that security of like making it to the finals, because if you get second place, not only does it mean you get the bye past the first round, but you also get all that extra time to prepare and really look at what your opponents are doing in playoffs. Meanwhile, you're in the dark. It's been multiple weeks. They don't know what you're playing. They don't know what you've changed about your play style. They don't know like what's going to happen exactly. But on the other hand, you know like almost everything. And so like having that preparation is just the really like intimidating part.
Yep, definitely agree. And I think, again, last week was a clear microcosm of that one. Yasuo not so good. Graves very good. If there's something else that's going to be great, then we'd love to see it here from CLG. Check out the starting lineup for this game. On the blue side is Counterlogic Gaming with Darshan in the top lane, playing some split pusher, I'm sure. Xmithie in the jungle, Huhi in mid, Stixay at AD carry, Aframu on support, and Zix is their coach.
And on the red side, it's Energy Esports. Up top, Impact in the jungle, Moon, mid GBM, AD carry Altec, and support Conquan. Coach Hermit is up on stage with them, prepping them for this game. That's another thing. The coaching staff from Energy, I have really liked how they put a lot of effort into drafting really clear teams. You know, even though they've got you know, sort of more tools to work with, I guess, than some other teams, they find really ingenious ways to use those tools.
Absolutely. That's always really impressive to me, is when you can come out of a champ select and everyone's like, yeah, I understand what this comp is about, and still managing to float your lineup so that, you know, your lane matchups are okay, that you still manage to get rid of some of the high-tier contested picks and still form a different comp around that, I think is definitely the mark of good champ select, and we'll see if Hermit can get them to yet another good one here. Counterlogic Gaming have banned away Braum from Conquan, no Udyr for Xmithie, I think to very little surprise for anyone.
Yeah, I actually am glad about that. I want to see him on something else now. They've talked about what else he has in store. I want to see it before playoffs, which a lot of teams don't want to do, but
sure.
I'm impatient, freak.
And of course, there have been minor Runic Echoes nerfs in the recent history as well. 6.4, I believe, had some move speed on it, and 6.6 some scheduled.
Well, yeah, Udyr got a light touch as well himself, but this is actually interesting. With CLG banning the Elise, I think they would like to go with a different farm jungler, maybe, even though Udyr is banned, go with someone else.
Gragas are up, right?
Who would try and farm more, and just they didn't want Moon to have not only the champion that he had success on last week, he was confident on, but also the possibility of that early aggressive move. And there it is. Talk about early aggressive moves.
Instant lock on the Nidalee. Yep, Alistair the final ban. No surprise there. Energy had to know that was the sort of the bargain. So Gragas will be picked up whenever is convenient, but is the likely jungle pickup for Moon here as far as tier list junglers are concerned. Poppy still on the table, Nautilus gone.
Yeah, so Energy, now that they're facing Nidalee, do have to be fairly concerned with the state of their solo lanes just as far as 1 versus 1 matchups. And the 2 versus 2 as well, but to a slightly lesser degree. But I'm very curious as to what they will go. All right, Trundle actually not locked in, just hovering still. But yeah, very curious as to see what sort of lane matchups they go for, because early in the game, if you have really strong winning lanes with a Nidalee in the jungle, especially if you choose Gragas in the jungle, you can just get bullied all around the map. Kalista, though, there's a strong lane just in itself. Trundle is a flex pick as well, so Energy not going to give away too much. Impact, though, I think would be the one to take that champion if we're looking at the history of the team. Impact has been pretty much always on tanks for them this season.
That's been his style. Again, it's sort of, even though you expect Impact and GBM to be the best players in the roster individually, they're playing supportive or tanky roles and making the rest of the team do most of the damage in a lot of the cases. Energy sitting at 8-8 with that being their prime directive here, and we'll see what the lineup coalesces into. Maybe Conquan will play that in the support role. Graves picked up, so is Lucian.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Kalista, I don't know if this is still true, but it always used to be true where you would definitely not want to pick Sivir into Kalista because you get bullied early. I'm not quite sure.
It's still pretty rough.
Because the crit thing doesn't really come into effect until you have crit.
Yeah, so landing phase is still rough. Kalista will push you in.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't really want to do that, so they go for the Lucian instead. Much stronger if they do end up. And then Graves plus Nidalee there, that's the combination that you're looking for. Strong lanes. Graves is the strong solo lane. He shoves almost anyone, actually anyone.
I think
he will shove anyone in and give Nidalee a lot of room to work with. So I'm very excited to see aggressive Smithy because his aggression has recently just looked like counter jungling, but maybe he'll look for more than that.
I think this is our first new Shen of the North American LCS. We've seen him in Europe Challenger a fair bit. We've seen him in some of the Asian countries as well, but yeah, Kindred jungle, top lane Shen, support Trundle. Going to be the lineup so far. GBM to pick last.
I actually quite like the new Shen, and especially if you rush Titanic Hydra on him, then he is still a damage threat, plus provides the cross-map ultimate that he always has, but also he becomes a really strong split pusher. He provides so much because he can clear waves so quickly with Titanic Hydra. It doesn't even really matter what your other item is. We'll see if he actually decides to go that route. You can obviously just go Sunfire, or maybe it's even a support Shen. I think the new Shen is less likely to be support Shen than the old one is. So I think that this actually moves Trundle down to that support role, and Shen is going to be taken by Impact as far as top laners go.
Yeah.
But that would probably be looking for a lane swap here from Energy, because Shen would get smashed into his turret by Graves.
Yeah, definitely the case. Now, we did see that was the 5th Shen pick of the split, which I believe, though, is still counting the old pre-rework Shen. I could just not be remembering the games properly, but we definitely haven't seen much post-rework. Meanwhile, last few picks come in. Twisted Fate for the mid lane. Bard support for Aphromoo. Definitely no stranger to that champion he is. And a very, very squishy team. There are no tanks.
Yeah, not only is Aphromoo an exquisite Bard player, but look at how much cross-map play CLG have. Like, they have so many long-range engages, disengages, ability to travel. Like, this is a very, very mobile composition here from CLG. It is a little bit flimsy if you try and get them cornered into a 5-on-5 scenario.
Right.
But which is what Energy would like to do, but it's very difficult to make CLG play that style. They've played split push for so long. They play it almost every game. It's very hard to force them into a 5-on-5 scenario, and with the tools that they have, it looks like they'll have a good early start, and then they'll be able to transition an early start into teleports from Twisted Fate, Grave constantly split pushing, and Aphromoo on Bard able to catch people in rotation. It's all about those Tempered Fate trying to catch people as they're trying to react to your split push. The pressure from all three sides, and then Bard's able to magical journey people over to try and kill that person.
Okay, so 25 seconds left in the end of Champ Select as they swap champions back and forth. Right now, Impact hovering Trundle, Conquan hovering the Shen. And as time goes in, it actually will be support Shen. Okay, I did not expect that at all. But
all right,
yeah.
well, we won't see the Titanic Hydra on him then.
No, that seems very unlikely. We will see one on Trundle most likely.
This is also kind of confusing to me because I thought that the Shen was going to be their answer to try and handle split push threat. But support Shen cannot handle anything.
I have seen a couple people are happy to pick Trundle into Graves though for the actual matchup, where they will push against you.
It is a better definitely 1 versus 1 than Shen versus Graves, because Shen would just get blasted.
Yeah. So maybe Trundle can hold up, maybe Impact can beat up Darshan. That's going to be, I think, a key point of this matchup. If you guys think they can do it, then tweet at Esports with hashtag CLGwin or hashtag EnergyWin for which team you think it's going to be. But we are hitting the rift here for Game 2 of the day. Counter Logic Gaming to hold control of second place. Energy to lock in a playoff spot. If they could win here, they would be out of reach of Echo Fox. They could push in, help secure 5th place. We'll see if that can be the case here for these guys. CLG versus Energy hitting the rift. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this one because, not only is support Shen not going to be able to really transition into strong mid or late game split pusher, but Energy with that extra pick, yes, they do have a front line, but their front line is not hard engage, which is what you generally look for to try and punish teams like CLG that spread out so much, is looking to hard engage and pin someone down. Speaking of pinning someone down, though.
Okay, exhaust for Flash, who he has to relock a gold card, but Moon no longer has Flash, so when it gets locked in, they can get some damage. That's going to land a wow, that's a lot of damage. Down he goes. Great setup there. Aphromoo exhaust. Queued for the Flash. Good follow.
Yeah, and Moon will not be having a repeat of last week and getting a first blood.
Nope.
Already down. Sub 1 minute.
That might be the fastest first blood of the North American LCS
Also,
split.
I have to say, this is a strategy that CLG have done. This is an opening, a level 1 that CLG have done in like 80% of their games. They send 5 people into invade red side to get deep wards because they're just looking for, they're not looking for first blood, they're just looking for deep wards for their split push so they can get the early lanes right. CLG do that almost every game.
And now they got the wards down and the extra gold, which will give a long sword and an extra potion to Stixay. He's going to feel good about that one. They will send their dual lane to the top side.
Well,
I think unlucky for them because they'd like to fight 2-on-2 and just beat out that lane.
Yeah, and they on the side of Energy, they actually have support helping the Gromp start, whereas Altec was just sitting there in lane. Now they'll see that it is the lane swap, and things will shake out normally here. Shen just returning to lane, and they will slow push that, but Impact trying to scavenge those melee minions early on. Doesn't have to blow a summoner for it. Did get one of them, but now he's going to have to make his way to the other side of the map, really far away.
He's cut off.
So the only thing he has to worry about interrupting his teleport would be the binding from Aphromoo. And Aphroomoo's going to...
Wow, teleport's down now as well.
He got him cornered.
No one coming.
Yeah, he's toast. Nidalee coming as well. Dead man walking.
CLG would have to screw up to not get this kill.
Watch the Graves autos on
Afro
maybe
combo. Walks away cleanly. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, that was actually a bit close. Afro took maybe one more turret shot than needed, but great first blood. 6-8, 2-0 to start the game.
So,
oh dear.
Yeah, so we've seen it actually a couple times. Top laners being a little bit greedy, scavenging those early minions in the lane swaps. But almost always, you at least have to burn your flash for it. And then they end up getting killed later after the turrets go down and you're in a long lane somewhere. So it's not usually worth it. Very risky play there. And this time, the second blood ends up going down even quicker. Plus, not only did you die there, but you also burned your teleport, so you're late to the lane swap party in bottom lane. Impact doesn't really get to do anything for the first 5 minutes of the game. Look at this, he's wandering around in the jungle, Now he's in mid lane looking to go up and maybe catch this top wave or something. He's gonna have a very difficult time today.
He's got as many deaths as levels. Like, that's how bad Impact is doing right now.
I mean, that's not really fair. Moon had that as well at 1 minute. At level 1, that's an easy thing to say.
But now it's 3.5 and he's still level 1, right? Like, this is definitely not a great start for Impact.
Nope.
He's going to get what he can in the top lane, but Darknell's ahead of him.
Anyone on Energy. Like, this might be the biggest early lead that I've ever seen. Seen this season, because not only did they lose out the first blood early before minions even came, but a second kill plus no trade on the turret since they didn't have Impact pushing. Like, this is a monstrous disaster.
Yeah, it is. This is hugely catastrophic. Stixxay even got to back for a second longsword and a Cole and is now facing a 2-on-2 where he's the same level and up like literally 27 attack damage. Like, good luck, Altec, buddy.
This is
your team screwed you.
The scariest first 3 minutes of the game that I have seen in a very long time. If CLG lose this lead, it will not bode well for them in playoffs.
Sure. But Stixxay has all the tools he needs to take over this game, and I think it's likely that he will. Right now, coming in a lane at roughly +4 minions, and we'll see if he's able to grow that lead further as he last hit under turret with this Twisted Fate pretty successfully, actually ahead of GBM. Ooh, on reflex, dodge the taunt. Nice play.
Yeah. The thing with Nu Shen, the main mini game here is getting that blade to go through your enemies so you get substantially more damage, plus a little slow if they're trying to run away from you. Only if they're trying to run away from you, though. So if you activate Q as you're taunting through, you get that taunt plus blade damage. Have to land taunt, though. Anyway, CLG closing the loop here. Counter jungling a little bit on their other side, which is very standard. Energy just huddling around behind, though. I don't know what they're doing. CLG prepping the dive already. There's the ward for the possible teleport. They could go for another couple kills here. Impact has teleport to try and answer and make it a 3v4.
Double stun
or harass.
Couple hundred damage down onto Altec, losing health here.
Hits that one.
Okay, decent damage there, but look at this. Stixxay now up 13 over Altec. He got +12 minions in like a minute and a half, like 4 waves roughly, and it's getting pretty bad now for Energy. They've got to take a bad recall or risk getting dived, and they're unwilling to take a bad recall. This could get really rough really quickly.
Yeah, lucky for them, Smithy is leaving the area. He's just going to try and go. Looks like he's actually going to meet up with Moon here in the jungle. Maybe we'll see how that one goes. Moon does have the Wolf Spirit, though, so he shouldn't be caught off guard.
Moon on the wing, bit of damage on who he's out of mana. Oh. Jump in for GBM, forcing the flash. All right, nice play.
Okay, yeah, GBM was level 6 there, so able to get the flash down. Decent, but bottom lane, as you said, you either have to recall and give up giant turret lead here, so this is going to be domino effects for CLG. Here comes the second turret.
Yeah.
Because of the Impact teleport usage and death early on. And CLG with a very substantial war chest to work with in the early game here.
Yep. Bot lane AD carry lead now +21. Because Energy were going to lose that turret anyway. They just chose to wait 3 waves to do it and get farther and farther behind and farm. Now recurve Bow versus BF sort of the item pickups. It's getting just hilariously better for Stixxay as time goes on.
Yeah, CLG can actually just continue to move Stixxay around the map and pressure the weak points of Energy. Smithy gonna, I think he hopped in the bush for a second there. Maybe he did not hop in the bush, but he'll find it eventually. There he is, yeah.
Yep. Using all of Nidalee's attack resets.
Yep, and he's just holding the blue buff there for Huhi. Huhi also, you know, you can easily opt to go with that Rod of the Ages build for TF this game because you really have nothing to lose. I mean, just wait around.
Sure.
You guys have a giant early lead.
Darshan also to clear a wave like he's playing Aurelia and just hops out and lets Impact get some farm. Level 6 to 5 in the top lane matchup, but now we're seeing Quan and Moon just find Afro move. Dodge zone comes in, magical drain right into Altec's arms.
Well, there you go. That's something back. Afro move going for the first line of vision. That's not even very deep wards. That's just the first and, you know, most dangerous line to go for. You start to venture into the enemy territory, but got the ward down.
Great, worth it. not worth it. Never do that, please.
Yeah, let's see if it actually costs the red buff here, because Smithy is, taking this Rift Herald at the moment, but Moon is stealing away red. He doesn't have Smite, so Stixxay can actually contest as an AD carry, and he got it.
2 levels up for Stix. Okay, does some damage. Does a lot of damage. Moon's low. Actually, take it back. Level 6, level 6.
Yeah, no Smite there for Moon. So
yeah,
it was just an auto attack fight, and Stixxay comes out on top.
We'll leave it to the typical AD carry main to auto attack better.
I mean,
obviously the more skilled player. I think we can confirm here, AD carry is better than junglers, Kobe. Right?
There's not even really a point in responding to you because you're so delusional. It's one of those things where in solo queues, sometimes you just have to give up arguing with the other person. It's just kind of a waste of time. It's better to not respond.
You can report me.
Don't worry, I won't mute you though. Aww. Because it's funny to me. I want to see what other ridiculous things you spout. All right, let's see what CLG can actually do though, because they did give up, one mid-game kill here. Maybe there is hope for energy, albeit very, very small spark still, because of the amount that they got behind in the early stages of the lane swap. But you got to keep hope alive. That's all you have left right now, because you don't have gold.
Really don't have much. It's all getting taken away. CLG with a nice counter jungle. Smithy takes away the blue buff, and of course, bot lane outer is already dead. The team is not yet committed to the mid lane, so they are just keeping wards up around the dragon, which is available, and CLG could take soon, probably after this wave.
Yeah, and Moon went there for another gank on mid, but the wolf spirit found him before it died out.
Betrayed by his own kind?
Unlucky.
Both players see each other on wards.
Meanwhile, the other side here, CLG also going for the mid lane play, but in vision. Middle turret should be pretty easy for them to get, actually.
Yeah, they even pulled Darshan in, so yeah, full 5-man push available here on this one. GBM wave clears what he can, but there's still plenty of bullets coming into that.
And remember, the key ingredient here for energy that's not really there is hard engage. I guess they go for a Kalista ultimate into a taunt.
Yeah.
But that's not that reliable of a hard engage.
It's really not. Otherwise, it's
easily flashed. Plus, there are other dashes that a lot of members of CLG have, and
CLG is pretty escapable here. Otherwise, yeah, GBM has to pick someone off himself with Spirit Rush and a Charm.
We'll see if Con goes for the taunt flash move. Start your taunt far away.
Sure.
And then flash right on top of people. As a support, that's also usually a suicide mission, because you're very squishy, but
at least you can put the dodge zone
make it happen. Yeah,
in live 2 seconds.
Because the thing about the new Shen is, while you can get a passive shield activation, you don't have damage reduction on your taunts.
Oh, here we go, another attempt in, dodging most of the Q. Charm's gonna land on a Huhi though. He's gonna get a Bard ult to stay alive. Just chill for now, because the team is coming back in. GBM having to run with slows on him. Darshan's joined the mix as well. Plenty of damage on the Moon, who nearly goes down. Here comes the fate, but he gets charmed. GBM with a nice play. Tempers it for now, but he wasn't inside the invulnerability zone, but it's still going to be 2 kills picked up. Great turnaround there, CLG. 2 for 1 in that fight. Impact just running away.
Yeah, not really any getting out of that one. All summoners blown for the 3 members of Energy that took part in that fight as well. Aframu burned everything. Let's see here. 3 for 1 in the end. Well, 2 for 1.
2 for 1. Still a good thing. A stun lands an impact. Great Q. Cosmic binding by Aframu. Smithy, a little bit in pain, but
I mean, yeah,
fine.
there's not that much damage there at Trundle and support Shen.
The Bombies, Cinder, nothing Trundle. Yeah.
It's annoying when someone bites you like that, though.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe you get infected or something. That could affect you later. Hui actually ran back into the true damage part of that from GBM, and GBM landed the taunt. Or the charm. He did land all of the skills, but Aframu here came in with the save, tried to go for the flash binding out of it as well. Would have ended GBM's life a little bit earlier, but even though Huhi goes in here and gets charmed immediately, no follow-up damage. The Q is on cooldown, I believe. Moon steps just outside of his own ultimate there for the early death. Would have died a second later probably, though, anyway.
He did get a stack, though. He was already hunting Huhi, who had died to impact right before Moon himself died. So, plus bonus damage.
So, the thing is, CLG members not really running any champion with high total health anyway.
True.
And the stacks do current health damage. Always nice to have the stacks, but not as effective as usual. Here comes that
play.
Ballista ultimate initiation.
Flashless Who, he has no chance of getting out. Conquan taunts up, GBM gets an ulti and just survives thanks to Shen.
Nice heal as well. Altec healed him to stay alive.
Now Moon gonna get caught up, betrayed a bit by the Cosmic Binding, but should still be dying. Nice setup there. Stixxay now 3-0 and 0.
All right, what can you get after this though? Because Twisted Fate also has teleport. So what you want to do for CLG, since your member that died has teleport, even though it's 1-for-1, keep up pressure. You want to keep minion waves pushing, try and get an objective afterwards, because your member of the team can get right back there if necessary. And there he is.
Top flash again, dodged away by Stixxay. Proper mechanics there by the CLG AD carry. Smithy into the back lines, 2 kills picked up. Thanks to the fall through of the team. Yeah. CLG crushing this one now, 7,000
You have to keep that
up.
in mind, you know, as energy, even though it was a 1-for-1 trade. It's what we saw in the first game of the day. A lot of teams straggling behind at turrets that are pretty much dead anyway and giving up kills on top of the turret execution.
Yeah.
In defense there. You know, they already didn't have impacts, and Impact doesn't have teleport, so they're already at a slight numbers disadvantage, but teleport being on the dead member as well. Impact might even be joining them soon.
Gold card lands. Impact ulti will be ending soon. Moon to join the fray. They want to turn back on Darshan, and he just drops. Was never in range of Moon's ult?
Yeah, maybe he wasn't in range. Maybe
it's pretty short.
He was telling him not to do it. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, Impact ran in expecting to be ulted, and Moon just never got it down.
We'll let the observers go back and check this one out. But here's the dive once again. So low health GBM, and Conquan did go for the top flash, but he missed it. You do have to flash right onto people, and then it takes a little bit of practice. And a lot of
collapse. Yeah, by Smithy made it easy. So ill-advised.
The missed taunt flash. I don't even know if that was an advised taunt flash to go for in the first place. Even if you hit it, but missing it then does end up costing them. And CLG going to be able to massage that comfortable lead that they've had since minute 1.
Yeah. Oh my God. They're so far ahead. 50 minutes in, 8,000 gold up. This is honestly not a close game right now. Counterlogic Gaming are crushing it. And, you know, if they're trying to defend their title, be in second place, not too bad. Be in a really good form coming into the end, crushing an expected playoff team in basically under 20 minutes. Good form to be in.
Well, let's see if they can finish it off. Another Tempered Fate.
A little bit early by Xfinity, but the binding's going to land the stun. Means cleanse and the ulti in from GBM. Re-engage comes in. Conquan just turns right around.
Yep,
and did flash for that.
Half of his health plus Callista ultimate down. Energy have very few tools left. Oof.
That Javelin lands from Xfinity.
Yep. Classic 1-3-1 here from CLG to try and end it out though. Darshan up top. Huhi is down bottom. And keeping all 3 lanes shoving.
Yeah, Huhi does not have a global up just now. He's still got a little bit more time on Destiny. GBM dodging back and forth, getting rid of and away from all the stuns, but very low on health now, and even lower still. The turret will be going down without any contest. 4-0 in that scoreboard.
Turret number 2 should fall pretty quickly as well. Darshan's actually collapsing here. So CLG want to secure this second turret before retreating and going to purchase. They just got a lot of global gold for themselves. And everybody should retreat from the map at the same time. It's the thing with these 1-3-1s, you all pressure at the same time, you all base at the same time. So you get your items in sync, and nobody gets left out there to collapse the pawn by the enemy squad. Darshan needs a little bit more money for his back though. Gonna go try and clean up the chickens.
You don't have Devla from the team anymore. Someone's got to kill the Raptors. Might as well be Darshan.
That one does.
That was just forced?
Goes over my head. I don't even know.
Devlos is famous for like, they're doing Baron, quick, let me kill Raptors before we do anything else. Like, all right. This is like, it's fine. You know, we're going to move on.
Oh, back into it.
Charm. Smithy runs away.
That was exciting.
Yeah. Now he's fine. He's going to heal himself.
He healed half of it back up now.
Yep.
Comes back up cooldown.
Half later.
Half.
Now Moon's got to heal, but he can do that too.
All right, well, Darshan is getting in place. Level 11 Graves. 1-3-1, commence. 1-3-1's really easy to pull off when you're really far ahead, by the way.
Yeah.
So one secondary turret remaining here for CLG to claim. And Energy, if you're looking at it from their side, their point of view is we need to make a desperate play on someone now.
Yeah.
Time is not working in their favor. You kind of have to rush it. You have to make what would look like a ridiculous foolhardy play because you really have to throw that Hail Mary now.
If you play like this, CLG are good enough and clean enough that you will lose the game 100% of the time without taking a risk. So even a 1% play is higher than your chances of winning otherwise.
Ooh, that's not good odds.
No, it's not. But CLG, I don't think ever lose games when they're this far up. They are one of the cleanest teams in North America for sure.
Let's see if you have been able to jinx them.
No.
How strong is your mojo?
I just mean that truth power. Jinx myself. I said 100%. And if that comes to be not true, then shame on me.
Well, I'd say that they're going to get this secondary turret for sure.
Okay.
Energy are trying to make that move, though. They're collapsing with everyone. And here it is.
Call.
Desperate play. They
knocked him at the end of the taunt as well. A whole lot of damage, but he just barely slinks away, stays alive. CLG on the retreat as they lost some health bars, but
they went for it.
In.
Their biggest tool, though, the Kalista ultimate, is down now, and Darshan's on the inhibitor turret. So they went for it, swing and a miss there, but they had to attempt something. So
yep, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and that actually got some decent damage done. So it was pretty meaningful, but the top lane push continues. CLG not really attempting to do real battle under the turret. They're wave clearing and poking and allowing Darshan to split. Now the 1-4 split push.
I mean, CLG should definitely keep this pressure up. There's nothing to fear now. There's no taunt. Or there actually, he does sell off flash. He didn't even have to flash for that taunt. Just came straight in with the ultimate. But there is no Kalista ultimate. So.
More poke coming in. Static Shift helping a little bit as well. Javelins and cards flying through back and forth. All right, Darshan can use the weight on the wings.
Quan back again. He does have the flash taunt, so
feel like he's going to buy some time, and this turret is staying afloat. CLG now have Baron on the map as well as Dragon number 2 live as of 4 seconds ago. This team might disengage for neutrals.
They really don't want to pull away without getting that turret first, but they might have to do it. I think Darshan might even be going to solo Dragon as GBM actually goes to look for the kill. All right, there's their turret.
There it is. It will go down. Pillar's going to mean nothing, and plus 213 per participating member. CLG pushing their gold lead now to 12,000 gold at 21 minutes.
Darshan on Graves with Death Dance, you can easily solo Dragon as well, but he's trying to take away blue. GBM is going to contest him, but there's the Baron. No vision, and they should burn through it pretty easily. Kongquan can maybe get a vision ward in there, but no
Energy
steal.
aren't even checking. TP to ensure it, just to make sure that goes wrong. No Baron steal this time around, even though Energy are known for it. Quick, swift Baron, 20 minutes in. CLG up more than 13K. Nice play.
All right, well, with Baron, let's see how quickly CLG are able to get those minion waves pushed back to the inhibitor turrets and start chipping away. Right back out onto the field.
Yeah, we expect to see him in one of the side lanes. Probably the same 4-1 split push we saw from last time.
Yep, no need to actually split all the way into 1-3-1.
Yeah.
They might very well do that just because they're CLG, and that's how they do.
But it is risky when Energy you know are going to be so desperate to engage. They'll look for that one person and hope they catch it.
I mean, they're still looking for the same thing. Story has not changed from Energy since maybe 15 minutes. And no, can they find Afro again?
Oh, he could have charmed Afro, I'm pretty sure there.
The kill they really want, obviously, is Stixay to get the AD carry off the field.
But
a
QSS, so can't even make that easy.
True. A little bit late.
Was the really only viable target.
Good point.
Dragon number 2, not even a problem. Now they've got that little slow turret burn if Darshan can land an auto. But he won't go for the risk. CLG playing super, super defensively. They know, and Energy knows, the rest of that team is on the wrong side of the map, so Darshan waits for his team to be in position before he pushes forward. And will respect impact a little bit here, dodging back. Taking basically no damage. Attempted play into the mid lane. They won't find it, though. That was Fate's call used to no game.
Banner cannon, banner cannon. Afro move.
How are you? How are you? Hitting down a turret, hitting down a turret.
Thank you very much. All right, so all the minions working for CLG here, as you can see, whittling down the turret, and they'll just go in and easily tap it down.
Kongquan got it! Lands and into the dodge zone, but As long as they hug near a wall, they just magical journey away and forget anything ever happened to them.
Haha, that's funny. And, yep. Gonna be able to take that one easily.
This turret's gonna die pretty shortly. Huhi knocks it down. First inhib turret of the game. Sorry, second. Mid is already dead. CLG crushing this game pretty cleanly. 16,000 up. It's just bigger and bigger. They're crushing this one.
If we go back and look at the early stages of this game, this is the expected result.
Yeah.
Props to CLG for finishing it out though, without any major big mishaps. Only the small little pick from Afro early on. But other than that, pretty clean.
Yeah. CLG painting by the numbers. Turret 1, turret 2, turret 3, inhibitor 3, 2, and 1. This is very low. Smithy's going to auto it. Down it goes. Gets the kill on that one. Doesn't quite land the Bard ulti, but the ensuing team fight with a 50% gold lead is nearly impossible to beat for Energy. His impact is tanky at least, but yeah, it just doesn't mean much. There's no damage behind it.
They could end the game without killing anyone. Just staying in here with the minions coming in.
Okay,
here it comes.
Ring, ring, flash away by Huhi. Not going to get caught out. Conquan puts the dodge zone up. Gets some help from the Kindred as well. Smithy dangerously low on health, but there goes the first kill onto Altec. Moves to be the next one down. Yeah, the front line is just not there anymore. 3 kills in a row. 4 sticks. They make that a quadra. 5,000 gold Baron power play plus the game-winning push. This is a win CLG fans can be very, very happy about. Under 25 minutes, certainly one of the fastest in the last couple of months. A well-deserved victory. Really just really perfect play by them.
Yeah, man. And Energy with a super rough opening to that game.
I don't think CLG could have made the scoreline any better. The total score for the team was 1-3-3-3-7. 3 threes, but you know what? That makes it cooler. A very elite game by them for sure. Honestly, the level 1. Fortunate, sure, but hey, that's a nice kill. Mess up by impact on the 3v1. Honestly, that was pretty silly as well. Okay, so a lot of good things came CLG's way that, look, they reacted to properly, but probably shouldn't have happened in the first place. But when you get that lead, they crushed it so cleanly.
And this is something to highlight, you know, about teams in the top of the standings. The top teams, you cannot make mistakes like that and be forgiven.
No.
Those will be punished. CLG do it as expected. Cleanly finish that one out, but yeah, you cannot mess up that badly in a lane swap against CLG, and them showing it right here. You know, this is what consistency looks like. When you have unforced errors by the enemy team, you capitalize on them.
Yep. Yeah, you don't need to be against HGK to be unforgiven for the mistakes that Energy made here. Certainly just a solid game by these guys. Smiles all around. You can see everyone realizing that, you know, CLG, this is the kind of game that you are proud of. That's kind of all I can say to sum this up, is that you were given an inch, you took 5 yards really quickly, and that was super solid. Energy, Moon had a bad game yet again. He had that one bright one. He had that great game against Liquid. The Baron steal the first blood. Well, now you're back to getting caught at level 1 and dying in 1 minute and 5 seconds. But also veterans who should know better. Impact's been in probably 10,000 lane swaps in his life. Okay, that's exaggeration. He's been in multiple hundreds of lane swaps. If you count scrims, I would say at least hundreds of lane swaps in Impact's life as a professional top laner. That is a mistake you do not make.
True.
That is a mistake you do not make with a player of that caliber. And as much as people are going to flame Moon for the first blood, equally dumb mistake by Impact. Energy just couldn't get in.
So here's the thing. You can come back from a pre-1 minute first blood.
Yeah.
You can come back from that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can come back from the way that early lane swap went.
A second kill, not getting the turret.
And your teleport being burned so that you are not able to do anything on the map.
And then you match lanes down 27 attack damage. Good luck, Altec, buddy. You did nothing wrong, but you had to lose anyway. For the lowdown of that game, let's check in with Ray, who's standing by with CLG's mid laner.
Man, deja vu. Thanks, guys. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Huhi of Counter Logic Gaming after their victory over Energy Esports. A fantastic win at that, and the split has looked much better this time around. What has Counter Logic Gaming done to prevent the slump that usually happens each split?
I think the biggest difference is that the reason of the slump is kind of gone. I'm not saying like we had the problems before, but right now we all feels friendly and as a family, I guess.
Right.
So even though we're really tired and exhausted, we try to cheer each other up And then also the important thing is that we're not afraid to confront each other. So I think that's how we could have overcome the slump.
Being able to talk it out, it really has shown the progression in the team, and things are only going to get harder if you win out. You are up to face Cloud9 again if that happens. How do you feel about that match?
I feel pretty confident, and then all of our team really wants to get the bye because it gives us extra time to practice for the Immortals match in the finals, maybe. So we really want to get the bye. We're trying really hard, and yeah, we're pretty confident on it.
All right, and Huhi, final question. You were there last year. You supported the team all the way. Looking now at the championship, what does it mean to you to defend that championship title for Chronologic Gaming?
Even though last year I was there, like when they won the championship, I'll not say that I won the championship because I didn't. I felt like I was just watching them and then trying to learn from them instead of playing. So even though we're defending like the championship, I feel like we're trying to achieve the championship from others because we are still the underdog right now.
All right, well, you guys have had an awesome season. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck to the achievements of the team. We're now going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv. Another W on the board for CLG. Only one game left to play, but this game was a beautiful example of how games can be won and lost within the first 5 minutes of the game. And I want to start. We're going to work through some replays here. It's a lot of information to take in. Jat, start us off with the level 1.
Well, a lot of it felt like the first blood would have been a mistake, but in fact, it was a good play. Notice here how Huhi zones GBM off with a gold card. Therefore, COG can sneak around the side. And this would be a safe place for Moon to stand if they had mid lane coverage. He would have been able to run from someone coming from the far river, but if they come from the near river like they did, he doesn't have enough time to react. Therefore, they exhaust him. That means Huhi can close the distance just by walking. They burn one summoner spell. The flash ended up being useless, and it's a clean kill. But that wasn't necessarily just Moon's fault. It was a combination of GBM not granting him the vision in the mid lane, and them not communicating that they can't cover that spot of vision. Therefore, he should have put a ward down and walked away. That was effectively the mistake.
All right, so now I'm going to ask you questions, Irene, because a lot of times we do see a lame first blood come through, but that's not an insurmountable thing for a team to come back from. However, it played a much larger role in this game than most people probably would have realized, at first glance. So now, continuing through with the lane swap and the early jungle moves, walk me through the second replay here.
There is so much going on here in this lane swap because what happens is Moon actually goes to his strong side jungle because he doesn't have flash, because if he gets invaded by Bard, he can instantly get killed in the normal lane swap that we're seeing now. Impact stays top, and they actually 4-man leashed for Smithy on the bottom, on the top side here for CLG. So best case scenario, they get to execute this and 3-man, possibly 4-man if they want to, dive the trundle.
Yeah, and as you can see from Impact's perspective, this is what he sees. He's trying to run away because he sees the two people in lane, and when Darshan cuts him off, for all Impact knows, Nidalee would have been behind him as well, which is why I think he tried to go back to his turret and teleport, because he didn't think he'd get away with the flash. But as soon as the teleport is canceled, it's the worst of both worlds, because he has to stay under the turret to die, and then Xsmithy's Nidalee can farm the jungle. So not only was there a first blood, there was then this second blood because a series of really smart choices by COG and basically Energy just not being able to make a correct guess.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of just hypothetical situations right now. Like, that was a different lane swap than we've typically seen where 3 people are leashing for a Nidalee because they wanted to accelerate how fast Nidalee was going to clear the jungle and get to engage on Moon again. So let's just think it's the 2-man lane swap, right? Where you have the top lane and the jungler on Energy side leashing that top side. Well, what happens is they double jungle, they get fast pushed in the top side, and then what happens then? You have to go to the opposite side, you get fast pushed in, and if Impact stays underneath turret, then he's going to get dove. If Moon shows up, he has no flash, so he's the primary target, and they can 5-man dive with the mid lane TP as well. And then if you even just go to the other scenario where it gets called and you actually have your duo lanes against each other, the worst you blow is Darshan's TP. But even then, if a play happens, you have TP.
Yeah. Essentially, the first blood forced Energy into some really rough choices. None of them would have been optimal, assuming COG responded properly. And COG just is the best in the NALCS at that game.
Yeah, exactly. A fantastic example of recognizing what your opponent is going to have to do as a result of that forced flash early on Moon, and then adjusting your strategy accordingly. They still had also, too, with how quickly that invade came, they had enough time to set those up, right? They could, back to whatever areas of the map they needed to in order to put this plan into motion.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane that CLG, off of one flash, were just able to go. It's not even the first blood, it's the flash. Even if they hadn't have gotten that kill, they probably would have gone with this same strategy, because then they would have had a complete advantage over Moon in the jungle and would have been able to outpath him there. And then wherever he shows up, they can just gank him. So
Right.
it's actually just so fast that CLG were able to recognize that. And this looks like something that they've practiced before off of Invades.
Absolutely, Jat. You mentioned that it's dangerous to do that against any, or start out with this disadvantage against any team, but even more
Worse
so against
against
CLG. You know, another thing that is dangerous about CLG, and this is an answer to our question of the day from Emerald Monkey, who points out that Darshan is a crucial third carry to this team. On top of just having an AD carry and a mid laner who can put out damage and split push, he can do the same. So as soon as they get ahead and they're allowed to establish this 1-3-1, it's even more terrifying from the likes of CLG.
Yeah, and we were talking off air about how I really like the Twisted Fate being in this team composition, but specifically CLG with the 1-3-1 that they can play so well. It's such a reactive style that they can always beat you to the spot, and they are purely playing a reactive game to whatever you're trying to proactively do to them. So when they get a 5,000 gold lead on top of that, it makes that so much easier for them to do. It's pretty much the perfect thing to happen with the 1-3-1 Twisted Fate strategy they were running. And we saw the results of that, 20,000 gold advantage in a 25-minute game.
Yeah, and the Twisted Fate pick is interesting because Energy, they could have possibly had Shen and Twisted Fate in their composition, and that's why they went ahead and picked it. It's the first time that CLG have actually played Twisted Fate this split, because who he's just been playing LeBlanc and Zed and Assassins.
Yeah, I mean, aside from when they played it last week against
Yeah,
Fox, so the
that's the
second
first
time they played it this split.
Yeah, it was just played last week. That's the only time.
All in all, CLG moving right along with another win under their belts, moving towards playoff season. Don't go anywhere, because right after our break is the match of the week, where Immortals will go up against TSM. Here you see them now huddling up, getting ready to hop on stage. This is going to be a big one for them. We'll be back to set up that match in just 3.5, so stay with us.
When it gets locked in, they can get some damage. That's going to land a... Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Darshan's joined the mix as well. Plenty of damage on the Moon, who nearly goes down. Here comes the Fate, but he gets charmed. GMBM with a nice play.
I'm up in 3, 2, 1. I might TP. I'm TPing.
Go. Jake. Ari's ulti.
Yeah, I'm back in. I'm going close now. Nice.
All right, tower turret.
Yeah, the front line is just not there anymore. 3 kills in a row. 4 sticks. They make that a quadra. This is the win CLG fans can be very, very happy about.
when the split starts, TSM was playing pretty weird. They were making a lot of mistakes and they didn't look confident enough. Like recently, it feels like they are going back to the time when they first started split. We didn't scrim them recently, so I don't really know how good they are, but seeing the recent games, I think we're pretty sure that we're gonna beat them.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Next up is our match of the week, the #1 seed Immortals versus TSM. Now, even though Immortals have already clinched first place, they don't appear nearly as dominant as they did at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and they've looked a little bit sloppy, and it didn't get better last week where they almost lost to Team Dignitas. And it brings up the question of, are they losing steam or are they getting figured out? But at the same time, they're still a 15-1 team, and they don't need to show anything new. In fact, they might just throw new stuff out that they don't even think is that good just to throw people off their scent moving into playoffs. Basically, they're locked in as the #1 seed. I still think they're by far the strongest team in North America, but they haven't looked as dominant as they did early in the split, and they would obviously like to get back to that point.
Yeah. Adrian himself has even said that they don't intend on showing anything else until they have to, so that could definitely play a role in it and support your point there. In this match, though, Immortals will be going up against TSM, who haven't been looking in the best shape either. I mean, their whole season hasn't been looking in the best shape.
There was basically supposed to be an upward trajectory. They were supposed to get better over time, and it hasn't been the same type of growth that they had hoped for. They lost to Renegades last week and took a huge blow to their confidence there, and they could actually fall to 6th, and they can end up playing CLG or C9 in the playoffs first round.
Yeah, that would be huge. I mean, that's not where you want to end up. The whole idea that they're going to have to play Energy, one of those teams that could push them down to 6 or even force a 3-way tie. I mean, there's a lot riding on their game today in order to avoid the potential of that tomorrow.
Yeah, you said they started and expected an upward trajectory. They're on a downward trajectory. Their first half was 6-3, and currently they only have 3 wins in the second half with an Immortals game coming up.
Yeah, and Immortals previously had said that in the first half they were afraid of a full-powered TSM. And now they're at the point where Rainover's even saying they haven't scrimmed TSM in a long time. Yeah. When you're the #1 team, you control scrims. You get to say, show up at 12:23, and they will show up at 12:23.
Hopefully you don't say that. Don't be that kind of person.
I only want Brown in there.
Yeah, seriously.
No,
another important note, though, is that Parth is out for TSM. Reggie, come on, wear the headset correctly. Reggie will be stepping in to coach for this week, at least as of now. No evidence as to what will happen beyond that point, but who knows? Maybe switching that up will switch things up for them. Now, some particularly interesting drama, though, that comes from the bot lane, where Wild Turtle will be facing off against his old team and the likes of Doublelift, his now replacement.
Yeah, we got some pretty exciting stats comparisons here, too, because it's all about how much Wild Turtle has improved in the past year and how much Doublelift has actually stepped up from where Wild Turtle has been. So basically, if we're looking at the overall stats, Doublelift has outperformed TSM pretty substantially, old TSM Wild Turtle. But then if you compare this year, Wild Turtle has been much better than even Doublelift has been on TSM. And Wild Turtle's actually having a record-setting year on Immortals statistically.
Yeah, exactly. Wild Turtle has about 710 damage per minute, and Doublelift is actually right behind him at about 680. So they're very close neck and neck. It's just TSM right now, they need a little bit more of a cohesive unit, right? Yellow Star and Doublelift, they don't have that synergy down just yet, and it doesn't seem to be getting too much better either.
Well, it's an interesting case study in environment, too, right? The idea that, yes, Wild Turtle is outperforming Doublelift in the current split, that their numbers are still relatively close, but for whatever reason, Immortals are coming out with more wins, meaning that the statistics that Wild Turtle is putting up do somehow serve the wins better than they serve TSM coming from Doublelift. So, you know, who knows, that could point to the fact that TSM just not quite there on that team level that they need to be. Regardless, before we head to the casters, let's hear from Wild Turtle himself on how he improved coming into the spring split.
I think going into this split, many people didn't think I was going to be that good, and it's really nice to prove them all wrong. And I also put in a lot of work to get to where I am right now. Like, I actually study the game a lot and try to get like as many tips as I can, like going into this spring split. And honestly, the coaching staff helps out a lot too. Like, they also drive me to where I want to be. And overall, I've just been a lot more consistent than I was in the past.
Yeah, Turtle's honestly been one of the most pleasant surprises this split. The heavily aggressive player who's got the back of his team. How come you don't drive me where I want to be?
Because you have a car.
What if I...
That's how it works.
That's what I was going for. I was going to follow up with the location freak.
Actually, I used to drive you back in 2014. We all carpooled to the studio to cast. So
True enough.
I've done it before.
Let's get into the game.
Let's get into the game. The starting lineups. Oh, here we go, boys and girls. Immortals on the blue side. Hoonie in the top lane. Rainover in the jungle. Pabelter in mid. Wild Turtle in lady carry. Adrian on support. Dylan on coach, and Wild Turtle has continued to be a pleasant surprise.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Up top is Onser. In the jungle, Svenskeren. Mid, Bjergsen, AD carry, double lift. Support Yellow Star, and Coach Reginald up on the stage with the team. Taking things into his own hands once again.
Typical TSM. Get towards the end of the split, Reginald becomes the coach, make the finals.
Yeah, they can't. Sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
Yep.
Reggie taking over again.
Reggie, just 1v5. You know, next game is, you know what, Bjergsen, I'm appreciative of everything you've done, but we got some Karthus mid to play here.
Some Karthus mid. Classic TSM.
Classic Reginald. And here we go. We are in for picks and bans. Immortal sitting in the top of the standings. To touch on a point about TSM, Jat was saying that the back half of the split has not been great, that their record was not nearly as good. TSM have a losing record against teams below them in the standings in the last half of the split. They're 2-3 against teams below them. This is not...
Yeah,
the
not
TSM
to mention,
people expected, really.
They're coming off of a loss to Renegades, the 10th place team.
Yeah.
And this is the first place team. That would be the biggest turnaround that you can possibly have. We'll see, though, for TSM. You know, last week started at the bottom.
Yep.
Now we here. Will they turn it around?
Maybe.
Heading into playoffs, you need to feel confident. That's another thing with this TSM team is they've had a lot of issues, you know, working through the rocky early stages of the season, and I feel like confidence is definitely important for the team moving towards playoffs.
There is the tiny outward chance that TSM could tie C9 for third if they 2-0 and C9 0-2s. They're head-to-head 1-1.
Well, look at this interesting ban phase so far, as a lot of people have been looking for teams to target Adrian's defensive supports, and TSM have taken that into consideration here on the red side, doubling down on Adrian bans, which has allowed Immortals to take that Corki first pick, which has been so prevalent. See what they decide to get on the other side, though. Round 2 here for TSM.
Yeah. What's interesting is they're not taking away the Braum, which is the only non-Janna, non-Soraka champion that Adrian has even played. And it's not like Braum is unpopular in the first place. Teams are happy to take the champion in general, even when it's not about Immortals and their small bot lane champion pool. So that surprised me a little bit here. Either way, Sivir picked up, Gragas and off the table as well.
And that's the other thing. Well, so Braum is just a strong all-around champion, just a strong champion in general to pick. But I don't think it is that Adrian has that small champion pool.
I don't think so
everyone kind of brings that up just because he hasn't played them
just
recently.
making him show it is what I mean.
And they will be forced to show something different at least.
Braum number 2 is my guess, honestly. If he's playing for not showing things off, it's Braum number 2.
I like what TSM have done so far, though. You know, they've targeted that. They've banned out the Nidalee, allowing them to take this Gragas.
Okay. So much for Immortals hiding their picks right here. Sejuani coming in for, I assume, Rainover.
I mean, it's not that big of a thing. Sejuani being picked, she's not a spectacularly different champion,
I suppose.
She doesn't have surprises. She was buffed up to a serviceable level. She has not passed Gragas. She has not passed top-tier junglers. She is another serviceable tank jungler right now. I don't think... I mean, you know me. I'm all about getting excited for new picks. I'm all about it. Sejuani just does not excite me.
Really?
She's just such a boring champion. I hated it when she was top tier. She just... The only exciting thing is that the ultimates can miss sometimes, and then you look dumb, but that's about it. Sometimes the ultimates hit and you look like a god. You can ult flash and that's cool. You cut out travel time.
Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know. She does not excite me as a champion.
If this was Zyrene next to me, he'd be excited alongside me, okay? Zyrene's got a great Sejuani
He's into boar riders, dude.
Yeah, that's just his way. But either way, when the fact that Lee Sin is ever still on the table, Rainover is going with the Sejuani, the one broken horn, leader of the Winter's Claw. We'll see how that goes for these guys on Immortals as they have to pick the last few champions. Looks like a top lane Graves and a Trundle support being the last few picks for TSM as they wait for the mid lane.
Yeah,
and make an Immortals show theirs.
Let's see what Immortals actually round themselves out with here, because they've got such a strong team fight set up already. That's what Sejuani does bring. great for team lining, fighting. She can be the solo frontliner as well. You don't need any other tanks, so that does allow Huni to pick one of his beloved DPS top laners. It all plays right into Immortal's play style.
Got to make those last few choices here. Ranover, I want to see if he goes for Sunfire, not Sunfire, Cinder Hulk or Runic Echoes. I feel like there's a chance you go for either one. 5 seconds to go. And it's going to be Yasuo and Karma.
Now I'm excited, freaks. Okay?
All right.
You got
You excited now?
I'm very excited now.
Got some Yasuo?
Yes, because it is Yasuo that is paired with a Lulu and a Karma. That is a lot of shields. That is a lot of speed. And they do flex the Corki down into the 80 carry role, which is definitely one of the big benefits of first pick Corki. Sejuani can proc knock up as well for Yasuo, so there is synergy there.
Yep.
Lulu obviously can ult whoever is close. And
package too from Corki.
help him
He's
out
got a
with
knockback
that.
now too.
True. I mean, this is Wild Turtle Corki, so.
Oh, he's definitely going forward to that one.
He's going to get in there. You can actually package in and then get a Lulu ultimate in. You can actually be a frontliner.
Yes, Wild
Sick.
Turtle would love this. I'm actually not even sure who's playing support here, if it's going to be Lulu or Karma, and whether that Yasuo's going top or mid.
They can go either way. I would think that Pobelter would hold on to the Lulu, but you know they can still change it. They've got a decent amount of time to swap around. Meanwhile, on the other side for TSM, the Sivir, so good there in the late game. As we talked about as well at the beginning of the day, I really do like this Lissandra teleport that's been gaining a lot of speed around. It enables teams to go for these double teleport. Team Comp's Lulu obviously is one of those who can answer and take a teleport mid. But I really do like it with especially pushing top laners. Graves is perma-pushing. So we'll see how this Yasuo matchup works with him. You know, maybe Huni actually closes the distance early, tries to get an advantage. It's definitely a snowbally lane. Whenever you have Yasuo, he attracts a lot of attention, attracts a lot of jungle.
Definitely.
Even if not full-on ganks, at least support and warding to his side of the map.
And last season, Yasuo was known as a good counter to Gnar specifically, punishing a slightly squishy range champion, and we'll see if he can do that against Graves here.
Yeah.
As we end picks and bans, there were no further swaps. Will be Lulu mid, Karma support, Yasuo top.
I actually, I'm going through the matchup right now in my head, trying to figure out how it can go. And obviously, all Yasuo matchups are skill-based because Yasuo has such a high skill cap. But there's so many things that he can dodge from Graves. I mean, he can actually dodge all of the auto attacks if he wants and can weave through the minion line as he wants as well. And he should never get hit with the second activation of Graves' Q as long as he's not right next to a wall. So.
All right, well, we'll see what happens in this game. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch this one. Yasuo top against Graves. Tweet at Esports with hashtag IMTWin or hashtag TSMWin. They did their picks and bans with Coach Reginald behind them this time around. Immortals already 15-1, locked into first place regardless, but let's see how much more they can get in that win column. Here we go, our match of the week, the final Spring Split game here in the North American LCS. Final Spring Split week, I should say. Immortals versus TSM. Here we go.
All right. So excited for this one. I do expect Adrian, well, I guess he doesn't have to go with a Crucible, but Yasuo definitely wants to ride the wind, you know, stay free moving around, and Lissandra really puts a stop to that. So some sort of cleanse action for Huni I think will have to be built since he is top laner, not going to take cleanse, and is going to go for the teleport. But we shall see later on.
People very excited for Adrian's Q spam. Plus,
he got 2 procs off of it, yeah.
Yeah, he hit both people with it.
Yeah, he got 2.
Yeah. He aimed that in between the 2.
Well, I mean, he mantra'd it also. Did he get the explosion part?
No. He just hit 2 people on the first strike.
Just checking.
Yep.
That level 1 ultimate being available. Broken champion.
Practically Udyr.
I mean, yeah. Karma doesn't have to even
put a point into it.
Skill it, though.
It's true. I mean, Jace works the same way.
All right, let's not go down the list of
champions. The ultimate's level 1.
Yeah.
Nidalee, at least.
Transformers, basically.
Look
at this lane swap here, though. Take a nice look at the Immortals side. Actually going to be very late, not going for the invade or starting a grunt for themselves. I'm not sure what they actually did with their start. I think they were expecting an invade from the TSM side. So I think they were expecting to get an ambush off right there is probably what they were aiming for. But because of that, they will be behind 1 jungle camp as TSM took the Krugs as well as the Gromp. Nice block there on the Q, making sure the Karma doesn't steal away anything, and that Svenskeren doesn't take any of the AoE damage from it. This time they both do
at
get
least.
hit. Yeah. This time they
Feels
do.
so good.
It doesn't really translate into much because both of these champions can jungle effortlessly. Graves doesn't have to take any more damage at all if it doesn't want to. So
True.
The extra harass doesn't really mean too much. Meanwhile, Reignover's going to have a much more difficult time as he's a lot lower, and Yellowstar.
Ooh, blocks the Q as well. Reignover did not get over the wall. This is actually a lot of damage onto him. Yellowstar will not get any more here. He's going to walk into a turret soon.
The level 2 support.
It does leave
town on him.
There is one more total camp up that Immortal should lay claim to, which is that top lane red buff around.
Yeah. Well, the thing is here, so I talk about Graves not having to take any more damage. Sejuani does take a decent amount of damage on our first clear, especially if you go the greedy route, which a decent amount of people have been doing and going per level yellow runes instead of flat armor. I don't think you should do that in competitive since there's so many opportunities for people to early invade, and you should probably just go with a safer flat armor for her. But you can go scaling runes on her and go with a greedy start in the jungle because they are so much more efficient. And Sejuani does want to get to a nice mid-game power spike.
And you can see the fruits of the labor paying off right there. Red buff, of course, giving health regen, and along with the Hunter's Talisman, healthy enough to get through the jungle despite all the harass that came out of Trundle. So that's paying off so far. Towers traded normally, mid laners trading almost equally.
Mid laner's actually trading very aggressively.
Yeah.
This is extremely low for the matchup there. Extremely low. As Bjergsen is forced out of lane with a very big wave. Maybe he burns teleport now. A lot of times, Lissandra, what you want to do is spam really early, use up a bunch of mana. But usually, actually, if you're planning on going with that early teleport usage, as far as your lane phase goes, you can sometimes start Corruption Potion. Bjergsen did not, obviously, start Corruption Potion. And is going to have to buy some more overpriced biscuits. I hate paying 50 gold for my consumables ever since the preseason.
Start a refill potion. Never buy him
again.
again.
Stingy jungler.
Well, just do what Reignover does. Start refillable. Ignore the fact that you have to spend
I
money on
do.
that. Good. All right. Well, there you go.
How about you don't tell me how to spend my money, freak?
How about you do what I told you to do anyway, Kobe? It's like I know better. Well, Frostman comes out from Pobelter, so Immortal's going very stingy, earning as much gold as possible, basically. As the lane swap back, it is yet again a bit of a 2v0s. Double Lift and Yellowstar pushing down the top lane. And we have this uncontested Corki piloted by Wild Turtle, quite literally, in the bot side. And it will be a teleport for Hanser and a walk up by Huni.
Yeah, they actually see the jungle commitment pings go down there, and the teleport from Hanser comes in. He wants to catch this wave. They know that they will not be able to pull off anything on the top side. Hanser actually doesn't get too many of those last hits. It is hard with Graves.
Oh, Pobelter is going to be in a bad spot. Does get rid of it. Flashes over the cone and barely lives.
The extra shields coming in handy. Adrian is here, and the exhaust goes down as well. So exhausts traded in that exchange.
A really close fight as top lane is getting pushed out by this Yasuo, who has to be careful by the fact that there is no turret now behind him, in the sense that this lane is very far pushed up. He's got a lot of real estate to cover to get away. And Huni will hide for now. Hanser battling Adrian, who shields and runs. Unsurprisingly, level 2 support Karma loses to level 4 Graves. Not even a close fight, but Reignover's coming. Jumps over the wall.
He loses, but continues to fight. We're never going to grab that ward as well. Sejuani also obviously going to be very happy to get to level 6 with ease.
Yeah. A couple things to note real quick.
Oh,
good smite.
No smite from Reignover available. I was prepping a smite fight, but that is not much of a fight.
So I want to point out that Adrian has actually gone Windspeaker's Blessing. I've seen plenty of Thunderlord's Karmas, right, trying to get the poke damage down. He's actually built in order to give bigger shields to his teammates. It's Adrian, of course, he's playing a buff your team, keep them alive champion, but even when you're given the option,
Huni's going to have to come up with some tricky stuff because Hanser's on the way. You can see him heading down the lane.
Available.
Huni's trying to clear the wave quickly, though, which is very smart and necessary, as Hanser now shows. And Huni's got to know he needs to vacate the area, as Svenskeren's coming up as well. So Huni able to grab some CS for himself quickly before running for the hills.
Nice. He tried to aggro the Gromp to have it fight Svenskeren as he was running around.
Yeah, check for it.
Yeah.
The Wolf Spirit saw him as he entered, by the way, so that's why he kept running down to the bottom brush. And will channel that recall. Both turrets will be traded.
Yeah. Lane swap round 2. We saw TSM look for a play in the mid lane and nearly get it, but either way, they were able to trade turrets back regardless. Trading farm nearly equally. You're seeing very small differences between the AD carries and the top laners.
Yeah, I'm curious also if how much focus we'll see on the magic resist from TSM, since Huni is the sole attack damage threat.
Yeah,
having gone with, yes, the flexible Corki pick, but it does pigeonhole you into a very magic damage heavy profile for your entire team. Huni going for some 1 versus 1 action.
And forces a flash out of the opposing top laner of Hanser. He was not level 6, Huni. I don't know if he really could have gotten a kill for it, but
I mean,
if the knockup's set up for a Karma debut, then maybe.
If Karma shows, you need to get out of there because the chase from Karma is also really threatening. Even level 3, I believe Adrian has one in every ability.
No,
oh, he does not have
shield,
tether.
none
Okay.
in W.
Doesn't even have tether. Never mind.
Adrian building as actually defensively as possible.
I like it though. He's been applying the shield, saving people, roaming in between. Now that he's at a really big experience deficit as well, he'll get the catch-up experience bonus. The only problem with that style is that you need to be safe for that small amount of time while you're catching up. Level 3 is a precarious position to be in. Hillstar's got an extra level for himself as he's been hiding in the lane more often than roaming as much as, ooh, package.
Turtle. Walked by Yellowstar, sees him and says, hello, enemy team. Wants to save the cooldown if he can help it, and yeah, will keep the passive alive. Down to half health because of that, though.
Yellowstar has been aggressive all game long on this Trundle. In it, fighting. A lot of vision here for Immortals on their own side of the map, so they can react pretty easily to this TSM squad. And right now, what you want to do as Immortals is just hold. You've got an extra lane of income. Yeah. See right there, if they had a good spot, actually they have plenty of good spots for a teleport, but maybe the call was made just to go with the safe play. All you have to do is hold. You've got an extra lane of experience. Huni up top, I believe it's frozen. He doesn't have to push it. He could just keep, You can just go with the long game plan here and soak up extra experience, extra gold. Don't have to force anything down there on TSM, and you'll slowly guarantee yourself a little bit of extra income. Right now, though, everybody leaving mid, and that might be enough for TSM to take it. Going over for that blue buff. Can they clear this wave in time?
Pavelter is going to try, but actually goes for the blast. Does not hit any of the minions.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right.
Turret took some damage, but otherwise the wave is clear, and they're going to survive this one. But it did buy a lot of farm. Huni is double Hanser's minion kills right now, 65 to 30.
It's going to get worse. But because TSM all showed, Huni changed prerogative right there, and he actually decided to start pushing the lane, or the wave. Because they showed, he gained.
So TSM, their game plan was shove the wave in, get a lot of recalls in, grab the blue buff as well, power up for round 2 of this fight. TSM sitting on about 800 gold per person, but Huni was on 1,700. So as he pushes this wave in, he's going to one-shot a Phantom Dancer off of this. And now he's going to be in prime position to fight some people. Plenty of crit will mean a lot of damage for him. And he should be able to duel this Graves. As Hanser only level 6 to Huni's 7, he will catch up off this wave, though. Hanser will gain enough. But now he wants to.
He's not going to gain 30 minions off of it, though.
No.
So if there is action soon, then it'll be fine. Otherwise, Hanser can do the same thing. Try and hold here while the rest of the team plays defensively. Looks like he will try and hold. He actually should thin that wave out so it doesn't touch the turret.
Well, Graves can tank it. He's got lifesteal from Warlock as well.
Easy to do with Graves.
Yep.
Oh, they don't even go for a tap on the turret. See if they can get Scuttlecraft control for the Dragon fight setup. I'm really excited for this mid-game fight because it's so close right now. And the Yasuo, early Phantom Dancer does obviously signal. He wants to stay in the split push. He wants to duel. He wants the 1 versus 1. But I'm very excited for how the team fight's going to go.
We might have one soon. Right now we've just kind of played the wave control game. Graves has pushed the wave out as well, so Hanser might want to be roaming down to the bot side soon.
Yeah. Pobelter does have Frost Queens. It was the item that he rushed. He's had it for a while now. So they do have a chance to pick people off, and Reignover obviously does have ult flash from Sejuani ready. It's going to be about spacing, though. The carries out here from TSM. Double lift can spell shield. Bjergsen can try and engage and self-ult. A lot of vision for Immortals, though. If this fight takes place, Immortals have a lot of vision in the jungle leading up to the dragon.
Ooh, he nearly made Wild Turtle burn flash for that one. That pillar was a quarter second off from completely ruining his day.
Yeah, his whole team is there as well collapsing, so maybe even if that gets interrupted, he just walks around and doesn't burn flash, but...
Still nearly got the big play. Yellow Star level 5, same with Adrian, but of course Karma has access to her ultimate at level 1, Kobe, so...
Thanks for the reminder.
You're welcome.
All right, here we go. 1 versus 1. Huni, get him in there. Got the knockup. Got the ultimate.
Deals plenty of damage. Hanser gets the knockback
hit
against
the
the
wall.
wall. Huni very low. Hanser also stay alive, and now is Yasuo getting to lifesteal off minion waves, but Graves can do the same and replenish the health bars.
You definitely want to replenish your shield before going for that all-in as well. Oh, the teleport. They're cutting him off.
But
can Huni land the knockup?
So Huni gets a knockup, but he's got no ulti left, so he's got to do auto attack damage. The flash comes in. Bjergsen way too late. Instead, they re-engage on the mid lane. 4-3-man ulti by Reignover still will go down. An extended 1-for-1.
Yeah, great Gragas explosive cast here from FLICKR to get Reignover back in there. They burn the flash the first time, then boom, can't flash out again, and they answer kills.
Oh, flash root. Wild Turtle flashing away, staying alive. Just barely. Now TP comes in from Huni, not at full health, but can still dash forward. Gets a Karma Shield knockup onto Bjergsen. Doesn't allow him to get the claw. What a big play by Huni.
So happy that Yasuo is back. Just so smooth. And the outplays available here as Yasuo can run straight up the minion line. They betray you. Minions for TSM. And that kill made possible by the difference in teleport timers. Yeah, this turret is going to go down, not a lot of action here, but let's go over the chain events here. Because there are 4 teleports, it's a domino effect. The first teleport channeled early by Pobelter. That was not answered for a good 5-6 seconds from TSM side. So this is the 5-6 seconds later when Bjergsen is teleporting and then cancels it. Now they've got the 4 versus 3 here, and it's a couple of good plays since Scaren's able to get the knock on the Reignover. And even though he has Sejuani ultimate still available, Bjergsen locks him up. But anyways, the domino effect there of the teleports, Pobelter first, then Bjergsen uses his, so his is down. So now it contributed to the top laner dying first.
And Graves responds now.
Yeah, because Graves was dead. So there's his coming in later, but it's already too late because Huni got the extra couple seconds. And Immortals get the lead here in the mid-game.
Doing a good job using the fact that Graves was dead, pulling the team in and making that a 2-for-1 overall in Immortals' favor. They're losing some farm in the mid lane, but they're still doing pretty well as a team. 1,000 gold lead. Wild Turtle's got to be a bit careful, but trades back on a Hanser.
Yeah, a small addendum there. Graves with the respawn, it was so late. They didn't even channel his. So they still now have one card up their sleeves for TSM. They can try and pull a Graves teleport. But the only thing is, he's not coming in with any CC, so it's not the biggest of flanks.
Sure.
And it would have to come from the main members, FLICKR and Bjergsen, the initiators for the team, to be sped up by Sivir and make that initiation work.
Yep. So as we take stock of this game, 16 minutes in, Immortals are in a lead. They're up a kill. They're up 1 turret as well, and that means 1,500 gold. But to be honest here, TSM, I think, are holding up better than you would expect from a team that just lost to Renegades last week. And they are fighting pretty much neck and neck with first place Immortals here. And that honestly does bode well for TSM.
Yeah, they slightly lose out on the first sort of event of this game. That was the first really impactful event that wasn't just an exchange of resources. And Immortals get 1 step up in the game. A little bit of leverage here. See if they can actually use that turret advantage though, because that's pretty much all the gold is from that. There's a slight difference there as far as CS and the 1 extra kill going over, but the main advantage is going to be the extra territory they can work with as well. See if they can move up their ward line. Immortals have been very good this game as far as vision control goes.
And as they move up, they're heading towards, right now, a couple of deep wards on the top side of the jungle right here.
All right.
Went over the red buff. Otherwise, not a ton of deep vision for Immortals. TSM have 2 in the bot jungle themselves.
Teleports are coming back as well. Since Bjergsen canceled his, it's up already. But Pobelters will follow very quickly. And we'll have to keep tabs on this Hanser versus Huni matchup, because Huni actually is going with the Trinity Force Yasuo build that gained popularity several months, a long time ago.
Triforce Yasuo has been around for a very long time.
Anyway, a long time.
When all the items got reworked.
But it is that brawling build that will give him another advantage as far as the split pushing goes. So we shall see. Keep tabs on how he fares versus Hanser.
Yeah.
Does have the lead.
Of course, he got the lifesteal for the brawls as well, so Warlord's Bloodlust, of course, the keystone going to help him quite a bit. Mid lane under fire now. Wild Turtle gets the shield and just doesn't really take very much damage, so he's just slowly working that one down. Early Spectre's Cowl for Rainover into a Giant's Belt, which I assume would be Dead Man's play. He did, by the way, go Cinderhulk. There's always the chance it could have been Runic Echoes on Sejuani, but it is a full tank build here for Rainover.
I do like that because she does scale her damage with health as well.
True,
so,
more so than AP.
Yeah.
Unless you're Mr. Oink.
I mean, not more so than
Well,
on that single
yeah,
ability, maybe.
True.
She's full AP Sejuani is also a thing, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
You can 100% burst people. It's
I even named the AP
sick.
Sejuani main just a second ago.
Oh, did you? I wasn't even.
I name dropped Mr. Oink, man.
My bad. I actually did mute you, freak. All right, let's see. Actually, they're just going to retreat here, and a lot of the vision is going to be cleared out by TSM. So TSM holding pretty well here. I mean, this gold lead is spread out over the whole team. So if you look at the items purchased by both teams, there's not a huge discrepancy really anywhere down the line. Even though Corki is obviously at the classic Corki Spike, Trinity Force, and Sork shoes.
Doublelift not far behind, though. 900 gold in the pockets means he's pretty close to getting his completed Shiv or Rapid Fire Cannon, based on what he wants to go for here.
But as of right now, he might be at a disadvantage as far as combat effectiveness.
Bit of damage in a Rainover, and that's going to be enough time for mid lane to take some serious damage, and it will go down. TSM equalizing the turret score. Back with an 800 gold here. Not a shabby bit of mid game here by TSM.
Well, actually, there's a full item difference here on Hanser versus Huni, because Hanser has 1,000 gold in his pockets, and
but he's down 1,000 total gold.
And Huni's got extra 30 CS on him, so that actually is significant, especially since Huni's looking for Hanser to split push against. Right now, he might try and take this 1v1 and blow a cooldown of Bjergsen.
Huni's inventory worth about 900 gold more than Bjergsen right now. Gets a nice crit. Of course, he's got a 100% chance. Bjergsen self-ults to stay alive, but here comes the rest of the team. Puts down the wind wall to block a slow, and it forces the flash out of Bjergsen, but that flash.
Teleport for flash.
Yeah, beta
now,
TP.
It is a Lissandra. So teleport on Lissandra for me is very, very big. Obviously, the implications of her initiation, but I don't know about how double teleport versus... I'll actually take that, since they got her ultimate down for the time being as well. See if they make any power play around this.
See if they can. 1,000 gold up, Immortals pushing forward, and Svenskeren continues to manage to last hit these jungle monsters a bit better than Rainover can, as he builds over towards his next few items. Bit of damage from Yellow Star. No.
Whoa, not a Yellow Star.
And the Frost Bomb knocks him down. Wild Turtle stuck at the front lines, but guess what? He's got a Karma and a Lulu, so he is just fine. And Svenskeren's got nowhere to go. Knows he's going down. A kill for Huni.
That's our front line Corki we were looking for, freak. He's in there. Pobelter doesn't matter if he doesn't have his teleport, because he just sticks with the 4-man squad, and they do the 4-1 split push. Teleport does come in from Huni. Everybody collapsing. Baron started up. They do have pink wards inside, but the pings are down. It's very obviously Mortals going over towards that side. Let's see if they get magic steal here. Graves ultimate maybe.
Be a minor miracle. They're going to go in for this one, and Adrian's picked off, and they're going to go for the damage. Smite is going to land. So now how's the fight going to go? +0 so far as Hanser runs away. It's a 1-for-1. Plus Baron. Hanser flashes. He should stay alive on this one unless when he chases, which he will not.
Now,
right
there at the end, Rainover.
Oh, hold on. Wild Turtle has a shield, but he's taking a lot of damage here. A bit of a slow from the Spooky Ghost. Huni on the backside, and Yellow Star. What? He's baited in Hanser. That's a death. And now Doublelift is here as well. Goes for the crit, gets knocked up though, chases in continually, spell shields some damage, but he's turned into a sheep, turned into a Poro, a 1-for-1 trade as Svenskeren rejoins the team. 7-3 overall kill score, Yellow Star running for life as well. but still positive for Immortals.
Action-packed and a huge gain for Immortals. Got the Baron as well as a couple extra kills there on the end. Even though Rainover did throw his ultimate a little wide, max range Sejuani, Graves was able to dodge it and just get hit with the slow. But he ended up dying anyway after he came back in. So let's take a look at this. How did that happen? The double teleports was still available for TSM. And Yellowstar stops the back, even though it's Baron of Power back. Good flash there during the exhaust, by the way. Tony with the turn. No look knockup, was able to grab one. Look at this second Trundle pillar from Yellowstar, though. Hooney gets taken out of the fight. He's stuck on that pillar for a good 5 seconds, allowing Doublelift to at least get the kill there before going down in the exchange with Turtle. They still have Baron buff on 1.
Should be on 3.
2, 3.
Hooney, Rainover, and Pobelt are the ones wearing the buff. We'll see how much they can acquire. 1 minute left on that one. Hooney, 100% crit chance, Trinity Force, and Phantom Dancer. Nice bit of damage in for Svenskar. Knocks him right in, but a 3-man set will buy even more time. And look at the slaughter in the back line. They go so much punishment coming out from Immortals. They refuse to die, living up to their names, as they picked off 2 already into the back lines. Hooney in a 1 versus 2, a bit more than he can chew. A shutdown comes in for Hanser, but it's still 3 for 1 in favor of Immortals.
Yeah, what a good turnaround there. Gragas ultimate splits 1 into the fight, but Rainover with a great Sejuani ultimate. 4 people, I believe, stunned up in the explosion on that one. And the constant shields from the Karma Lulu that we're talking about, we're seeing it really have an impact in the mid game. Immortals taking pretty much everything after that. Let's take a look at this, yeah. So Svenskaren goes for the initiation. This is a Yasuo with shields on him in the middle of your team where he wants to be anyway, though. So the counter initiation from Rainover was 10 times as impactful as the Gragas initiation was in that. Wild Turtle deep into the enemy here with the package as well. It was just kind of everything the Immortals wanted. They had the counter initiation ready, they had package on Turtle, and they almost were able to clean sweep the backline as well.
Yeah.
Hooney came very close to grabbing a kill. Then you live off dangerous game, maybe turn that into 2.
And Hooney is going for the Titanic Hydra third.
All right. Here we
He's
go.
going to continue to be tanky and menacing, and Immortals have to run away from a Sivir ulti. Adrian does his own version, flashes over a traffic cone, flash root from Bjergsen will mean that Adrian goes down, takes a lot of ultis with him, but that is still a pickoff for TSM.
See what they do with it. Baron not up, not for a pretty long time. Dragon was just taken after the last fight, so pretty much that was everything used. You know, Lissandra ultimate and flash. Everything from Bjergsen there, except for his teleport for just a single kill. Rainover actually probably should not continue with this invade as they're down a person, but not really a big deal.
Yeah, looks like everyone's okay, though. No one's going to take any meaningful damage. And the gold lead suddenly became 6,000. The Baron and the couple of team fights that went in Immortals' favor have really ballooned this game their way in this mid-game here. I take it back, it's Frozen Mallet, not Titanic Hydra. It was the same recipe, but...
Yeah.
So, permanent slows, permanent speed buffs, and 100% crit chance is the name of the game for Hooney. Blocks some damage.
I like these bruiser builds for Yasuo as well, just because his damage doesn't fall off. Yeah, so his DPS is very high, so as long as he stays alive.
Uh-oh. Lot of damage in the Hansu. He's got no chance living at all. Easy walk away. TV for Bjergsen, he will go in. Ulti's Wild Turtle gets the kill picked up, and suddenly here's Svenskaren as well, knocking back Hooney, who still comes back in and grabs it. Another knockup on his Svenskaren, just chasing him down. Exhaust doesn't even matter. Hooney, a big chance on his name, crushing everybody. A quick kill for Powelter, but that is an ace for 1. Immortals are dominating.
Oh my goodness. This Yasuo with the bruiser build and grasp just lives forever. Shields coming in. Immortals easily going to be able to take this inhibitor, by the way. Spawn timers will not allow Immortals to continue on and take Nexus turrets, but inhibitor down is a very big swing in this game.
Beautiful stuff and an easy recall if the turret goes down.
Okay, so Rainover was actually there interrupting Doublelift when he tried to get to the fight and burned so much. He just goes down with everybody dogpiling on top of him. Double shields there. And as you know what happened on the top side, Huni was just taking care of everyone else on the team.
He made it look easy, but trust me, top lane Yasuo, not the easiest thing to play amidst the types of champions you normally battle, but Huni making it look good. Guardian Angel, I've been getting it wrong, but I'm going to say Guardian Angel is his 4th item. Maybe it's the Rot Portal. I doubt it.
Yeah, I think he can just split push with his own body.
It is recently buffed, Guardian Angel, though. It's now, what, 200 gold cheaper?
True,
but 6.5 buffs?
It's mostly buffed for squishier targets, and he's not really a squishy Yasuo.
Nope. But he'll certainly like the resist with all the health he's been gaining. Mercury Tread's helping with that as well. So good luck stopping Huni, who is huge for sure.
Good luck stopping anyone on Immortals right now.
They dive in doing a hell of a lot of damage. The multiple knockouts, 2 kills already. They cannot be stopped. Here into the back line goes Huni. A double kill for Wild Turtle. Hanser's certainly next on the plate. He will drop as well. Yellow Star, the last man alive, watches the team dies, and he joins them. A triple kill for the Corki, but it's just a complete slaughter now as it's just a crushing team fight, which should lead into the game-winning play.
Yep. That is going to be a clean finish here. Nobody on TSM alive to be in the picture as Immortals close it out.
And there we go. The last of it all happens, and down goes the last few turrets. Down goes the Nexus as well. Immortals, 28 minutes, continuing to make them fast. They just dismantle TSM. I need to point out one more thing about Huni. He went Elixir of Brilliance at the end there for the bonus true damage when you hit things. Not like he uses AP, but Huni has his own idea of what's good. Haven't seen Frozen Mountain Yasuo in a while. Certainly haven't seen Blue Elixir on him in a while.
It's funny because I would expect the life steal.
So it may have been a misclick, but it does do a lot of damage to turrets when you're
just like
that
anything
high.
that Huni does, you're like, yep, look at that. It's
not everything. Huni's done some bad things before, such as top smite Lee Sin in the 2015 spring playoffs on Fnatic.
I would chalk this one up to be one of those ill-advised things. I would definitely go for the, what's it called, Blood?
I forget what it's called. The Elixir of, that's not Fervor, I don't think.
Anyway,
the red Elixir.
The red one that gives you
the red Gatorade.
Life back on physical damage and physical damage itself. But regardless, smashes TSM with it. And so far, COG the only team to take a game off of Immortals, and they're looking to keep it that way.
Yeah.
As
Immortals,
the only one left with a chance is Impulse.
Yep. Their final game this split before playoffs will be Immortals versus Impulse. If they do win it, by the way, they will have the best win-loss ratio, win percentage in North American LCS history. Of course, Fnatic own the 18-0 from Europe, but 17-1 would beat 25-3, the current record held by C9, as far as win percentage at the end of the season. And it's Immortals looking like Immortals.
Yeah, and TSM have to refocus because their next game versus Energy is looming. And wait, what are they now in the standings? Yeah,
9 and 8. So they are still a win over Energy, but Liquid are right behind them, of course. Liquid coming into the week 8 and 8.
They could move up the slot.
Yeah, 4th place is up for grabs. TSM can still drop all the way down to 6th place. That is a possibility for them. And dropping into the bottom half, anything below 4th means you're almost guaranteed to face Immortals in the first round of, the semifinals.
Yeah.
It gets real tough real quickly. And you just saw what Immortals did to TSM. Dropping is not an option for those guys.
Definitely true. They're going to have to watch out for that one heading into the playoffs. Up next, we got the Dignitas versus Team Liquid, and we will see Team Liquid go for one of those 2 wins.
Liquid can now reach 4th if they just play properly. If they win their games, Liquid gets to end in 4th, guys. It might just happen, but for now, we just played a game. It's going to head in to Zyrene, who's got a breakdown of that Immortals win.
Thank you very much, Freak and Kobe. Great cast on the day. And I'm going to break down a play that happens in the bottom side tier 2 turret. And as we set this up, this is going to be a play that actually has a good reaction to it from Immortals, because TSM, they're actually looking to take this fight. And as we roll this clip out, you're going to see Svenskeren engage onto Huni, and he's going to pop it into his team. But pause here. This Bola was already thrown off by Reignover into this gigantic cluster of TSM backline threats. This right here, Svenskeren, the tank is completely separated from his team, so he's not providing the backup, and Huni actually gets launched right into the middle of them. And as we continue this team fight out, you're going to see everybody just comes towards Huni. Huni immediately across stunned members, able to take out double lift with ease. He goes back across, and then he actually looks for a Q there and pause it. So Huni was actually looking for his last Q this way, but what happened was Svenskeren was already knocked up, so he hit his R in this area, hoping to get Yellow Star and Bjergsen. Bjergsen did ulti, so there wasn't going to hit him anyway, but the damage that he needed onto Hanser as well before he went up is actually going to come into play, and you saw his tornado actually go out that way after he had ulti. Svenskeren is not a target he really wants to jump onto, seeing the tank, so Huni wants to be in that back line. As we continue this replay out, though, you're going to see that that damage that he needed is going to be crucial to actually clean the entire fight up as he chases down the back line. These members, TSM, Bjergsen, Hanser, so close. One more hit onto Bjergsen and multiple hits onto Hanser there, which he may have gotten with the ultimate, followed by the R. And of course, right there, the shield's coming into play. Karma's support. Now, Cloud9 members, Elimination might be happy about that one. But Immortals, they ended up closing this game out, and they had more dives after that, just over and over again. This was a composition that had something we really hadn't seen for a very long time, where it was focused around a Yasuo top and executed very well. Of course, Immortals, there's only one game left, and they could hold that NALCS record of the best win percentage at the end of the season. Now, let's check in with Dash, who's ready for an interview with two of our winners and possible record holders.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. That's right, I'm here with Wild Turtle and Huni after a win that brings you guys to 16-1 on the season. Only one game left to play, going for that 17-1. Before we get into this matchup, though, I want to talk to you guys about this last week of practice, because last week could have been considered the roughest week for you guys. A pretty close game against Dignitas where you're on the back foot for the entire time. So, Huni, coming to you, I want to know how you guys approached this week of practice, having seen that there, were ways that you guys could fall into deficits.
Last week, I'm pretty sure it was kind of your overconfident. That's why we play like a bit bad, and we tried to just play comeback. And since all the game, we're just full of the back, and then we have to make comeback game, instead of we were playing ahead since all the game. From that, we just felt it. We made so much mistakes just ourselves. Not enemy teams play really well. So I think we just focus on not making mistake in all the game, and just not being overconfident.
So checking yourselves, kind of making sure you assess the situation and move calmly forward. My next question then about improvement is going to come to you, Wild Turtle, which is, given the fact that you are 16-1 now, you haven't had a ton of opportunities to look at losses and figure out, glaring issues with the team. So what is your guys' process, having been such a dominant team, on finding ways to get better and building new strategies?
Whenever we have trouble at any point of the game, even in scrims or on stage games, we go back and look at it. Even if we're winning the games, we're going to have these bumps where we didn't do the right things in this scenario. And I think losing with our team makes us learn a lot more too. When we lose a game, we actually learn a lot more than when we're always winning.
Right, absolutely. Now, if we move into this game, I want to talk about some of the changes you guys made, because we had spoken to Adrian last week, and he had said that we have other strategies. We're not necessarily going to show them unless we have to. But today, you guys came out with the Sejuani, Lulu, Yasuo, and Karma. So that's a whole lot of picks that we haven't seen before. And so I kind of want to get a sense of where this composition came from, why it was that you felt this was the game to come out and show that you can do these different things. Who need you first?
I think even though we play Yasuo, Lulu, Sejuani, Karma, it's new pick, but those picks we already practiced since 5 weeks ago, and we have so much picks still. So I think it's not we didn't have to pick this new champion. We didn't have to show that actually, but just we play as much as we can, because last week it was not good for us. That game was really close, and we had to go really long time. It's not Immortals' style,
Right. I want to ask you about the Yasuo pick specifically, because we saw Darshan pull it out earlier in this split against a Nautilus top specifically, and they were outspoken about the fact that they thought Yasuo was a counterpick to Nautilus, at least in lane. It didn't work out for them for the rest of the game. Having seen the Graves and Trundle locked in, what is your feeling about Yasuo and the current meta in the top lane? Is he strong against all champions, or where does he fit?
I think since they changed that Warlost.
Warlost.
Yeah, there is like so much sustain during the lane phase, so that's why they make for Yasuo like so much sustain and then it's super strong lane phase. He can farm no matter what 50-50, even though like they pick tank champion. But I think it's like you need to think about like what is your composition and then how you're going to execute with Yasuo. I think it's pretty hard champion at the same time. Like, has really super strong lane phase.
Yeah, it's a very demanding champion. Mechanically, you played it quite well, and with that freeze that you guys were able to set up, you got a very substantial farm lead, which helped you win that 1v1. Now I want to go to the rest of the composition, which was this Lulu and Karma around a Corki, and it's, you know, as well as a Sejuani being the frontliner, but it kind of is that protect the AD carry comp just without an Orianna or a Janna. Instead, we're substituting Lulu and Karma. So what are the benefits of these two champions in particular and in the meta as we see it now?
Well, I think those two champions just also help like any AD carry play more aggressive. Like they gave us Lulu because we thought they were gonna pick it after we picked Corki, but they didn't pick the Lulu. So we just wanted to take the Lulu pick away. So we wanted Lulu. It just kind of happened that we had Lulu Karma.
Right, fell into your hands.
Yeah.
So you're like, we're not going to ignore it.
Yeah.
And of course, Sejuani, I mean, we have the, you know, the possibility for some great four-man ultimates, which Reignover was hitting. And so we saw kind of the power of that champion. We were wondering at the beginning of the day whether or not Sejuani would make an appearance. I do want to now look a little bit further into the future. And I know that we have a lot of games left to play through the playoffs before we even make it to MSI. But I'd like to pick your brains, having seen some of the international competition at IEM, as well as probably your own, you know, studies and watching other regions, where you guys feel as a team you would stack up on the international level, since we didn't get to see you play at IEM. Huni?
At IEM?
Well, playing at MSI, because we didn't get to see you at IEM.
Well, I don't know, because there was no chance of playing against like real international team. At the same time, IEM, there was no like super strong team. Like let's say Rox was not there. Obviously, any LCS best team in Immortals was not there.
Right.
So I think it's pretty hard to say like that early. So I think we need to just wait for MSI.
Fair enough, fair enough. Keep your sights on winning the spring split first and foremost. One more question to you, Wild Turtle, and it's about Cloud9 CLG, as they are in a tight race for second place here in that first round bye. There's a chance that they might have to play a tiebreaker if both teams win out. In the case that they do, are you willing to pick a team that you think has the upper hand in that matchup?
It's really a hard one. C9 and CLG, like they're both really good teams, and they do have all their moments. But I think CLG is a little bit more consistent, so I'm just gonna give that one to them.
There it is, a slight edge for CLG. Huni, do you feel the same way?
No.
No? How do you feel?
I'm not feeling anything.
Oh, he's not. He's abstaining from the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. That's fair enough, fair enough. Well, again, gentlemen, congratulations on the victory today in pretty dominating fashion. Look forward to your game tomorrow. We've got more league action headed your way right after the break. See if Liquid will lock in a playoff spot or if Team Dignitas will keep the hope of a 7th place finish alive. Don't go anywhere.
Actually, today there's a lot of crowd or what?
Let me kill all these.
Because we are match of the weekend, you know?
Come on, seriously.
Match of the weekend.
It's the best team against the most popular team as well.
Well, Huni gets a knockup, but he's got no ulti left. He's got to do auto attack damage. The flash comes in. Bjergsen way too late.
Trundle. I can kill him. I can kill him. Trundle. Okay. I'm fighting Graves. I'm going from behind. Lissandra has no flash.
TP for Bjergsen, he will go in. Ulti's Wild Turtle gets the kill picked up, and suddenly here's Svenskeren as well, knocking back Huni, who still comes back in and grabs it. Another knockup on Svenskeren, just chasing him down. Exhaust doesn't even matter. Down goes the Nexus as well. Immortals, 28 minutes, just dismantle TSM. True or false? I'm gonna ask these folks behind me some questions about the LCS. Of course, that's true. Let's check it out. Huni's really good at making grilled cheese sandwiches. True? Yeah, that is true. Solid stuff. Aframu won a hot dog eating contest in 11th grade. True. Actually false. We made that one up. Yeah. Darshan can sing really well. False. Darshan is a great singer. False. Actually true. He's a great singer. Yeah. Kobe's real first name is actually Kobe. True. No, what?
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Jet and I have given Freak and Kobe the boot and are taking over the caster desk for our final 2 games of the day. It's going to be fantastic, I promise. Up in our next penultimate game of the day of Spring Split action is going to be Team Dignitas versus Liquid. And for Liquid, they are looking for just 1 win to cement their spot in the playoffs. Yeah. Easier said than done. They'll be looking at this game to do it because the road only gets more difficult tomorrow with a showdown looming against Cloud9.
Yeah, and Liquid is consistently the most confident team we've had in the league, it seems like, even though their record doesn't always back it up. It's a 500 team, but when you hear them talk, they speak like they have a much better record, so they're very highly confident. And they certainly have good games, but they are just as likely to follow up a winning streak with a losing streak. Yeah. Dardoch would kind of be an example of an inconsistent player. He's the team's jungler and shot caller, but he is relatively new, and he has something to prove. Therefore, I feel like he plays very aggressively, high farm, no tank items a lot of time, so it leads to some of these swingy games.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Dignitas is coming off the worst week ever with 2 near victories getting snatched away at the last second. It was really a rough week for them.
Oh my God, what a heartbreaker. It's crushing how Dig lost those games. But if you look at the silver linings, Team Dignitas were ahead in gold for 88% of their games last week. Yeah. And if you combine the gold from the 2 games, it was positive. They had more gold than their opponents. But they will still need to shake off those games because they have to go 2-0 this week for a shot at 7th place and a guaranteed spot in that summer split.
It's going to be difficult. Got to leave it all on the Rift this weekend. Shifter says instead of focusing on their losses as well, they use those games to make improvements.
Yeah, so even after tough losses, like we don't play the blame game with each other. We just look at what went wrong, what can we do to fix it. It's just really hard to think that you're no longer playing to win something like playoffs or the first place. You're playing just like to stay in, which is kind of depressing, but it's just a reality and you just have to accept it.
Man.
Touch and go with the reality of it, but they're definitely looking to improve on these situations. They understand what was at stake and now what is still at stake, and they're still going to push hard to get those victories.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes it's hard to recognize where you are at. Like Shifter, he feels like it's kind of depressing to have to play into the league, but they're playing to win the chance to remain a professional team in the LCS, right? Like I feel like that's still a very important thing to play from, and they're still among the top teams in all of North America if you're looking at the broader scope of every team that exists in North America. So. Got to use those tricks to motivate themselves. We'll see.
They're ready to play right now, ready to use some tricks. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Team Dignitas. That's Billy Boss in the top lane, Kirei in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Paulo AD carry with Kiwi Kid as support, and Coach Raz right behind him.
Yeah, so they're looking to play into the LCS, whereas Liquid's trying to play into the playoffs. On the red side, we got Lorlo in the top lane, Dardoch, Young Gun in the jungle, Phoenix in the mid lane, Piglet on AD carry, Matt is their support, and Loco Doco, their veteran coach.
Now, one thing that goes with Dignitas along with this is it's pressure they felt before. They can usually play to that pressure, but sometimes it comes down to one moment that gives them that. Maybe they can keep control of these games coming into the split, figure out what that style is, and use it to keep themselves in the LCS position.
Yeah, and if we're also looking at Team Liquid, it's how much they can play well versus the next game just being terrible. Last week, as an example, they crushed COG, and then they fell to Energy, who looked abysmal today in their first game. So we really have a mixed bag coming on here. Combined record from last week, Dignitas on a 4-game losing streak, Liquid lost their last game, but really anything could happen still.
And to go back to that Liquid point where you said they do great and then not so great, that was the CLG and then Energy, a win, then a loss. The only change to the composition was a Nautilus and Poppy change in the top. So we saw the same composition play drastically different from Liquid. That's something also very clean up a little bit. 2 bans for each team so far. Nautilus, Azir, who we've been seeing much more of across all regions, with the Kindred and the Gragas.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing some slight regional differences in the overall meta. I said at the top of the show in our patch discussion that I thought Poppy was actually going to become the preeminent top laner in North America, and that was a data-informed decision because Poppy had been 100% pick ban in Korea and Europe on the current patch. But then it fell completely through in the first game of the day. And some of that can just come down to what the teams in North America are playing. For instance, Graves top is far more prevalent in the North American LCS than it would be in, say, the European LCS. And I think that's something that can work very well into Poppy. In this particular example, though, Team Dignitas bans out Nautilus anyway because Lorlo was so good on it.
Looking at...
Little stop and start on the music.
Yep. They're DJing it now, getting the mix in.
There's Poppy.
Champion select mix. The Corki gets picked up, both mid laners 2 plays on Corki in their last 2 games. So for Dig to get that, puts Phoenix on something else, but they get the Elise and the Poppy, something we've seen them getting consistently. The Lee Sin, however, open. Dardoch doesn't take it this time.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less hyped on the Lee Sin. He had played it 4 games in a row prior to this one, but he is also against Team Dignitas, so there is a higher value in the Elise pick here.
Right, for Curate.
Exactly. Elise gets banned away against Team Dignitas frequently. In this instance, I think Team Liquid is actually trying to bait them into an Elise first pick so they themselves can get the Corki. So there's no way they were giving them both Corki as well as Elise on a rotation when they go back around.
Good eye.
And Dardoch can play it, so he's just going to pick it early.
Sivir comp is there for Dignitas, something we used to actually see quite a bit in the past for them. So they know how to run this just straight engage.
Apollo, Sivir may be Apollo's best champion. Back in the summer split, his main champions for Team Impulse were Sivir and Graves. Graves has obviously changed substantially, so Sivir is now even kind of buffed from that since she can crit on her Ricochet. And I like that choice there for Team Dignitas, since when they win, they typically win through a brawly teamfight game, and all of their champions thus far are very good in that environment.
Showing the Lee Sin for the haha, or does Kira actually play it? We got Lulu, Janna picked up, a lot of safety on this side of Liquid, and why not? They love to focus the Piglet's AD carry, make it strong, let it carry. Looking for Dignitas, what will they answer with? The Sivir's already going to bring the team into an area they can fight, and what else do they bring to that fight?
Yeah, it's funny that Apollo was hovering Vayne when they already have Sivir locked in, because I actually think Piglet should play Vayne into this particular matchup with the Janna and the Lulu. It's what they would be able to use to kind of shred through a super tanky Trundle, and it's also tremendously effective against Sivir. I wish they would lock that in. It'll be our first Alawi. Poor lonely Alawi. I believe I heard a stat somewhere that this is the only champion that hasn't been played in a professional league yet.
So, yeah, no Alawi.
One day.
Udyr? Back to Udyr.
Oh!
All right, so Kira's going to take Udyr in the jungle. Seen it fall a little bit to the wayside. Smithy would dabble quite a few times on it and played well. See what Kira can do. Looking back, Gragas Elise, Kindred was really his other pickups, so we have not seen that coming from him. Final pickup for Liquid to round out that AD carry position. Feeling like the Lulu's going to be safe in mid lane for Phoenix. We'll see what they will protect Piglet on.
Yeah.
It's really a strat that doesn't change for them too much.
I still think Vayne would be good here, although we haven't seen him play it this year. It's more likely that we'll just see him play Lucian.
Right.
It's what they're most comfortable on usually. I do want to kind of speak to the Udyr pick, though. And I'm not going to change my pronunciation of Udyr, as many people that will tweet me elsewise. I think it's the way you should say it. But it's a deep pocket pick for Keyray. And we do get the Vayne anyway, so we're getting all the things that I like to see in a game. Looking at Keyray's solo queue account, he's ranked 36 on the North American server. He has 1 Udyr game on that account this season. So it's something that they would have been scrimming a lot of, or he's playing it on a lesser-known account. It's also something Dardoch has played a lot of as well. I do not like to pick one bit into a Lulu and a Janna, who I think are 2 of Udyr's biggest counters.
We're looking at here 4 and 12 to 8 and 8. With that loss Energy just had today, it would be very great for Liquid to be able to move up on that 9 and 8. Dignitas as well to just get as many wins here as possible. Keep the spot of the LCS split alive without too much more pressure added on.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult. Teams are locked in. Piglet does get his Vayne. Going to be quite a protective Vayne composition, and we got a full run at you comp. We're going to see Tempered Fate coming out from Bard here on Kiwi Kid. See what they can do. Dignitas really needs to start to step it up a little bit here at the end of the season. Show that they can be a team that is going to reckon with the rest.
They do, and they had some really big missed opportunities last week when they had a chance to beat Echo Fox and Immortals, but they fell short on both of those regards. And here, I do not necessarily like their team composition. Udyr is good with Sivir, but I do not think it's good against Lulu or Janna.
Yeah, it can get kited quite a bit there. Tell us how you think the game is going to go over on Twitter. You heard us and what we had to say. Hit us up at LOL Esports with your votes. Always hashtag DIGwin or hashtag TLWin. You know the drill. We'll tally up those votes and show you as we get a little ways into game, maybe after Keystones, maybe before. We'll switch it up. A little variety is the spice of life. We are into game. It's going to be Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see the Keystones as well. Warlords, Bloodlust, I think, changes a little bit of what champions are able to play. For instance, the large amount of lifesteal you can get in lane as Vayne, especially when you can amplify that lifesteal with the Janna shield to increase your overall AD, I think makes Vayne viable in matchups where she wasn't viable before. Also, with recent patch changes to make Sivir's Ricochet crit, you're more likely to see her, and I do think Vayne has always been one of Sivir's natural counters. It's very easy when Sivir goes to push a side wave, which she does all too often. If Vayne just exists in the same lane past level 6, I feel like Vayne can ultimate, close the distance, and just straight up kill Sivir.
Quickly take him out, and we know Piglet has those mechanics. If he gets going in any form, it's going to be very tough for Dignitas to feel confident about making any moves. Maybe they still will, but it will be difficult to make that happen with a smile if Piglet gets ahead. Starting off on this one, TP for Phoenix in the mid lane. We'll look for plays to be made there along with Lorlo. So double TP against the heal for Shifter, playing it safe, trying to get himself scaled up for the game.
Yeah, Shifter, fairly conservative laner as usual. Towards the bottom of the league in CS differential at 10. He usually gives up a lot of CS so he can have a higher presence in teamfights. Back a few years ago, that ended up working very well, but it has not worked as well the past couple of years for him.
We'll see how safe he plays this one. We're actually going to get the lanes that we want. Still get a little help to the junglers so they get some speed through as well. Both
Actually,
sides
incredibly mirrored starts.
Right.
Part of that is because of the deep warding that happened. It stopped the little... It basically scared the AD carries off of doing a camp. Kiwi Kid was able to get a deep ward in the Gromp of Team Liquid. Therefore, instead of trying to do the Gromp and get harassed off, Team Liquid just went straight to lane. And then because Dignitas had warded, they didn't have time to go back and do their own Krugs. So we get the most standard of starts, with top laners pulling for junglers and junglers cycling. The paths are different, though. Dardoch has skipped all the way down to blue buff.
Yeah, he went down real quick. I was just watching where Kirei was. Thank you for catching that. Looking at bot, looks like level 2 will be Apollo's first. They leveled that quicker, so you can see not too bad. Vayne under the turret. Piglet's actually going to be quite happy in this position because he can even get the shield to hit minions that are out of range. Easy for them, only missing a few.
Yeah. Sivir will shove in Vayne very early, but I don't think Sivir has any kill pressure on Vayne, which is what Piglet will be fine on. He'll be fine farming up. And to speak to the jungle a little bit there, Dardoch did a highly modified path because he had no knowledge of where Kirei had started, but they had their own jungle warded, so they were worried that Kirei was going to do a very quick jump into the blue side jungle of Dardoch, and he's done that modified path to prevent that. It means he's a little bit behind experience on Udyr, but it's safe.
We've seen Dardoch a few times show himself in lane, have ganks that don't go very well, but he does know how to repair the situation. Being behind here should not be too bad for him. Gold's completely even throughout the game as we have not seen any action. It looks like both teams are giving each other a bit of respect here. And I'd say, who would that actually help if things go very calm in the early game here?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say because a lot of it will actually have to do with how much farm Piglet is able to get in team fights since everything is channeled through to him. I think overall, a laning phase game that will transition to team fights does favor Team Dignitas a little bit, mainly because how many games did we see early on in the season with Billy Boss on Trundle in lane swaps where it would just become a teleport fest early and Team Dignitas would lose the game before he's level 6.
Right.
Trundle wants to have an extended laning phase where he can hit level 6, build up Titanic Hydra, Iceborne Gauntlet, and start bullying, and this type of game makes that much more likely to happen.
A little bit of love towards top lane here. Dardoch's just hanging around to make sure Lorlo doesn't get too much aggression. And while he's there, he'll take that Gromp on the top side. Billy Boss adding a little bit of love to the fight, and we are going to get a bit of vision here on the side of Kirei. He sees that. Oh, he does not see that ward. I thought it was just placed.
They're going to run into each other here.
This is Billy Boss coming down. And the repel's going to put him pretty much in the same spot. Kirei walks forward a little bit, which gave him an area to go more behind on that repel. So it works out. Flash blown.
Yeah.
Playing it dangerous.
Not the greatest counter jungle there by Dardoch because Kirei spotted them right at the tail end. And then Kirei took the appropriate path to cut off the Elise, knowing that Lorlo wasn't going to be able to lend assistance through the turret or through the giant wall that was going to stop him from being there. It'll hurt the lane pressure in top lane a little bit and expend his flash.
So there's a little bit more of that Dardoch trying to take a different path, do different things. Gets caught out by Kirei. He'll stay top lane, though. You saw that was very low for Billy Boss. At least half HP is something they can work on.
Yeah, this is actually a counter gank by Dardoch. He's expecting the Udyr to loop around and gank here. That's the only reason I believe he would be here. Because they knew that Trundle was so low that they'd have the health advantage in a 2v2. I think Kirei recognized that as well, that the counter game could be possible, and I think he told Billy Boss to just go home. Although, he's sticking around. Now it's getting dicey.
You don't have to go out for that. Yeah, okay. Pushing in. He might lose a few to the turret.
It might
here.
threaten to dive. He's not level 6 yet. And because Udyr has bailed, he has to respect that push.
This is an option now for Kirei to kind of make a move. They know he's not top. Gives an idea to Liquid. They have to be safe, but Kirei is going to use this time of Dardoch being top to get some more of the jungle for himself. Lanes really haven't been affected too much with the TPs being hit up first. Billy Boss uses his to get back, so we won't see a huge play from there. Everybody's playing too safe, chat. We're getting antsy right now.
Yeah, standard lanes, that's all you need to make a really exciting game, Riv. Just laning against each other.
Not even really getting a CS lead too much. That's a great dodge on the Q. About an equal damage trade. Matt comes out a little healthier.
Yeah, people can still play very passive if they want. Nice ward in the river. Kirei's very low on mana as well, so even if he landed a bear stance, he wouldn't have the mana to do a Phoenix stance. He should just be looking... See, this to me is a mistake by Kirei. He should be clearing Krugs before recalling. Otherwise, it's just going to expose them to being under-leveled. He should be outpacing Dardoch's Elise by more than 3 CS right now. Dardoch did a modified route and also did a defensive gank, which Kirei did not match. So the fact that he's only ahead by 3 CS to me is a pretty big misplay.
Right.
For a champion that can jungle much faster based on the kit early game, and because Dardoch did a defensive path.
It seems like Dardoch, as well as seconds after Kirei, every time he's been playing that momentum. Kirei's actually going to be off to the wing on the left side here. TP's going to come in, which will help from Lorlo. Remember, Billy Bosses is down. That may be the majority of this play. That's going to be a kill going in front of Matt. They've traded one for Piglet. Piglet still getting shots in. Another TP now coming in. And it looks like they will be safe. Apollo does get taken down. And that first TP was from Phoenix, rather, not on Lorlo. What a crazy fight. And now Shifter's here. Flashes over, and he's able to get himself a kill. A whole lot of mayhem in the beginning of the game at the bottom side when really nothing was happening before.
Yeah, mayhem is the right word for it, because at the same time, Billy Boss didn't even teleport down, so technically Team Liquid burned both of their teleports on there in what was a 2-for-0 teleport advantage, and didn't come out of it with that monumental of a lead. The CS difference is going to catch up in the top lane to kind of neutralize that. But if we look at the dive in particular, they exhaust Apollo while they try going in. And it looks like Matt takes one too many turret shots, ends up giving away a kill credit to an Apollo ricochet. And the rest of the dive was decently clean as Dardoch and Lorlo stick around at pretty low health and Apollo can't follow through the kill. But then Dardoch and Lorlo they kind of hit a few minions on their way out. Shifter's able to flash in. I feel like if they could have left a minion standing near the turret, Lorlo could have used his heroic charge to slam to safety, but instead they farmed him away. Not the greatest dive by Team Liquid. Still a little bit advantageous, but I think it could have been a lot cleaner.
So TPs are down. Still flashes came out of that play, so if Liquid tries to get anything aggressive or keep pushing themselves in the jungle a bit, they can. Dignitas will be looking for it. Only 400 gold down. Still very much anybody's game, and that early action just allows them now to spike. Get some items out and see who makes the next move. Kirei kind of on the bottom side of the jungle now. He's spent a little time top, saw Dardoch, and now he's been working on that ward he wasn't able to clear, and then since the fight, just been botling.
Yeah. And I think to have Udyr work in the game right now, he needs to have a larger farm share. And Team Dignitas is going to need to dedicate a lane of some kind to him later in the game. Currently, though, Billy Boss would be their split pusher, and I don't really feel like they're set up to do a great 1-3-1 unless they have Sivir, Bard, Shifter in the mid lane, and then Udyr in the side lane. But he's going to be a little bit weak here, and Billy Boss getting dove again.
And still on the bottom side is Kirei. They're going to know that Dardoch is top. If they can't finish this kill, it may pay off just a little bit for grabbing something on that bottom, but they do get it. The turret aggro's back onto Dardoch. Lorlo gets out safely, and once again, Liquid start to find their targets.
Yeah, it's really difficult to dive a Trundle because he can gain so much health and resistances from his ultimate, but at the end of the day, they burn his ultimate, his flash, and still get the kill out without burning a summoner, so a lot of credit there to Team Liquid for doing that dive, and it was made possible because they knew Kirei couldn't be there for the counter gank.
So kind of what's the repair move now? We thought it would have been a little more laid back, Kirei kind of super farming this game out, and that's almost what they have to do now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the counterplay to a ganking jungler. You find the area on the map he ganks, you go and steal his jungle.
Right,
so
either
that
side.
was the correct move, but the problem is it doesn't put him ahead. Dardoch had been hard farming beforehand, so even though he's behind in the minion total, he is still ahead of him in levels. Dardoch's a level 8 Elise against a level 7 Udyr.
Yeah, the 2-0-2 in the bag of chips on the side there with the kills and the farm for himself, almost built up on his core item. It's going to be difficult to stop Dardoch, whether it's the Lee Sin or now the takeaway Elise for Kirei, which makes Kirei feel a little bit uncomfortable. It seems to be working. Fights onto Phoenix. Shifter's been able to control the lane pretty well with that damage. Usually you figure you get pushed in by Lulu, but Shifter's not having it. You can do the same with Corki.
Definitely one of the better CS showings of the year for Shifter here. Also have to note that one of the reasons Corki is first pickable / the most pick/ban mid laner on the current patch is because of the early laning phase being so oppressive. Can trade very favorably with pretty much every matchup, also has a shove advantage, and doesn't need to use Valkyrie in lane, so can always use it if a gank approaches.
Cheeky little placement from Billy Boss. He's able to get a few extra hits in. Throwing the harass down. You can hear the T-Mat going off. He's almost to that Titanic. Kirei showing top, but he's vision now. You see how fast Dardoch actually starts to skittle up here. And he's going to be just off on the wing. Great entry into it. He'll be seen by the ward on the other side, but nothing's going to come of it anyway. We're all excited for nothing.
Yeah, I do have to hand it to Dardoch this game. I feel like he has been ahead of Kirei in the mind games in a lot of different situations. This is a nice adaptation, though, by Kirei, knowing that Dardoch went to clean his Krugs. It's a golden opportunity to take the Rift Herald. Kirei should take this and hopefully find a gank with the enhanced move speed. That's his way back in the game. I feel like if he doesn't get a gank off very early, it's going to be a slow burn for Team Liquid for the rest of the game.
It's a top, maybe. It's going to be hard to gank all the other ones. Like you said, you're going to get kited so hard on most of these fights. Poppy's really the only one you're not going to have to jump on to walk up and hit her. Lorlo has actually been doing a lot better at staying out of those sticky situations. The beginning of the season, his Gnar was focused quite a bit, but we've seen Nautilus and Poppy a lot better at staying alive, being there when the team needs them past 6. And definitely having a better score line. Here, 92-96, keeping it even in that sense. We were waiting for the Tempered Fate hit, and there's the first one to come out. That will be the kill onto Piglet. Cannot leave the Vayne alone.
He had 2 canceled teleports at the end there, Phoenix and
good
Lorlo.
Good eye.
And Billy Boss. So actually 3 canceled teleports, I think, unless Phoenix teleported into the mid lane. I have to double back and check that. That's exactly what Team Dignitas needed, though. They waited for magic recall, Tempered Fate to stop Piglet from recalling, and Kirei was coming through the lane with the empowered move speed from the Doom's Eve buff he gets from Rift Herald. Doom's Eye, Doom's Eve, one of the two.
Yeah. Good split second placement there as well by Kiwi Kid. Pretty easy for Vayne to just kind of roll out of that, but he gave it enough distance to catch her, even after the mechanics. So 4-3, Dignitas kind of turns the burn around. Things are starting to heat up for them, but they got to keep this consistency rolling. Top lane still back and forth, but making a move in the bot lane is definitely going to start things up for them.
Yep, desynced recalls from Piglet and Matt means the Kiwi Kid can get the Bard ultimate down. Great timing on the Bard stun when he removes stasis. And yeah, that was a double cancel teleport by Team Liquid and a single cancel by Team Dignitas. So they will be coming up faster than your standard teleport. 200-second cooldown instead of your base 300-second cooldown. Still hurts, though, that they even began the channels on those after Piglet had died.
A lot of love for the lanes. No love for the objectives this game. No real pressure towards Dragon whatsoever. Both teams are happy farming it up for now. Kiwi Kid looking to just do a bit of damage if Matt wants to get a ward in. Doesn't look like they'll be able to work off too much. We see Billy Boss's teleports down. There, it's a dangerous miss.
Oh, just an inch away from the wall.
Yep.
Kiwi Kid will Bard away through the speed shrine, picks up a meep. No catching that guy. Oh, Billy!
Oh, he quickly autoed the minion, which kind of killed one of his steps. Still gets lower to blow his flash. He's perfectly happy with that. Blew his as well, but has control of the lane as he pushes towards the turret. A move by Kirei actually pushes Lorlo off a little bit more, so top should be theirs in just a few seconds. And Phoenix, he's been doing his damnedest to stay alive in this lane. Every time we see it, he's half HP, but still keeping his farm up.
Yeah, he's gone with a very Very standard Lulu build, but it's definitely not aggressive early. Frost Queen's claim is a gold generation item that will help him transition into the rest of his items and help him with the kit, but it's definitely not a lane bully item, so expect him to get pushed in. With the gank top from Udyr, it was matched essentially by Dardoch roaming down, and they have been able to trade turrets, but because of the gank earlier, Team Dignitas has the overall turret advantage.
Lots of pings towards the mid lane. They should be good here. Oh, okay. You scared me a lot. 80% here for Liquid. It probably would have looked like Kirei face checked that brush, but he knows better. A lot of pings going over towards the mid lane, and they know exactly where the danger lies right now. So Liquid feeling comfortable. The map's opened up enough. They try to do a little bit more to get wards forward, get even bigger advantage. So without finding it, take a breather, back into their jungle. I was thinking about it just as we saw Dardoch on the screen a few minutes ago. We were talking about junglers a lot. Is like Dominate to Dardoch has been kind of the same dynamic for this team. A strong jungler that commands a lot in the early game, do the same thing. And that falls in line with Phoenix Piglet. They kind of were used to that last season.
It is really crazy how many similarities there are between Dardoch and Dominate.
Yeah.
Like, it is a true successor to I Will Dominate. As they said it was, Dardoch and Dominate. I remember when Dominate had his retirement AMA or thread on Reddit. It was just a big love fest between Dardoch and Dominate, all complimenting each other and saying how similar they were. And like you say, the way they play, even to the point of have really great performances, follows from some really bad performances, and sometimes don't recover from mistakes, or when they're winning can just take over a game. So far, Dardoch is 2-0-2, but it has been matched by some big plays by Team Dignitas, so Dardoch will have a pretty big impact on this game if Team Liquid wants to win.
Especially with that Elise pickup we were talking about, taking away. Having that champion pool definitely helps as well. Liquid looking to keep themselves in an area for a playoff spot with more wins on the final week of LCS. Bit of back and forth. Exhausted Kirei, that's the kind of kite we were talking about. It would be hard for Udyr to get in. A lot of flashes, a lot of defense being used for Dignitas to get away. They finalize one of the kills as they looked for 3 there. It was looking pretty grim for Dig.
Yeah, really interesting conflict right there because both top laners technically had the option to teleport down as well, although they're looking at each other so they could have canceled each other's teleports. But yeah,
that's true.
That's kind of the way I think this game is going to end up progressing. Team Dignitas isn't going to be going for 1-3-1. They're going to be using the classic run at them strategy, which is actually really good with Sivir. Sivir will pop ultimate. Kirei and Billy Boss will try and Zerg in the team fights, and it's going to be a constant battle of whether or not Team Dignitas can get in range versus whether or not they're going to get peeled by Vayne and Janna. Here, the Bard ultimate was supposed to allow more time for Dignitas to run at them, but it missed. So they were then able to use their skills, juke around, knock them back, and they never really closed the distance from there. Kiwi Kid then got run at by the move speed from Lulu, who is speeding them up there. So that's kind of a microcosm of why I think Team Liquid's composition is superior in this sense.
And we saw it was just a split second. That was a Piglet Apollo 1v1 real quick. Piglet dodging multiple abilities, the Tempered Fate. We said that 1v1 was not going to be too fun for Apollo. And we saw the results right there. The Seal now on top of that Blade of the Rune King from Piglet. So as a Vayne, feeling very good. And that Kerchi Shard as well to get his static going on.
Nice pronunciation.
Yeah.
I stay away from that word. I will say the Shard and the Zeal.
The Shard?
Yeah.
Sounds good. I like it. I attempt.
A little bit of extra wave clear if he ends up completing the static shiv there. Phoenix still with that turret standing. However, if Team Dignitas is able to get that turret down and then force a fight around an objective, the overall goal lead could still lead to a pretty big team fight if they actually successfully run at them here. Team Liquid not actually keeping up with some of the map pressure here, and it's a nice timing by Kirei to be here with another Rift Herald buff. Should get the turret.
That was
oh my goodness.
Okay, so they saw everybody coming over from the right. I was going to say, that's a lot of respect given to just Phoenix. But we see the team kind of waltz in from the right side. A Cocoon would not be what they want right now.
Oh, that turret.
And it is, it's about dead.
That is not much health. 20 of 4,000. So the turret is at 0.5% health right now.
Who's got it?
1 auto attack. Oh, but the shield.
It's too early.
This is how you get weighted into fights, actually. Team Dignitas would really want to just go in for that one last shot, but they're expecting, like, as soon as they do that, an Elise to flash over a wall or something. So, attempt number 3 for pushing that wave in. They should be getting it on the next wave. I think Shifter could walk up and just auto it.
Yeah.
Without minions.
like you have to have minions under 20 health.
I think it has 230 armor, so maybe not.
Whee!
Oh, fight happening.
That's all right. People are just flying around, getting some frequent flyer miles. Lorlo kind of disengaged that one.
Oh my God.
Still alive. This is going to be the turret that actually breaks the record of our new turret last week.
Yeah, it'll be up
It'll
over
just never
60
die.
minutes.
So Spooky Ghosts go out. This may just be to put some wards down. We saw Phoenix moving forward, and they know he's going for blue. So knowledge over to the team of Liquid. Still only that one dragon on the board. We'll see the next one coming up in a bit, but that Baron is now an option. And I'm sure Liquid's going to want to stay away from that. Keep Lorlo in the side lanes, along with Dardoch here, forcing the flash onto Billy Boss. It'll help a little bit. Trundle's still a nuisance, even without it.
Yeah, he could sustain up if he wanted to, or he gets to go back since his teleport is still up. He'll be wanting to pick up Iceborne Gauntlet as soon as possible. Don't think he has quite enough to finish it yet, but he can still pick up his Glacial Shroud, which he does. And the mid turret survives.
Gaining some ground now.
Yeah.
It's a good thing those don't gain health.
Counter push. Yeah, can you imagine if tier 1 turrets regen?
I'm interested to see how this actually plays out. A lot of wards were given to Apollo in the bot lane. He has free reign over the turret, and Liquid's going to start off on the Baron.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a full sneak, though. They can easily throw a Bardalt down just to delay if they're suspicious. The Bardalt should come in any moment. Sivir is pushing this whole time, so where's the Bardalt?
Bardalt, there it goes. Baron is down to about 200 HP, and it gets Lulu'd out. Phoenix takes that one down for the team, and it's going to be the rush down on Dignitas. The journey, is it taken? Oh, it's going to be Phoenix. He didn't want it. He didn't want it at all. He gets himself out alive. How is that even possible?
And then the empowered recalls can go back, so Sivir only takes one outer turret on the back side. It means Team Dignitas gains a turret advantage, but boy, oh boy, was that Bardalt so slow onto the Baron there. The whole idea was the Sivir was split pushing, and you stall them in the Baron pit so you can close ground and poke them while the Baron is killing them. But Kiwi Kid just holds on to the Temper Fate for so long. Team Liquid does pick up the Baron, and we'll now look for a counter push. 3,000. Bard is in range for his ultimate this entire time. Throws it at 200. They almost secured the Baron before the Bardalt was up. Tries to steal it with a Q over the wall, can't get it, and at that point it's a Lulu John at Vayne chasing you outside of the Baron pit as Shifter arrives. Phoenix, though, no one else fought it through, and the package AoE had been laid down on the exit to the Magical Journey, which is perfect placement, actually. Look at those shields to take the turret down.
It is. Able to brute force a few down, and that's kind of where that confidence break comes in. Dignitas still has the Sivir comp, but now they have to be confident that it's going to be over that 60-70% chance they'll be able to get to their targets. We're seeing the kiting effect now of Liquid's squad. It's hard for Key Ray to get in there. It's hard for these guys to want to keep the fight. They just keep, or Liquid rather, just keeps walking backwards. 20 seconds on to Dragon. We were saying there were a lot of wards placed previously by Kiwi Kid on the bot side.
Oh my God. So this is Vayne.
This is where it gets dangerous, yeah.
Yeah.
That hurts.
And this is also why, even though Team Dignitas have the Trundle and Udyr, which are both good split pushers, why they can't 1-3-1 in this game. Because Piglet is just going to use Final Hour, Blade of the Rune King you, stun you against a wall, and kill you. Especially if Matt comes at them in that way. Yeah, Team Liquid has the gold distribution they want as well in this game, so even though it's only a 2,500 gold lead, they are much stronger in the way this game's going to be played.
And they already know where the control is. I mean, Piglet could have stayed with Lorlo here, but they're like, no, break down to mid, push that, come get Dragon. We have Dragon. They're thinking about many different things right now. I'm not worried about getting everything right away. They're going for the slow dime. Gonna get a lot by doing it slowly.
Yeah, Kirai's going to try and steal this. Nope. And now it's going to be trouble. A lot of slows. Oh. Can the Sivir be faster? Good. Battle of the speed.
Dancing the dances. He gets out. He's alive. It's always a moment, though, but losing that much health each time you are out on the map means you're going to be losing that much more ground every time you have to go back. It's becoming troublesome now for Dignitas to keep their members in a position to defend turrets.
Yeah, very much so. The Zarot portal was completed by Kirai, so that's the hope of creating a little bit more clogging of the lanes. But at the same time, I feel like Team Liquid is going to be able to cut right through that. They still have a Baron-empowered push here. Shifter is not in range. Oh. Baron just wore off.
Yeah.
Just slow things down a little bit. probably the danger of Piglet getting caught out of position by a Bard ult and then Shifter and Apollo kind of critting him before the shields can take effect. But assuming Piglet and Matt and Phoenix are all kind of grouped together, I don't see a good way for Team Dignitas to kill the Vayne, especially as he's probably going Bloodthirster. So he'll be now double lifesteal item.
I was actually just going to say that.
Overshield.
There's not much crowd control to hit him up, but if he does need to cleanse, doesn't have it. He's going to be stuck, so we're definitely going to see Piglet kind of positioning as much as possible. And it's already been a pleasure. Always is to see him on the Vayne. And I'm sure it's terrifying to be an opponent against that as well, especially when he starts feeling confident. You see that play from him here. 26 minutes in, Liquid looking to close out Week 9. Quite strong here with the first game against Dignitas. But it is not over yet. Like you said, if Piglet gets caught, there's not much damage on the rest of the team here that they're looking at, and it could be a drawn-out fight. That's where the rundown gets in for Dignitas.
Trundle ultimate down, and Lorlo's sticking with him. Here comes Vayne once again. Billy. Oh, Billy.
Oh, Billy. Billy goes down once again. Trying to get lanes pushed is a dangerous task in this game, and it only gets more dangerous as it goes on.
He can't do it. It's against his team composition with the Iceborne Gauntlets on Lorlo and not not incredible side wave warding or jungle warding.
Yeah.
I think the only way Team Dignitas gets something back is if they group up as 5, Bard ult the peel, get everyone in range, and find a Zorgi team fight, because the split push, they're just going to continue to feed more kills into Piglet, and the more farm Piglet gets, the harder the team fighting itself is going to be.
Yeah.
So yeah, Team Liquid really in control here.
Stealing everything they can on the way out, and even Phoenix now, they're completely playing off the ball. Phoenix to the top lane. Soon it's going to be Wade's crashing into each turret here for Dignitas. Definite damage control needs to be figured out at this point. What can it be? Can they choose to go in on a fight, or is it too dangerous? They have to wait for a mistake. Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, I would say about 5 or 6 minutes ago, they would have been able to choose to go on a fight.
Trigger, right.
Here, they need to wait until someone shows in a side lane and then try and get a really quick fight in. The problem with that is the only people that are going to be in side lanes are going to be able to support with teleport. So really, what Team Dignitas would want is a 5v3 or a 5v4 where they can use the Bard ultimate onto preferably Janna, Lulu, or Vayne. That way, either the priority target or the peel for the priority target will be temporarily disabled, and it will allow people to run in range with the On the Hunt from Sivir. But that's a lot of conditioning
it makes
to find the ideal fight. It makes it almost impossible.
Really ridiculous. You always have another person to shield or save. Lorlo. They're like, you want to kill our top laner? We'll come back for yours over and over. The teleports will be used here. A lot of focus. Even Phoenix from the top lane, they feel like there's going to be a big enough fight to gain the rest of the map. And that's Lorlo very low. He could eventually go down. It's going to be the flash chomp coming in from Billy Boss. And Team Liquid trying to assess this, reset the fight. They've lost a little bit of the lane pressure here. If this one goes down, Matt on the other side, that's the Zephyr to slow down Key-Ray. It looks like the finalizing kill will be here. Pix goes in, and it gives quite a bit of help. One binding hits. The Phoenix speed up is still there. And Kiwi Kid's flash comes in through the next one. Glitter goes through a magical journey.
Yep. Even skill shots can get you in there. Tough luck for Team Dignitas right there, because Baron is also just respawning. That was as close of an opportunity as I think they were going to find. There were a lot of people on Team Liquid that weren't there. Piglet wasn't there, so the main damage source was not going to be able to kill Team Dignitas, at least immediately. But Dardoch did enough damage, and Team Dignitas could not land their damage as clean as they would like. Means Baron very easily goes over. They're actually slowing their Baron damage down so that all 5 team members can get it. They wait for Lorlo to revive, and now all 5 people on Team Liquid have Baron.
Whew. These fights as well. See this again, because they're so spread out. There's Apollo.
Yep.
But I'm like, we talk about the Sivir a lot, but he's not getting a chance to ricochet in these fights, deal his damage, do much. They always have one target, and then they can't finalize that target. Everything becomes chaos.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid with the accidental troll on a Billy Boss who teleports in just to get hit by Bard ultimate. He is able to flash in and kill Lorlo. Billy Boss a few seconds late on his teleport as well. Piglet is finally here, but doesn't get to do damage.
He's clearing wards.
Prompts the runaway. And Lulu is faster than Udyr and Bard, as many magical journeys as they would like to try.
Love the
Here we go. Actually fighting in the mid lane, trying to end the game as well, as you can see in the pip. So here we go.
This could be, oh my gosh, Piglet is going so headlong into this fight, and he is disregarding any danger. What a Howling Gale to stop Kirei from locking up Piglet. That would have been huge without the Quicksilver Sash, but he still has the safety of his team. It's literally 4 save Piglet right now. That's how they're playing this one, and it's working out fantastically. Get the Steadfast Presence on for extra safety on the way out.
Yep, and as we mentioned before, quite a defensive build as far as Vayne builds will go. A lot of lifesteal in that build, Bloodthirster, Blade of the Ruin King, and he's also building up to what is probably going to be a Mercurial Scimitar or a Maw of Malmortius. Either one of those, though, will be an added magic resist item, which works very well when you're shielded so heavily and when you're lifestealing so heavily, because your resist will be higher, therefore the effective health you are lifestealing is therefore greater. To get into the nitty-gritty of the math. So, efficient build for the situation. Then he just built a BF sword, because figures he's going to be alive anyway.
Scimitar is coming.
Oh.
Lorlo on the run. He's focused on the minions. Liquid are playing this one very methodically. Looking at where they go, we did say they have Cloud9 coming up next. That's going to be a difficult matchup. Cloud9 actually face CLG as well, so they have a lot on their docket to be thinking about. It could be a game that Team Liquid's able to take them off guard.
Absolutely. I mean, we know how much confidence Team Liquid can play with, especially going from a Saturday to a Sunday. A game like this can give them some nice confidence. They were able to make a really nice pivot at the very end of Champ Select, realized that Vayne was perfect for this team composition. They very well picked a heavy peel, high move speed composition into a team whose main win condition was to run at them. So I like their counter picks, I like their play, and we'll see if they can close it on this push.
Minions slowly creeping down the mid lane. No focus necessary for that. For Dig, though, they can stay here, try to keep it safe, but really letting it go down, that's just going to happen to the champions. If it happens to the turret, and it's going to be Kiwi Kid that goes down first. All 5 turnaround priority target on the inhibitor, but now they know the Nexus is in their eyes. Liquid looking to make a good start to week 9. A hit from Lorlo to give them a little bit more breathing room, and they're really not even taking damage at this point. So many shields, heals, pop-ups, knockbacks, everything that they need to keep this fight going long. They are going to lose Dardoch in the end. Piglet goes down as well. Where's the focus? What's going on here? They're able to get down the last Nexus turret. Lorlo knows what's going on. Matt's doing his damnedest. Phoenix still alive from the ashes. Will they be able to take this one down? A few more hits on the Nexus. I think the minions are giving us trouble now.
They might not
and this may not work out. Matt is throwing the attacks, and it's going to be a save. Dignitas keeps the Nexus alive.
It was super close.
The Iron Lung comes into play for Dignitas. Looking at an 8,000 gold deficit. Sorry. Yes, 8,000. Almost couldn't math. My brain is going in circles.
If Dignitas was somehow able to turn the game around win from this, it would be the greatest feeling for the Team Dignitas fans that had to undergo the ordeal that was Week 8, Spring Split 2016. For these guys, Piglet died to the fountain, essentially, while trying to pick up kills. And then little baby Janna right at the end didn't have enough auto attacks to finish the Nexus. Unreal hold as Shifter was barely able to stay alive. Piglet also annihilated Apollo at the start of that fight by stunning him into the Nexus. Still though, 2 inhibitors up for the next push. Watch this one again. Yeah, see Apollo's condemned into the wall, dead right away. And Phoenix! It's over.
Hey, that's
GG.
the game! Liquid take down Dignitas!
The comeback was not to be. Phoenix, the anti-fun teleport at the end. But actually, that was a deserved win, and it should have ended about 2 minutes before then.
Yep. You gotta expect it. Glitter is everywhere. Glitter will ruin everything, even a great finish. There's still a finish. And Liquid will increase that score 9-8 now. Very much liking their position with energy going down today to 8 and 9. That helps out Liquid quite a bit.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, Team Liquid still technically has a chance at making it to 4th place. If we're looking at the overall standings, very important of them to win this game as well. Distancing themselves from Echo Fox, who was looking to make a run.
Yeah.
Team Liquid definitely with their eyes set towards the postseason now. 4-1-4 game from Phoenix, as well as the critical last hit on the Nexus, which did not come easily this game. And I think it'll be a confidence-building game for Team Liquid as they move towards Cloud9 tomorrow.
Especially for Piglet, the rest of the team as well. This composition, we knew they could run it, and they kind of did. Picture perfect, textbook, if you will. You know how the Vayne textbook goes. And looking at the rest of the composition, they stayed true to it. They never kind of swayed. They never said, well, we can push this and then fight. They kept the protection around Piglet, and Liquid kind of didn't show much in the end. I guess that's good for the last week. You can come in, play comfort, don't push yourself to the limit. And if you can go into that postseason very strong, I think it'll work out better for you if you're not kind of trying to stretch yourself to the limit to get there in a good position.
Yeah, they could protect Piglet from everything except the Nexus turret. The Fountain turret was a little bit too strong for it. 26,000 damage dealt the champions in that game, most of anyone for Piglet. And I agree with you, just a solid game overall by Liquid. And it's got to feel good for Piglet to get to play Vayne. Because it's pretty much always been his favorite champion to play. And maybe it's sneaking back into the meta now against Sivir.
And it's kind of been a thing, too. We've heard from Piglet in his interviews I did with him in the past weeks that when he got on the team, or I should say when Loco came to the team, he kind of asked Piglet, what do you need to succeed? And in every week, that's there, but the Vayne's not. So this is a collaboration by the team, knowing that they can kind of go to this and still have a very strong composition in it. So they always have a little to play with. They took the Vayne, pulled it out of the sleeve, and it worked out fantastic.
Absolutely.
Well, let's send it down to Freak right now for a chat with Liquid's victorious support.
Thank you very much. We have a great cast of the day. I'm here with Matt after a great Janna game here. I want to talk to you first about the plan coming in. You had a great Protect the Piglet comp. You were playing Janna. Talking about sort of your role in the team when there's really only sort of one prong to push with, which is the Vayne, of course, in the bot lane.
My role on the team? I mean, for the most part, when we're on stage, like everybody's so hyped up. Everybody has their own ideas of what they want to do for the game. So for the most part, yeah, I'm just like the facilitator. I'm trying to make sure everybody is going to keep a cool head. You know, no one's going to scream, let's go. And we're going to, just have a very clear mind when we're on stage.
And you guys looked pretty clear throughout much of that game. Once the mid game took hold, you guys were in complete control. And I want to sort of touch on that because Liquid, it feels like every other week you guys are amazing, and then you're really terrible, and then you're amazing again. You had some good games like this. What is it that keeps you guys sort of flopping between being excellent players and teams that drop games you shouldn't?
To be honest, like we always feel like we deserve to win. Like when we come on stage, there's never going to be a time where we're going to think, yeah, we're the underdogs. But it's pretty hard to say that with like so much confidence since we're like the new guys, I guess. Like I'd say for the Koreans, like, yeah, it's like deserved that they should feel like that. But as rookies, yeah, we're pretty cocky. And yeah, when we think we deserve every win, I guess it kind of gets to our heads and like we kind of do some dumb stuff still, and we're trying to work through that. But yeah, I think all of our losses, we could have won them.
Could have won them. So maybe 17-0 if you had played a little bit better than throughout the season. Next question up, you guys have C9. Talking about deserving every single win up against second or third place C9 in your final game of the regular season before you're heading to playoffs. What's that game going to look like for you?
I mean, we've prepared pretty well against C9, I think. I think, yeah, I mean, we've performed. I mean, we've definitely practiced against C9 the most this week, and we're definitely confident leading into this week.
You speak about being confident. Right now, you are tied for fourth place, and whether you're you guys on the roster or not, the story keeps writing itself. Liquid in fourth place. Were you trying to live up to this meme the whole time, or just keep falling into place for you guys?
So what has to happen I think TSM has to lose.
So you're tied with them. If you both win or you both lose, tiebreaker.
Okay, I see. So yeah, I mean, fourth the dream.
Fourth the dream for Liquid. Matt, thanks very much. Congratulations on the win. Good luck tomorrow, and maybe in the tiebreakers against TSM afterwards. Going to send it down to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Freak. A lot of confidence, or cockiness even, as Matt put it, after that win there for Team Liquid and tying TSM in fourth place. So, you know, if all is right in the world, tomorrow they will end up in fourth place. But before we get
TSM fans would disagree with you.
Yeah, I know, right? That's very true. Before we get into that game and whether or not the cockiness is deserved, we want to take another look at the final replay, just the backdoor, as it happened kind of abruptly and we didn't get a chance to really see it in game. So
there's the ward. Look at that sucker. Spoiler alert, he kills the Nexus.
Yeah, the previous Nexus attempt, Matt had exhaust backup it was about up for 2 or 3 seconds, and maybe he could have exhausted and actually just ended the game there. But the entire thing shouldn't have happened.
Wait, so you're telling me that the cockiness is undeserved then? Because he had exhaust and he didn't use it.
I don't know why we're talking about that when Piglet's inside the fountain.
That whole
He didn't have exhaust
situation.
Yeah, no,
the whole
I know.
situation shouldn't have happened. Like, I don't know about you guys, but if I was ever in that situation on an LCS stage, important game,
ending the game,
I would just be like, just end it.
Yeah.
Just end it. I actually get mad at people who weren't ending it.
No, very true.
Like,
Very true.
hit the
There's something to be said for the way that a team plays or feels, plays fast and loose once they do have a lead, and how it can come back to bite them. We've seen it before. It definitely can happen. Let's get into this actual game, though, because this game seemed to represent kind of the standard recipe for success for Team Liquid that we've seen time and time again. And so if we work through it, I mean, you've got Piglet on Vayne, basically saying, let's let him do all the fancy footwork and carry the game while the rest of the cast is playing a somewhat supportive role.
Yeah, I mean, you get your tank up top for Lorlo. We actually saw them stumble when teams target banned Lorlo and tried to focus on his champion pool and deny all those top lane tanks. So maybe that's a strategy used against them. But very secure on Poppy, top tank now. And then Phoenix in the mid lane building the support item for Ghosties and either playing Lux or Lulu, something along those lines. He's very happy to do that role for Piglet to be able to speed him up as well. Matt this time on Jenna. I mean, Adrian in his interview said, I'm the only one who can play Jenna, backline support. Matt has been playing Jenna for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same, but he can do it, yeah.
I actually think his Jenna is Matt's single best performing champion. He's
What about
undefeated
Bard?
right now. I think
Bard's good.
I honestly think that his Bard, he goes a little too hard and he'll throw the game sometimes. I think those ultimates, you'll have like really good ones for the first half of the game, and then those last ones where it really matters, sometimes it won't work out for them. We've seen him lose games off of that. Where Janna, he's kind of the backline shot caller at that point. It's like,
but sometimes then he has exhaust up at the end of the game and you flame him.
Well, you know what's interesting though, Kobe? I want to go back to your point about Lorlo in the top lane, how he has been focused on those tanks before.
Yeah, that was a...
but with Azir back in the meta, it almost requires, and we saw here, that Dignitas throws a ban, an Azir ban at Liquid, which in a sense might be one of the ways that they free up Lorlo to make sure he gets one of those tanks. Because the Nautilus was banned against him, but the Kalista and the Azir is what Dignitas thought was more worthwhile.
Probably due to seeing our little presentation last week.
That's probably what it was, right? It was, we'll take credit for that. But again, so this seems to be the recipe for success. But I think then the question that we have to move towards is this recipe enough to get them through playoffs? Is this going to be, something that they can ride? Can they ride this wave all the way through playoffs? Or are they going to have to show us something else?
So when you say get through playoffs, you don't mean win playoffs.
I always mean win. Let's assume that the team's objective is to win.
Okay, well, no, I don't think this is enough for them to win playoffs. Immortals can do the same thing that Team Liquid do better, so I don't think they can take that one. I don't think that Team Liquid with this style can actually handle even CLG's 1-3-1 split push, which is just a clashing style. So I think that both of those teams would probably stop Team Liquid on their run. But as I said, they're very confident. Dardoch's been playing really well. Maybe he's able to carry them through some games. Piglet has been strong all season long.
Right.
So the possibilities
at least that then gives them an idea, right, of where they need to go. If this isn't if this isn't the strategy that can do it for them 100%, they're going to have to find one or two more that they can employ. Looking towards playoffs, though, James J. Wilhelm thinks Dardoch can be that power player for Liquid, and so when we talk about that Lee Sin today on the Elise, we saw 2-0-2 very early on, so being able to work around that farm heavy jungler of Udyr and making sure he's getting into lanes and applying that pressure.
And I think that works out for them much better where he's on these carry junglers, and that's the formula they're going with, right? Top lane tank, carry jungler, have Phoenix on something supportive, Piglet carry, and then have Matt on disengage. And that's the formula they've been going with. And Dardoch seems to make it work. His early games are really good. There's that one game last week against Energy where he actually took him a long time to get off the ground and Moon out-jungled him. But aside from that one, his performances on these carry champions have been really crisp.
Yeah, he was such a huge substitution in for Team Liquid. Do you even remember what the jungler they were using before him, what his name was?
I will dominate.
I think I got it. Now the big question is how is Dardoch Sejuani? That's what I want to know, and maybe he'll pull it out and show it to us sometime.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's your question.
I think.
Sedwani.
Yeah, I know. Just because Kobe hates Sejuani, but Rain overplayed it.
I don't hate her.
It's besides the point, really. All right, well,
I want to touch on one last thing though, coming in the
for
playoffs. Azir is being banned against Team Liquid now.
Yep.
So they have another ban that's coming in against them, and they will have an Azir composition ready for Phoenix when they make it to playoffs. So that's another thing in their pocket where they can fall back on that strategy, and they don't have to just play this Protect the Piglet.
Yeah, if and when it's not banned, we do know that Azir is something that they can play. We'll keep it tuned right here because after this quick break, we'll be queuing up for our final game of the day, Cloud9 versus Echo Fox. We'll be back to preview that match in just 3.5.
Look, if I make some hyphy play, will you put your reaction on Rebirth? All right, cool. That's my ambition this game, to see the Loco Doco Craigasm.
Remember, Billy Bosses is down. That may be the majority of this play. That's going to be a kill going over onto Matt. They've traded one for Piglet.
Kill. Finish. Zone near. Oh, it's low. Kill.
No flash. Keep going.
We got it back. For bottom.
The teleports will be used here. A lot of focus. Even Phoenix from the top lane, they feel like there's going to be a big enough fight to gain the rest of the map. Matt is throwing the attacks, and it's going to be a save. Dignitas keeps the Nexus alive.
And Phoenix. It's over.
Hey, that's
GG.
the game. Liquid take down Dignitas. Welcome back to the North American LCS, coming to you from the Battle Arena here in beautiful Los Angeles. We're about to follow Cloud9 and Echo Fox onto the Rift for our final game of the day. Thank you for continuing to join us. With Energy's loss, Fox are still in the running for a playoff spot. It's absolutely crazy to think what this team went through this season. Echo Fox's path is all the more impressive when you consider they started Week 5 with just 1 win and tied for last place in the league.
Yeah, and you have to credit Froggen and KFO mainly for playing an important role in their climb. Echo Fox is 6-4 with Froggen and KFO on the team, and 0-6 when they're not in the starting lineup. But he will have a big test today for Froggen as he faces his fellow countryman Jensen, who has set himself up as a powerhouse for Cloud9. Looking at these numbers, you can see, obviously, he's played 6 more games than Froggen. Froggen has insane kill participation. I think that's the main differentiating factor. But Jensen has also been bringing the pain in team fights. So this will be pretty huge. Cloud9 also need a win to keep pace with COG in order to keep their hold on second place.
It's like drifting in his chair right now. He's ready. He's ready.
Relaxed, ready.
Stretching it out.
Froggen keeping his shoulders loose.
Getting the shoulder twerk. Cloud9 are ahead in the standings, but Hard says every game is winnable, and Fox is a team that never gives up, never surrenders.
Yeah, every single game we play, we have a mentality that every game's winnable, and it's really rare for us to give up. And even if we're down maybe like 10,000 gold or whatever in a scrim, we'll still play it out, and it's like we randomly win those games and we learn off it. It's been really helpful for us, and I think we have a really good mental state, I guess, of just how we approach the game. And nobody's a quitter.
You got to change your mentality to change your reality, Jat.
Yeah, I mean,
like Echo Fox got it.
Even after that 6-game lose streak, as soon as they get their starters back, we can win. And then they did. They're 6-4 with them.
We'll see how far they can go. Let's check out the starting lineups with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. That's Balls in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Jensen in mid, Birthday Boy Sneaky at AD carry, High at support.
Happy birthday.
And Lemon Nation at coach.
Absolutely. On the red side now, it is Echo Fox, obviously. We have KFO. There's no suspense there. KFO in the top lane, Hard in the jungle. Froggen going up against Jensen in the mid lane. Keith is the AD carry, and Big is their support.
And
Coach
that's right.
Coach Cop.
And Echo Fox themselves, I was going to say Big, but the whole team has had some pretty crazy endings of their own. We just saw a pretty crazy one happen between Team Liquid and Dignitas. But Echo Fox is no stranger to very tight late game, like one or nothing, or everything.
Late game, late in the day, you notice, you're like, man, it always feels like I'm casting Echo Fox in the last game of the day. Then it goes like 60 minutes. Things get crazy.
Tradition now.
In that last game of the day.
Rounded out with some good league. Nidalee, Lulu are going to be the first one bans out. No protection comps for what we see for now. Doesn't mean they can't. Graves will be taken away from KFO, maybe a Cal as well. We've seen a few bans being targeted towards him. As he came onto the team. Him and Froggen, real big role players on this one. Very strong for the team.
Yeah, I still think KFO can play a massive tank in the top lane, or Kale. So they have the divergent play styles right there. I'm glad to see a Nidalee ban. Won't have a jungler just being a monster over top of the other one in terms of farm speed.
Yeah.
Also increases the chance we get to see Rush play Lee Sin.
Is it the Jhin?
Yeah, it's tricky. I've been a huge fan of Cobb's pick and ban phase, really, ever since he became a coach on Gravity. Also, Lemon Nation, I won't call him the inventor of the pick and ban phase, obviously, but he definitely revolutionized
One
a lot
of
of
the
thought
forefathers.
within North America, back when there weren't even coaches in the pick and ban phase. So it was a natural transition for him. Early Jhin lock.
Yep. It's going to be good for Sneaky. As you're saying about Cop, Gravity did that as well. Gravity had a very flexy kind of champion select. And we see a lot of variants here in Foxes.
They're actually kind of two different styles. I mean, Lemon Nation has always been, to me, about power picks and internal tier lists.
Right.
And they have minor tweaks they bring when responding to the opponent team. Whereas Cop's pick and ban phases have been very heavily about flex picks and misdirection. When you think about it like that, Cloud9 would stylistically match up well against Echo Fox, because you can't misdirect a team who knows what 5 champions they want before champ select begins.
Yeah, that's a good point. Cloud9 has always kind of been ahead of the game in that. They'll do things you are not expecting, even if you've done champion picks and bans for the entire night.
That's what makes it so difficult to play against. Corki and Trundle, there's the lock-in. It's going to be Corki for Froggen in mid. The composition, they said that, we haven't really been tested because we keep playing this one, but they're going to keep playing it because that's the one that worked.
But it's still full of flex picks if they want it to be.
Yeah, it is.
Trundle could go top lane or support. Corki could go AD carry or mid lane. Whereas Cloud9, it's very clear. Jhin, Sneaky wants that. We don't care what you play against.
Right. What will they choose here? They're going to pull a support in, get their jungler over. Make sure that Hard doesn't get exactly what he wants. Now, Lee Sin is there. Hard's Elise is still on the board, so he might actually just get away with what he wants in that sense. Cloud9 always likes to take their time. Another 10 seconds and they'll lock in those picks.
Yeah. Cloud9 takes their time until they decide exactly what they want, and then they lock in as soon as possible, both at once. It's another thing that they do, so you can see they hover, lock.
Blam.
With Poppy and Morgana. Not as clean as you would have liked. Sometimes they're super fast with it. But yeah, it's to give the opponent team as little time to react as possible. Every team should do it, but not every team does.
I've definitely gotten a lot of kind of tweets about that and questions. It's like, should you show? Is it good to show? I mean, it's up to you, right?
Yeah.
Are you gonna try to mind game them and say we know about this, or it's a very big game of chess and champion select. A lot of moves, a lot of wrong moves, and actually thinking a few steps ahead always helps. Now for Froggen and Keith, what do they decide to pick? If it's still Flexi, I'll be impressed.
Yeah.
The Lulu actually was banned down, so they don't have that Lulu. Nautilus is left up this game, has made it quite far through. Poppy as well, could be played in that top lane. The Kale for KFO is there.
Yep. Well, if they end up going with the Janna, they can easily throw the Trundle in the top lane.
Yeah.
So they don't need to pick Nautilus, who has been nerfed, obviously. Go wherever they want. They could even throw Gragas into the top lane, as did happen in the LCK. It was against a Nautilus, though, which I think is a fairly specific counter matchup, so unlikely to happen here. Very likely to be in the jungle. But we're in the mode of flex picking, so we're just trying to figure out what are the possible...
What could Fox do? What would Cop do is basically what we're asking.
He would play Corki. That was his most played champion.
No, that's true. You are
but
correct.
But if he's doing pick bans, Corki's going to Frog.
Look at this composition. Ball's on the Poppy in the top lane. Jensen will be handing that Morgana over. High says one of his stronger champions in the support one. Played most of it this year.
Undefeated with it so far. Most played as well as winningest. I feel like Cloud9 should probably go with Varus here. And...
Man, would that be a lot of... Oh.
See, this is why you lock in and give as little time as possible to react.
Yep.
They played Varus 2 times in a row last week in poke-based team composition, so I was expecting them to do something similar again. But instead, they just tweak it up. Lee Sin and LeBlanc completely changed the dynamic of this team composition. Now they're much more engaged-focused and more aggressive.
Very interesting. I was thinking poke as well, even with Jhin in so much range of his abilities.
Yeah. I think a big reason they wouldn't have done that is they probably didn't want to run poke without Gragas or Nidalee. Gragas was taken away, Nidalee was already banned, so they'd go with more aggressive style.
Is that stopped by an Event Horizon wall? I've not seen Veigar in quite some time.
Yeah.
Looking for an AD carry here, possibly. And that's going to be the Sivir pickup that they will be getting for the team, so they have a bit of engage for themselves. They need to run down a pretty immobile Jhin.
Yeah, Janna Sivir is insane late game. If you can get to that 70% crit on Sivir with the Janna shield. So Cloud9 will want to accelerate the game a little bit beyond that. I'm also very interested to see the Jhin versus Sivir matchup, both in lane and in team fights, because I feel like there's a lot of stuff that Sivir will be able to naturally spell shield. Both the root from the Jhin, also Sneaky is one of the Jhins who takes traps before level 13. A lot of Jhins don't. That's even worse against Sivir, because Sivir can just easily walk over it.
Little mana batteries.
And use spell shield. So I think that's one of the dangers that Cloud9 runs into when they first pick something like Jhin, is because Echo Fox is able to pick not only a power pick, but also I think somewhat of a counter to Jhin later in the draft.
Definitely something we'll keep an eye on going into this game. Rush did get that Lee Sin. We didn't really touch on it too much, but he could easily disrupt what this Echo Fox composition wants to do. Get in early, put them behind. You don't want to run with Sivir as much when you're behind. So it could be that easy, but easier said than done. One last time today, head over to Twitter and weigh in on this game. 140 characters, all for this box. Hashtag C9win or hashtag FoxWin. That's about all we'll take, but fill up the 140 characters and we'll try.
You know we say 140 characters or less for Twitter, but if you want to, you can just make another tweet.
Yeah.
Double your
or
limit to 280.
You can ask chat. He's really good at twit longer.
Or you can just use twit longer. It's great. It's great because you make a typo. There's no correcting it at all.
Yep. There you go.
It's very enjoyable.
See in the compositions on your screen. We're about to head in for the last match of the day here. Week 9, day 1. The spring split has flown by. And now the teams fight for their final wins. Their final victories here on the Rift. We're going to have Echo Fox versus Cloud9. We're on the Rift. We're going to see who gets that first blood and who can push themselves up in the standings.
Yeah. Sometimes first blood doesn't even lead to being pushed up in the standings, but you never know with Echo Fox and Cloud9. Cloud9 has actually had an incredibly powerful early game throughout this entire split, amassing quadruple-digit gold leads by 15 minutes, also known as over 1,000. But
sounds better though.
Early game, it actually looks like we're setting up for some standard lanes unless something crazy happens.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Call that.
Got
the
wait a minute.
shot.
Go.
Yeah, he could maybe flash.
Oh!
And another bind lands. Could they burn a second summoner? No.
Oh! Big was squeezing tight there for sure. Holy macaroni. What a push by Sneaky and High.
Yeah.
Just to keep going, really with hardly any vision in that situation.
Yeah, it's true. They're for all they knew, there could have been a Gragas in the jungle to cut them off.
Right next to him.
Big ends up having to burn flash. Keith holds off on the heal.
That's what I was thinking.
Even when that grenade got really close to finishing off Big's Janna. No harm done aside from the flash. And what it will do, actually, is prompt a late swap from Echo Fox. And they have deep wards. So if they can get around having that flash being burned on Janna, this late blind swap could actually catch Cloud9 a little bit off guard.
It's actually not too terrible. But Janna should be easy. You are playing against High. Those bindings, more than not, are going to hit. So Big should be able to keep himself safe, but it could be dangerous.
Yeah, looking at it now, both Keith and Big showed in the top lane.
Yeah.
So it gave a really early tell for Balls and Rush to know that the double jungle was happening. Very easily able to transition. They don't get harassed by Janna whatsoever. The only penalty, so to speak, is that High couldn't stop Hard's early jungle path, but in no way has this actually set Cloud9 behind.
Right. You can see High actually kind of checking that out. I say, no, too late. Let's not worry about it. We know what the deal was with Vision earlier. Let's go. Push bot lane. Balls is going to join them immediately before even entering into the jungle for more wards or Vision. They know what the objective is, and we should see quickly KFO join the top lane as well.
Yeah, very quickly. Standard 3BO. And actually, even though Cloud9 is playing reactively to it, they get the 3 people up first, and they get the wave to the turret first. We'll see the pushing difference, though, with the Sivir and Janna on one side versus the Jhin on the other. Jhin does get a diminished crit on turret.
Oh, very aggressive. That's going to be close to the turret. But they used quite a bit. They wanted that kill right off the bat.
Yeah, actually a negative summoner trade for Cloud9. Jhin can use both Flash and Ignite. Froggen able to save his barrier. It's the big reason Rush didn't take the second part, the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike combo, because he knew Froggen was baiting him with barrier. Still will push him back, though. So it's a negative summoner trade, but a positive experience in gold trade. As Jensen can stay in lane and push the wave in the turret.
Should be. Yes, it does reach. You can see that on the mini-map. So good for him. That makes it a little harder for Froggen, but he'll be able to catch back up in CS. Top lane goes down. Bottom lane falls as the buckler goes off. Balls catches that one out of the air. Nice mechanics.
Really good timing on that wave. That Balls was able to get the buckler up even for the last shot on the turret. Get full gold, local gold for himself.
Yep. Just kind of sitting in front of him as well. He's going to draw Keith and Big down to the bottom side. Should see Big actually start roaming a bit more, but he's still level 1. So it actually could be difficult at that point. The whole early game scuffle did not leave him in range for that experience.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, he also went to do an early jungle harass to push Rush off of blue buff early, while Keith was shoving up the wave. So really, none of the experience has been caught anywhere from Vic. He should hit level 2. There it is.
Yep. Keith back to lane with the call. It's farm time. He's doing what he can.
And the Sivir can push faster than the Jhin Morg, depending on when they reach the wave. So now Echo Fox will be reaching this turret a little bit earlier. Balls are going to be trying and be sneaky here. He's trying to soak with the max XP range here, especially on the cannon minion.
There it is.
He gets it,
Right.
so he's
Yep.
level 3. And now he's actually strong enough that he could theoretically go into Vision and get more experience. He's worried that Gragas will be there and he will get 3-man dove. But this is very beneficial for Balls in the long run to be able to get all this experience. Echo Fox still none the wiser.
There's also a sense of where is Balls on the map for this point as well. Obviously, Fox knows where their members are, so they're not too worried about that. He's just soaking up some experience, drinking it up on the side. He'll be seen here for a second. But top lane's getting hit up pretty hard. As this is going down, Sneaky and High also doing the same thing up there. You can see the turret down to about half health, and they have a minion wave just approaching.
Yeah, I like it right here. Cloud9's going to be able to finish this turret. Finally,
it's like
Big...
Ring around the rosy over here.
Yeah, finally Big leaves the push to just get Balls out of there. Meanwhile, he's almost level 4 from all the experience he's been able to reach. Cloud9 still is going to be able to bounce this wave. That's what Echo Fox chooses to do as well. Advantage Cloud9 experience-wise for sure.
So solo to Sneaky, solo to KFO. They change or trade and back up. So the top laner in the AD carry can get a little bit more out of that. Sneaky 44 to 36, and without his Jhin being touched in the early game, I think that could be quite scary. Froggen get a little bit of harass from Jensen in the mid. 40 to 39 is even that early back for Froggen didn't really deter his CSing too much.
Yeah.
He was doing well.
It was a really early back from Jensen as well, who just picked up a second Doran's ring. And even once Froggen returned, he had a CS advantage.
Right.
So amongst the gank, like when the gank was happening, I think a lot of minions just died to Froggen's minions, and Froggen had a slight CS advantage before the gank even. So yeah, he's easily recovering and actually holds an advantage.
We'll see what he can do. Remember what he was saying to the team the previous game that they actually were able to win. He says, just let me carry the game. Keep getting bigger. Let me carry. Froggen instills that confidence in his team, and he'll be the guy on the front line, even when he's not supposed to be. We say, we can make this work, guys. We can make this work. Can Cloud9 make this work? Right against the wall. KFO tries to get himself out by going up, hoping to at least dodge the wall, but he dodges right into it. Balls finds that angle, and they are able to take him down. First blood going over to the jungler. Rush on that Lee Sin is something we're going to keep an eye on. We'll see if he can start shutting down Echo Fox even more.
Poppy's so good to gank for. Even at rank 1 heroic charge, it's a 1.6 second stun. Balls, nice flash to get the angle on the wall, and then Rush at level 5 does more than enough damage to close down onto KFO, and that's also the extended result of KFO being with the team during all those pushes. So he was already at a level disadvantage to Balls once they met back up in that 1v1 lane.
Remember, it was just Sneaky and High getting the other turrets for Cloud9. Fox has put a bit more resources into those pushes here, going for a bit of a fight. The curtain gets called. That's the exhaust to slow him in. What a synergistic play with a Morgana. Soul Shackles, having been there, would have been even better. And this Jhin Morgana comp is really starting to rock the lane. They're going to be going for big. They target the same one. He'll be going down. And figure this, Balls was just in the bot lane. Now he gets to participate in the top lane. And guess who gets it? Rush, the guy who shows up last to the party. Following up for one more, they make sure that goes over to Jensen in the mid lane to make him the stronger Dane.
Yeah, I had to laugh there because that was such a Rush play. The kill was secured.
Of course it was.
And he just decides to pick up the second kill of the game on Lee Sin when they could have given it over to their first pick, Jhin. But, you know, maybe it was the difference between a support kill and a jungle kill. In that case, it's worth it. Overall, though, a massive play by Cloud9. Keith was out of range to be able to return damage, and High actually exhausts for the slow so they can start landing the bullets of the curtain call and chain them together. Then they heal, High lands another binding, and it continues. And this is when they decide to use teleport, which is smart because they knew they had burned summoners prior. Then Balls the Troll knocks Big away from Sneaky's root. And yeah, that was going to be a kill for either Balls or Rush, and Rush decides it is his.
Good weight there on the spell shield.
I think Rush is going to try and go for that third kill, but smartly gives it to his mid laner Jhin.
Rush no, Rush no.
Yeah.
That's basically what the comms were.
Give me kill.
Cloud9 light a quick fire under the feet of Echo Fox, and it seems like they get burned a little bit there. They seem to be in position just a little too late. And that's what Cloud9 is very good at doing, being a few steps ahead. Here, Fox and the team try to clear a little bit over bottom as they just lost quite a bit of ground on top, but still being pushed out, having to respect Cloud9 as soon as they enter the screen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the jungler on Cloud9 Rush is a level ahead of everyone on Echo Fox except for Froggen.
Hey, never give up, never surrender.
It's true. That's
going.
Echo Fox's strategy. They're just going to keep trying to farm this out. Froggen has a blue buff. He's going to be able to clear this wave very easily. They're still not down a dragon. It's an even 2-turret trade. So there's a lot of things that Echo Fox can continue to think. Plus, if they get to late game Sivir, you never know what Ricochet crits could do in a team fight. But Cloud9 has a massive advantage based on the early plays.
And Sneaky continues to farm his face off safely. You can see High just on the wing here. The buddy system for these two. It doesn't even look like they're going to get any pressure. Echo Fox is going to look towards mid here to maybe gain some ground on what could be a mid turret. And that will start with Sneaky's, I should say Jensen's health bar. But they don't grab too much off it. This may be defendable here.
Yeah, it's actually a clever move here by Echo Fox. Sneaky was trying to slow push the top wave in an attempt to deny Keith wave pressure. So Keith and Big just go straight mid lane to try and get a shove on. But Jensen does a good job using his double distortion to clear the wave, and now Keith is just going to try and swing top lane to catch the wave.
Where are you, Keith? There you are. Keith about 44 on that call left, so he's going to stick to farming these side lanes.
Rush and Sneaky are going to wait to try and pick him off. That's why he's got to be very cautious going up to that wave.
He's going to turn right and stand there.
It's always really tempting as a Sivir to be like, oh, the wave's right there. Why don't I just go run up to it and use my Ricochet?
Yeah, just quick bounce it. What's her build right now? It's actually at level 7. Keith, with that call, only has Caulfield's Warhammer, so he doesn't even have the crit he'd be wanting on Ricochet if they were to get into these fights.
Yeah. Just missed one.
Yep. Let's see if we get blue. Jensen will be able to harass Froggen a little bit more with that. Froggen would love to get some kills by now, but unfortunately only going to the side of Cloud9, and they've been using it accordingly. Here, more pressure to take down the next objective on the map. I guess I should say the first. They haven't even gone for Dragons.
Very true. Be interesting to see who gets this Rift Herald buff, whether they give it to Sneaky or Rush. Rush gets the increased move speed and damage and empowered recall.
Make him bigger, why not? 2-0-1. Already has finished item. Giant's belt as well, keeping him real tanky as he gets into these fights. Echo Fox is going to try to push themselves here. A little outside the box.
Yeah, well, High's going to catch him here, and Hart was trying to sneak this dragon. So that was without the backup of a team, even though they could have just swung KFO over and had time to rush it down. Ooh. Really nice game sense check there by High, thinking, you know what, someone could be doing this, and if he was, I wouldn't die if I checked.
Yep.
Now KFO's in trouble.
This is going to be really big. Look where Balls is in that top lane, pushing by himself. We're going to see Rush stay alive in this situation. Dragon could also fold over to be theirs. And now this only means Fox is going to have pressure for the top lane. Cloud9 getting everything they want here. Just 12 minutes in, looking at about a 2,000 goal lead already.
Yeah, creeping up towards 2,500.
That was a 21. All right.
Yeah. This time KFO is just trying to get the minion wave in, screeds around a little bit for the last minion because his jungler had just been pushed out of the river, so he can't stay around there. It's just not safe enough. Although KFO is already feeling the pressure of being behind, which is why he's stuck around. He probably was waiting on some Ravenous Hydra Gold. Very critical item for Trundle so he can get the waves going again. But, of course, that means Sneaky, Rush, and High could easily walk.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's pushing to his death every time Cloud9 is just in that spot. It's been working for them. Sometimes you lose ground in that sense if you're never getting anything after, but since they're in the lead, it just keeps falling in their favor already. 2-2 in turret still. After those first ones went down, it's kind of like Cloud9 has been working just past the river, say to the back of red on both sides, getting their kills there, but not pushing anything forward. Slowing it down.
Yeah. As long as they can keep picking up kills, they don't need to push too hard. They know that Balls was scaling up pretty well already with the Sunfire Cape on Poppy. He will be a asset to them when they decide to turret dive. And it's very easy for Cloud9 now to just choke around the dragon, start getting pressure in the blue jungle, and that would transition to a mid lane turret kill.
they're starting to deny resources too. It's only going to mean harder here for Echo Fox. Waiting for that Sivir ultimate to still come in. Almost up on that Essence Reaver, looking for the critical cloak and then the finalized item. And almost finished up on that call. It's been a slow game for Keith and Big. The early game of him roaming, I think, slowed Keith down as well. You can still see Big is not level 6 yet. So that as well, keeping the team spread, trying not to fight.
Yeah, really big difference between a level 6 Morg and a level 5 Janna. If Cloud9 decides to go force a Dragon, I kind of think they should right now instead of letting Sivir wave clear mid with Ricochet while the Cull is stacking. I mean, CS-wise, Echo Fox is actually doing fine. It's just when Cloud9 is able to catch them while farming is when they're able to get the kills. KFO been split pushing well with Titanic Hydra CS-wise.
Yeah.
Punished with the deaths. And Froggen as stellar as ever, CSing in the mid lane. Here's the Dragon.
Not miss a lot, that's for sure. But we also, because of that, haven't seen Froggen roaming all that too much, having participation in the fights. He's trying to be that late game factor here. Cloud9 able to pick up Dragon as Echo Fox continues to feed their bellies, try to get bigger for the time to come. 16 minutes into this one, it's looked like a lot of control for Cloud9. A lot of control.
Well, the Cull needed a couple more minions there.
We got
before. Yep, 3
Trace
more
Moss.
minions. That's the second Echo Fox death where they stick around just a couple minions too long.
Right.
Also, really well played by Jensen there just to land the back-to-back chain onto Keith. Working around the Sivir spell shield too, really tricky. I'm wondering where Keith burned the spell shield amongst that, but nonetheless, Jensen solos him.
Sneaky and high to the bot lane. It's going to be a back from KFO up top. He actually may be found here. If Balls can get a hold onto him, that's actually going to be big. He does. So KFO doesn't get his back, won't get help for Froggen down towards that backside. And now he's got to stick to fight. Looks like Cloud9's going to give up anyways. They don't want to push themselves too far in. They're being very methodical about this right now. Get to where they want, we'll back up, make sure that the pressure can be continued. Not that we lose the pressure because of hook push.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
Although Cull finally ticked for Keith, gives him that little bit of gold boost, keeps the overall gold at 2.5 thousand.
Finally got that critical cloak in.
Yeah, finally.
A little bit more wave push.
Still no Essence Reaver.
That's true. Means he's quite behind. Essence Reaver finished up Swifties onto Sneaky. Bankroll for him, 30 CS up. He's kind of making up for what is happening with Froggen and Jensen in the mid lane. But Jensen picking up the kills has really been able to put himself kind of level in that sense of who's up and who's behind in gold. 3,000 gold, 2,000 actually as it ticks up for Cloud9 here. 5-0. Echo Fox is looking for a way in.
Yeah, still a gold lead for Jensen over Froggen because of the 2 kills.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe even get another Rift Herald if you're Cloud9. It is going to be really hard for Cloud9 to push properly onto this Echo Fox team. Corki and Sivir have very good wave clear abilities. And then that's the win condition for Echo Fox, right? They wave clear long enough that they get a crazy late game team fight.
It's true.
And they hope to win through that, at this point at least, because
Seeing
they've
that
fallen behind
manifest.
in the early.
Definitely seeing that manifest now. Once they get to the turrets, it's going to be hard for this team to break any of those walls. These outer ones may be a little bit easier with the range they have to start it, the pressure they can add. You even see there, just about a fourth of the quarter rather, going down. It's going to take a while to make that happen over and over. So Cloud9 back into the jungle. Why not take more? If we can't get to the turrets right now, we'll take a little bit more and make sure it still can get the turret later.
That was just a few auto attacks from Sivir to clear that wave out. And then they, like you said, took their jungle. Gold lead grows ever so slightly. Obviously, with COG's win earlier, Cloud9 needs this win to keep pace.
That's true.
For the playoff bye. Oh my God.
Pocket.
Ignite is not there. Was on cooldown. That's scary. That is Jensen for you.
Yeah.
Level 12 to level 9. Oh my God. How much health did he get away with?
That's really something we did not see Jensen do when he first came over. Very laid back, played with the team, played with the speed of the game. Now he kind of sets a pace to the game with how he plays in that mid lane. More stealing of the jungles left and right. The shoulders of wherever they are, whatever's on the left and the right, always seems to be Cloud9 if they have a lead. They won't let little things like that go. Say, yeah, we have a lead. We'll pressure even the smallest extra things.
Yep. And they also have actually really good side wave pressure.
That too. Yep.
Balls had a game earlier in the year where he had 500 damage to champions in a Cloud9 win. But that's because he was so dedicated to the split push, getting the wave up, and then as the other team was trying to go and defend the wave, Balls just kept on pushing. By the way, Keith had 3 health at the end of that second chain.
I like thirds. Thirds are good. 20, I was going to say 20K. 20 minutes coming up. Time, not money, but time is money. Let's see, Rift Herald down. We'll have Baron coming up in a few, and that may be an option if Cloud9 pulls something sneaky out. No pun intended, as a freak move.
Yeah, the DPS, the straight DPS on Baron from Jin is pretty low. Same with LeBlanc and same with Lisa and Poppy, so a Baron sneak is very unlikely.
That's a good point.
Hard uses his body slam flash, and Jensen just jukes it with a normal ability. They're trying to go all in, though, here.
A lot onto high. The spell shield got him away. Jensen able to distort back, but that's huge. Taking out Keith that much means Keith has to find the backline immediately, and Rush threads the needle, getting himself in. Sivers down. The utility is out the door, and now it's Cloud9 to clean up the fight. Have not lost a member yet. 20 minutes in, 8-0. The mid turret will finally be theirs.
Yeah, massive team fight win there for Cloud9. Very surprised that when Echo Fox missed the initial flash initiation from Gragas, that they persisted the fight by then bringing a Sivir ultimate, because their actual pick was down. And yes, Cloud9 looked a little scattered on the map, but they easily collapsed together, win a team fight 3-0, and then from Echo Fox's doing, the stall is broken.
Yeah. A little too hard, especially the walk. I always kind of say if you're trying and engage for 3-5 seconds, doesn't work. This walk gives Cloud9 so much time to look at the fight and figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, Jensen gets to sit over the wall. Keith then has to dance back and forth. Balls keeps people inside the curtain call. Sneaky's Jin is able to get a lot of shots down. And then Rush is just a monster on the backside. Level 2 ultimate already on the Lee Sin.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
And takes Froggen right out of the fight by just standing next to him and punching him a bunch. Really, Cloud9 not letting Echo Fox follow up on any kills and trapping them in their own engage.
In the speed of the game, you kind of mentioned it right there with just Rush's ultimate. Hard still sitting on level 1 ultimate. And we know Big pretty much just got his being at level 7, that 6-7. So Echo Fox, as you were saying, trying to buy time, pushed himself a little too hard on that one. Now have to do a little bit of ward clearing, repair what just happened, figure out how they can get back into this game. And really, that wave clear is going to be what they rely on. Objectives are alive, not something they can really contest. It's just going to make the game that much tougher. And Cloud9 feeling great. The momentum is now 7,000 gold up.
Oh yeah, this is setting up.
It's a 900 crit from Sneaky already as well.
Yeah, this is setting up well for tomorrow if we're thinking about CLG playing Team Dignitas and Cloud9 beating Team Liquid. If those two things happen, we would have a tiebreaker match for second place between Cloud9 and CLG. Both CLG and Cloud9 have looked very strong today.
Yep. Really able to set it up. We see that Cloud9, CLG, they haven't really gone to anything tank top. It's Darshan going for all these carries. Is that something that, you know, Balls is going to be able to match, or any of the teams? Because everybody's trying to play tanks. It's something that's won CLG quite a few games.
Oh my god, Jensen is massive. I mean, he knows that KFO wants to build the Titanic Hydra and the Iceborne Gauntlet, and that is devoid of magic resist. So very easily with the Abyssal Scepter, he takes KFO down to a really low magic resist number, and Keith gets wrecked.
Bopped under the turret. There's not much you could do about that. Cloud9 looking for a perfect kill score game. The lane swap offered up the turrets in the beginning, but Cloud9 knew that's all they needed to lose here to start getting an advantage. Give a little, take a lot, really, is what the majority of their game has been here against Echo Fox. They push out of this one, they'll be safe to fight another day. This is where we were kind of questioning it, though. Once they get up to the wall of the base, if Baron's not going to be there, how do they break it? How do they break Sivir? How do they break Corki? Let's see this one more time.
Well, this is how they break Sivir. They body her up against the turret, literally as Balls uses Heroic Charge for the stun. And that was just because he was trying to clear the way before it gets to the turret. It will obviously be more difficult when they're inside the base, but when they can get kills that deep into Echo Fox territory, they can then lay the wards down in the jungle and create safer, Baron opportunities, especially because the pick potential of Cloud9, initially before the last 2 picks of Lee Sin and LeBlanc came in, we're thinking, maybe Cloud9 is going poke here.
Yep.
But they opt for a much more aggressive strategy in the LeBlanc and Lee Sin, and that means if Echo Fox wants to do this again, essentially to get into territory and clear pink wards, they're risking a lot of death.
All right, now it's 9-0, so it's got to be very hard here to even kind of contemplate going in, knowing you haven't gotten a kill, knowing some of the kills are getting away with slivers of health on both sides of the map. Like you said, confidence in this game. There could be a safeguard to high here. That's going to get them out safely. I wouldn't say sound, but they're safe. A little damage on that. As you were saying, Cloud9 goes into Morrow. Liquid could be a tough matchup, but Liquid's having their up and their down. So hopefully it's not a down day for them. Cloud9's playing very well right now.
Yeah, looking at the second half of the year for Cloud9, they've lost to Immortals and COG and beat everyone else.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah, they were 6-3 in the first half. So far, they are 5-2 in the second half, looking to move that to 6-2.
Yeah. Always seem they can pull out a few more ounces of strength as well towards the end of the split. We saw that last year as well with High coming into the mix. Now with him here for the majority of the split, he kind of seemingly rolls with the team, and they're still moving slowly up the standings. But back out of this one, more of just a draw for Fox to see if they would kind of bite on that. But nothing happening.
Yeah. Oh. Balls cannot steal that. Yeah, there's a ward in the back of the pit, as well as a scrying orb that came down, not in the Baron pit, but outside of it to make sure they couldn't get assassinated by Jensen if Echo Fox goes in to check. So not on that round. Cloud9 doesn't get the Baron there, but there is still a standing outer turret. Jensen's looking to get it.
All said, oh, turret, what turret? Then he has to take a different path home. A few extra ones still allow the team to take it down. See how far they push. It's going to be Sivir towards the top side. Cloud9 could actually bite down here once they see this, but they're going to be backing off. They won't have the distance to do so.
Yeah, Cloud9's sitting on a lot of gold. There's 1,700 on Jensen, 1,500 on Sneaky, and about 1,000 on both Balls and Rush. So it's time to shop instead of pushing again. They've cleared all 6 outer turrets. If we think of this game as the turret trade being a wash, when they traded 2 outer turrets for 2 outer turrets at the start of the game, since that point, Cloud9 is 4 for 0 on turrets. It's the lane swap equivalent of a perfect game thus far, since turret deaths are inevitable in 3v0 lane swaps.
Oh. Well, once those turrets go down, Cloud9 definitely knows how to work the map. It used to be Elimination and Sneaky, guys of providing vision everywhere. So I'm sure Cloud9 doesn't stop that any bit. As soon as they get the first set of turrets down, they can see everything, and they've been playing off of that rush. Has been able to tax the jungle constantly without Hard being there. Still levels up on him, and just one-offs here, using ultimates to start the fight from a distance and see if they can tag anybody out. Knowing that Fox, once they're out like that, is the time they need to grab them. Fox gets behind the wall, and they're going to be safe if Keith can make it in. They're trying so hard to get a member outside the base. They finally do. No reason to be there for Keith. They're trying to get what they can of resources in the jungle, but the base is what needs to be safe.
They take enough shots to try to get a pick. Eventually it'll happen there. They finally land the max range root from Sneaky, or close to max range root on a Keith, and then Rush with the kick flash.
Holy macaroni! That's going to be KFO. He's alive. He'll be good. He'll make his way back to base, but Jensen, that's 3 out of 4 or 5 times he has done that.
Yeah, I mean, look at his items
Maybe
right
once
now.
that he missed.
Look at his items. Death Cap, Abyssal, Morel, and Omicron, and Sorcerer Shoes for the added damage.
4 completed before 30 minutes.
But they couldn't quite get the kill onto KFO, and they took a lot of turret damage and Poking Frog, and so they're going to pull back, heal back. Still looking like they're in great control of the game, though.
Yeah, Banner of Command built up so they can even get some off-lane work from some of these minions once they find a good sieged up one. It's like High may actually go for some wards and sieging up that minion in the left lane. No, he doesn't need it. Already sieged. Keith to clear top. This has kind of been his home for quite some time. He's looking at the static Shiv only right now on top of that Essence Reaver to 3 items of Sneaky. You can see the difference here. It is becoming extremely difficult for Echo Fox to participate in these fights right now.
he is actually up an Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
On someone. That is the worst item to be down. A third item Infinity Edge. So your most expensive third item is now on your opponent. Even Froggen, who's been farming up a storm this game, nearly keeping a 10 CS per
Yep. Hey,
is nowhere near the power level of Jensen just because of the turrets and the kill gold.
This is where they continue to bolster each other, pick each other up. If anybody's down, this is where the communication comes in, that Echo Fox can keep himself in this game and can play as strong. Right now, they have to make the perfect moves to make that happen, and Cloud9 is knocking at the front door.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Cloud9 isn't baiting around Baron right here with the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc. Instead, they're trying a 4-1 against a team with very, very good wave clear. I'd expect that they think they can accelerate this game no matter what and just get inside the base like Jensen has here and dive. They're slowly whittling down the turret even without Baron and powered minions.
It's almost like a what if. If they go do it, Echo Fox really won't chase them. Then they'll have Baron to push, and this will be less scary, less hectic for Cloud9. But
yeah,
seems like they're kind of choosing at the moment to say, maybe we stop this now, or maybe not.
I think some of the reasoning here comes down to what a poor Baroning team Cloud9 actually is.
That's a really good point.
They have huge amounts of burst damage in team fights, but really poor overall DPS as far as Baron teams go. Kind of a poor champion for it in almost every role.
Yeah. Oh, Froggen. A little dangerous there, but he's safe. Summoners up across the board. Teleports aren't even coming into play now. Everybody's 5v5. So this is going to be who can hit their barriers, ignites, flashes the fastest. And Jensen looking to actually take KFO out real quick. He steps too far forward. It looks like they're actually mainly focusing on turret damage now. They're saying, all right, we'll go for damage as soon as we can get it. Don't try to go for as much of the poke. Jensen calling me a liar. Goes after big.
I mean, even a 470 ability power LeBlanc does significant turret damage on auto attack, since your AP can be used as somewhat of a ratio against turrets if it outpaces your AD.
Yep. Very stalled here for C9 now. What is there in? How do they find it? Keith stepped out before, but they still had enough wave clear to kind of stop the turret from going down. They have to respect hard being able to throw them a cast that could push them inside the turret range. They where they don't want to be.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Cloud9's just waiting on dragons as well. If they get the 4th dragon here, they'll get less damage from turrets. Finally!
Hey!
It's like, you know what? This could also be one of those things where they didn't have faith that they could fully clear out the wards properly, so they just durationed out the wards properly. No one on Echo Fox has been in the jungle or near the Baron for the last 5 minutes, so unless it was a pink ward, there's no way they were caught in vision. Finally, Cloud9 take the Baron.
Be a little bit easier now. Balls may be able to take one of those side lanes by himself. Fox is going to be pretty hard up for getting him off the turrets. They take down the banner of command minion. But maybe their best bet is once they see those 4, if Balls does take a side lane with the Baron, they take that 4 and they Sivir ult. Hopefully into a pretty good fight. Much easier said than done. A few core items finally being finished up now that give 2 or 3 to Echo Fox, make them a little more durable in these fights. And hopefully shutting down Sneaky here. 2 frozen hearts there, basically, for him. And it's really spellcasting from the backline.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like the 2 frozen hearts here. There's very little attack speed scaling going on anywhere for Cloud9, and they have a decent amount of magic damage. But now with Baron, maybe this 14,000 gold can hit Echo Fox a little bit.
There's the Sivir
Desperation
ultimate.
here.
They see that Jensen is top. That's kind of why they pulled the trigger. And it is going to be hard going down in the end. The curtain call comes out. This will slow Big down, but he's going to have the dodges. Curtain call goes off. No Emmy going into Sneaky on that one. And it looks like good blowback by the Monsoon. That gives them KFO to focus on, though. Only putting targets right in front of them to take down instead of helping how Echo Fox wanted it. This inhib will go down. And it looks like Cloud9 will push out to top side, possibly. Yeah. Well, they're going to stay here. They're just going back. For the minion wave.
Yeah, they're catching the super minions right here. Well, mainly just Baron and powered minions. And continue
to
dive.
Deleted. Keith comes out. He gets taken down. Froggen's the next focus. He's going to get hopped out of the fight. And that's going to be the Nexus turrets simultaneously going down as Balls throws down the hammer. Says 14-0. Let's make it happen. Oh, Jensen
gets him.
Stays alive. 15-0 on the fountain as Jensen picks one more up. And Cloud9 takes down Echo Fox.
Holy moly, that was something from Cloud9. 15 kills to 0. They lose 2 turrets, but that's a lane swap. So let's call this an asterisk perfect game from Cloud9.
It's that
34 minutes, no deaths, no unnecessary turret destructions.
Right. The final game of day 1, week 9 here. And Cloud9 says, this was a message game. We're going to be sending a message here for our end of the split. Very strong indeed from that team. Jensen versus Froggen, it was kind of back and forth, a little bit of help from Rush in the beginning, but Jensen was able to pretty much leave that lane and take off. It really wasn't the fight that he won against Froggen, it was the fight he won against the rest of the members. That was a pretty good matchup in the mid lane, regardless.
Yeah, exactly. Froggen, the least killed member of Echo
Right,
Fox.
exactly.
Really, it was Keith with the big targeting reticule over top of his head the entire game. Everyone on Cloud9 seemed really set on getting his spell shield out and then killing him.
Yeah.
Really great job by Hai actually just getting the binding to burn Keith's spell shield over and over again, and that would have then allowed Jensen to go in for the assassination. That's how they were mainly working around the spell shield. Funnily enough, Froggen actually higher CS than anyone in the game.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed it? While getting perfect gamed, still manages to get the minions.
Eyes on the prize. If something's going to help you carry it out and you're not getting kills, it's going to be how much more gold you put in your pocket for possibly a core item to push you ahead. And looking at this game, it kind of manifested how we thought, with Rush getting the Lee Sin in the last part of the picks, controlling the early game, not allowing the Sivir to be an option. And then once it could be an option, what we usually don't see is that the Sivir dies first and the utility is completely gone immediately.
Yeah.
That just worked out so well for C9.
A lot of overall map pressure by C9, and Sivir is usually good at controlling side waves and shoving them up with Ricochet. But every time he'd go for a wave, it would be a trap. And they didn't have powerful enough vision control up to save Keith.
That's true.
It's been a couple of rough games in a row for Keith. His Lucian against CLG, when it was Protect the Lucian, continually killed sometimes to his own doing. This time it just didn't seem like he could ever get close.
So a tough game coming in for Echo Fox. That's the loss for them. Cloud9 is going to move up, and Echo Fox could have used this win a lot. Obviously, it's the end of the season, but this was pretty big for them as well.
Yeah, they really needed to win both games if they wanted the chance at the playoffs. Luckily, though, for Echo Fox, because of the Team Impulse loss today, the chance of a 3-way tie for 7th goes out the window, even though they could end with the same record as Team Impulse tomorrow if Impulse wins and Echo Fox loses, because they have a 2-0 lead over them,
Right, that head-to-head.
and Team Dignitas can no longer catch either. Echo Fox will be safe. They'll be in the summer split.
We talked about it before. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that the road this team took throughout the split. Usually we see, I mean, it kind of happened to Renegades, that the swap of players in the beginning kind of is a detriment to the entire split. You can't pull back. But these guys, they practiced with each other the whole time. They didn't practice with the sub-squad. Things seem to be paying off for them, and could very well see an Echo Fox next year in the LCS. So let's see what the pros have to say on that game. We've got Freak down on the blue side with Cloud9's Jungler.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I have Rush here, who played a fantastic Lee Sin game. And I actually want to ask you first off, how can we be as good as you? Because we've seen a lot of different Lee Sin from you. And specifically, I want to ask about your item builds, because we've seen a lot of different choices from you. Can you kind of run me through what you think about when you're buying items on Lee Sin?
I personally think Lee Sin is pretty underpowered, even though I play this champion well. But I play Lee Sin mainly because it's versatile champion, so item build also like affected by situation. So this time, I think I need some utility and chase them down, because they always ran away from us. So I want to chase, so I bought Deadman's Plate, something like this. So I would say just it's situational.
Yeah, and the Deadmans and the Randuins to slow them down. It worked really well. So I want to talk then about, as your season moves forward, you will play Liquid tomorrow. And if you can win, you keep control of second place. Maybe you'll tiebreak CLG. So against Liquid, how do you feel about them as a team and your matchup against them?
When I was on TIP, I lost most of the matches against Team Liquid. So I really want to beat them again, like on this team. So I'm not going to troll tomorrow or sandbagging. So they should be watch out.
So Dardoch should watch out for you, I assume. Yeah. Quick question then, who's the better Lee Sin, you or him?
I heard that he said he's the best Lee Sin among NA talents. I think he's right, but it's not better than me because I'm impert.
Okay, so you're better than him, but among NA Lee Sins, he gets to take the cake on you.
Yeah, I have to say that.
Okay, I understand that one. And final question, there's a good chance you will have the tiebreaker against CLG for second place if we do see that. What's that game going to look like? They beat you last time.
It must be interesting again, but I think we have slightly better chance of winning against CLG.
All right, thank you very much, Rush. Anything else to add?
No, not really.
All right, your favorite to win. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. Good luck tomorrow and maybe the next day on everything else. But for now, I'm going to throw it down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Dominating fashion there out of Cloud9. I mean, no deaths. Did take them a little while, but I think that may point more towards the style of composition that they had than their actual ability to close out a game.
Yep. They didn't have. Well, yeah, I mean, you said it. They didn't have very strong siege.
Yes.
And as Rush said, he just needed more. You have to buy more utility to try and chase them down. They can control the neutral objectives very easily.
Yeah.
And then just pick people off.
It was basically pick. You have the LeBlanc for assassination. You have the Morgana, which High is 9-0 on right now, undefeated on Morgana this split. So probably gonna go back to that a lot. And try running these comps.
And that's actually a really important part of how they keep saving Rush. When Rush goes and does Rush things, a lot of the times you'll see him being saved by a black shield so that some form of CC doesn't lock him down and he doesn't get killed off.
Right. He has the freedom to get the kick off or to safeguard away. How do you feel, Zyrene, about his comment, Rush's comment about Lee Sin's power right now? Because we've still seen a lot of Lee Sin. It's, even though there were some nerfs that came through a while ago, he's seeing play in all regions.
Yeah, I actually think Lee Sin is pretty damn good in power right now. I don't think he's underpowered or overpowered. I think he's in a good spot. But
what is it about Lee Sin that still makes him playable in regards to the nerfs?
The high skill cap, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like, he still has a slow, he still has early pressure, and he can actually gank really well. I would say that now with item builds, he actually has a pretty good late game. You can make it with Titanic Hydra and things like that and actually have a big effect.
Tankiness, but still put some damage out.
And also what is happening, even though Lee Sin has not been receiving direct buffs, all the other junglers that are strong have been getting direct nerfs.
Gotcha.
If things are getting nerfed around you, all around you,
By virtue.
There's Runic Echo nerfs are coming through pretty quick. I think there's even another one on PBE right now.
Right.
Floating around that might not go through. But if everything around you gets nerfs, then obviously you're going to rise.
I mean, I think his point to utility as well, where he mentioned, well, it's a versatile champion. So once I'm in game and I kind of realize what role I need to fill, I can do that with Lee Sin in any game, given any composition. And he does it quite well. It's shown the mastery of that champion. Well, a nice win there for Cloud9. Let's see how the teams are arranged ahead of our final day of regular season play. Immortals, well, they're in first place, while Counterlogic Gaming and Cloud9 are still in a battle for second. Liquid secured themselves a playoff spot and are tied with TSM in fourth place. Energy is in sixth, but have also secured a playoff spot off of Echo Fox's loss, which guarantees Echo Fox a seventh place finish, along with the safety from the promotion tournament. At the bottom of the standings, we have Team Impulse in eighth, and Renegades have pulled themselves out of last place and into a tie with Team Dignitas in ninth. Now I want to kind of take a step back and reassess these standings, because surprisingly, there's still a lot that can happen. As was mentioned, there's the battle at the top of the standings for that first round bye. And again, if all goes to chalk, Cloud9 has to beat Team Liquid tomorrow, while CLG just has to beat Dignitas, which should happen in both areas. And that could set up a very exciting tiebreaker for second place.
Yeah, basically there's 3 battles going on, second and third, and then 4, 5, 6 right now between Energy, Team Liquid, and TSM.
Yep.
And I believe TSM and Energy, TSM and Energy, is it? Yeah, TSM and Energy play each other tomorrow.
Right.
That's a big game. If Energy win that and Team Liquid lose, you have that 3-way tie in the middle. And then there's that 8, 9, 10 battle. Yeah. And they can be in any order now, and we can have that 3-way tie there as well. So
the main thing of the dividing line of who's going to the promotion relegation tournament, though, solidified. So now it's all about moving around within
just jockeying for position. Yeah, we know our playoff teams. We know our promotion tournament teams. We'll see where they end up after tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow to see how the teams cross the finish line, and that will hit your streams at noon Pacific, starting with Renegades versus Echo Fox. Then Team Liquid will face off against Cloud9, and we'll conclude the day with TSM taking on Energy. And if we're lucky enough to have any tiebreakers, we'll bring those to you immediately following Game 5. Well, that's going to do it for us today. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll meet you back here tomorrow.
Hey, we can kill this. We can fight this.
Speed on 2. 1, speed on 7. Corky's no flash. Corky's no flash.
Hey, you keep chasing with me on Nautilus?
All right, chase.
They will do it. Renegades with a solid victory. Moon no longer has flash, so when it gets locked in, they can get some damage. That's going to land a... Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage.
No, up, go. I have nothing.
Shen's coming. I have to go bot.
All right. Get an ulti, guys. They're on me. They killed me.
I stun.
Hurry. She has no flash.
Shen's coming.
Okay,
we're good.
Nice
This is the win CLG fans can be very, very happy about. Under 25 minutes, certainly one of the fastest in the last couple of months. A well-deserved victory.
I'm coming. I'm going for Gragas. Okay, keep going. You can kill him too. I got it. Nice.
Down goes the Nexus as well. Immortals, 28 minutes. Continuing to make them fast. They just dismantle TSM.
TP's going to come in, which will help from Lorlo. Remember, Billy Bosses is down. That may be the majority of this play. That's going to be a kill going in front of Matt. They've traded one for Piglet.
He might not get
this may not work out. Matt is throwing the attacks, and it's going to be a save. Dignitas keeps the Nexus alive.
And Phoenix. It's over.
Hey, that's
GG.
the game. Liquid take down Dignitas. Figure this, Balls was just in the bot lane. Now he gets to participate in the top lane. And guess who gets it? Rush, the guy who shows up last to the party. Following up for one more, they make sure that goes over to Jensen. Taking out Keith that much means Keith has to find the back line immediately. And Rush threads the needle, getting himself in. Savers down, the utility is out the door. And Cloud9 takes down Echo Fox.